them means that you want to use your power, which is military power, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. You want to use the armed forces to steal the money of Rivers people and use it and give to your stooges, because there is no law that covers it. Like I said, the Supreme Court is clear. Any act of governance not covered under an enabling law is a nullity. So Tinubu is trying to breach the Supreme Court's judgment. Tinubu is trying to usurp the power of the National Assembly to make law. Tinubu is the executive. So Tinubu now wants to be the legislature, the judiciary, the executive in the issues of Rivers State. If this is not military dictatorship, if this is not a declaration of martial law, tell me what it is. Because rule of law means that government should do everything in accordance with the law. Which law has given Tinubu the rights to appoint a friend of his, or a stooge of his, or a loyalist of his, and overthrow the elected? So what the state of emergency actually is doing is that the president should empower the democratic forces to be able to overcome the danger, even if it means using extraordinary measures. What is the extraordinary measures? The state of emergency that is talking about, that extraordinary measure, is that you have the right to restrict the fundamental human rights of Nigerians when you are taking away the extraordinary measure. It does not mean removing elected representatives. And this was stated in section 45 of the Constitution, when they say that the provisions of the human rights cannot invalidate any law made by the National Assembly if that law is intended for the defense, public safety, public morality, public order.
Information. I just say make I remind you now. See, listen to me very well. You know me, I'm like that voice where they cry in the wilderness of Nigeria. Don't forget, oh, because you see all this issue where they go on for Nigeria, state of emergency, this and that. Make I tell you now, it does not mean say INEC no go fit still rig election 2027, no. Because say problem they does not mean say INEC no go fit do the thing they know how to do best. Nigeria problem is like Z-word, it's extraordinary every day. Every day you wake up now one calamity. By the way, if you want to hear what I talk about the River State issue, you can watch the video I posted yesterday. But I just say make I remind you now. Nigerian politicians will throw a lot of confusion for your face. Remember, say a few days we start with Senator Natasha and Akpabio. We enter Copper, we enter Fubara. Now that they talk of Dangote Refinery, NNPC. So Nigerian politicians go throw plenty things. As you they struggle to know which one to attend to, the period for election done they draw close. INEC and security go do what they know how to do best. Then judiciary go stamp waiting they don't do. So my fans, they play as they talk, so make we now they put eye for INEC, because you see that National Assembly, it is either we go now or we go later, but we have to visit National Assembly. You must get electoral reform to end these shenanigans. If not, Nigerian politicians go let push you before you know they consolidate their power. Then you have another 4 years of complaint and lamentation, and everybody life will continue to tumble upside down. May the Lord be with all of us. By the way, National Assembly don't approve President Tinubu's state of emergency where he declare for Rivers. But you know the interesting thing, because National Assembly, according to Constitution, supposed to have 2/3 majority. Like in House of Reps, where they have 360 members, they need about 240 votes. For Senate, where they have 109, they need about 73 votes. So since they know, say, to vote on an important issue like state of emergency, since they know say opposition fit, they fit no get the number of votes, you know what they do? They decided to use voice votes. The eyes have it, the nails they don't have it, Igbam, and everybody come out. So Nigeria, we know how to use illegality to cure legality. Nigeria, make we shine our eye for those where they talk. Now Fubara, now Wike, now Rivers, now Godfather, now agreement is agreement. The Lord be with you. But even more interesting, President Tinubu himself don't already decide to make himself executive, judiciary, and legislative. Before National Assembly approved the bill, where the dating where he sent to them, he don't already call the military administrator, he don't swear him in. And as they follow the news, between 12 o'clock today, before the Senate even approve him, he was already in Port Harcourt Government House. Immediately House passed him, he was on ground there. And then Senate don't also approve him. So Nigerians, those where they talk agreement is agreement, you think say now about River State, shine your eye very well. well. Before you know, the Lagos templates don't enter national. Every entire state's capture, where everything is controlled by one person or one group of persons. At that time, we don't enter Baba Sokwe, Baba Sokwe. Before anybody do anything, now Baba Sokwe is a political democratic dynasty. May God help Nigeria. This phase we don't enter so. Because as Nigeria does so now, there is no longer line of defense. Now me and you remain to help ourselves. Absolute state's capture, executive, legislative, judiciary, INEC, law enforcement. Imagine contesting election against this block of captured states. Nigeria, we continue. Nigeria does not have strong men. No. We have cowards who are emboldened by the docility of the people. The day a majority say enough, it will be enough. Because now only us we save ourselves. Ask yourself, where Save Nigeria group? Our people, our daddies, we been formed Save Nigeria group under Jonathan. People like Professor Wole Soyinka, Reverend Tunde Bakari, all of them. Where they daddy? When I formed Save Nigeria, when bag of rice was less than 15,000, they think reach 80,000. We no Save Nigeria again. Now God go help us. May hypocrisy no kill Nigeria before corruption. And our fathers in the Lord, we go they advise us, pray for Nigeria, pray for Nigeria. How far? Our daddies, Islamic cleric, Christian leaders, share we should still they pray ni? Abi may we add dry fasting on top because we don't pray, see where we reach. Oh. When the Oriburuku they go on, we no go hear any of una. Before election, we no go hear from una. After election, una go appear. Pray for Nigeria, pray for Nigeria. The Lord is with us. We thank God. God will help us. So as Nigeria be now, so now we be our own defense. So with the state of emergency, they're very good because they blow pipeline for River State, state of emergency. They don't kill some military men by terrorists for Yobe. I hope they go declare state of emergency. Akure that they protest, say herdsmen kill people. I hope there will be state of emergency. Benue emergency. You know, say Nigeria case is an emergency. Maybe at the end, ambulance they will use carry everybody because of emergency. That is emergency, emergency. Tell me what you know. Nigeria is emergency. The Lord be with all of us. So, Ireo, may Nigerians find the wisdom and courage to do what we need to do to liberate ourselves from the hands of these captives where they so, rather than cooperating with your oppressors, because there is no end in sight and there is no benefit for anybody in the long run. God bless you. My name is Peter for Nigeria.
Rivers. Under military rule.
The nation.
Well, it's the nation. I agree with you.
The body is not complete when one part of the body hurts.
Yeah.
And for the fact that it will now be what will now be used all the time. As this will now serve as a precedent. Any small thing, a state you don't like, you slam emergency rule on it because it has not got into that at all.
Philip, news moving around that legislators were offered between $15,000 to $25,000. Not all, that some were offered that to be able to vote in support of this state of emergency in River State. You know, they need to, National Assembly need to ratify the decision. Otherwise, it becomes null and void. I begin to ask, could this be the way to make your decision popular by offering money and even receiving? It's in the open, it's been published. If the decision was really popular.
Well, you know, it is no more a rumor. The People Gazette has said that 11 legislators confirmed to them that they were offered up the sum of $25,000 US for them to vote in favor of the emergency rule declared by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu on River State. Yes, it is legislative practice and in governance that there's provision for lobbying. But again, in this case, like you rightly pointed out, if this is not issue of trying to push a policy or a bill, this is a declaration that, you know, border on Section 305 of the Constitution, that before you make this decision, this kind of declaration, you have to meet some certain requirement. And one of those requirements is that even if you had made a declaration, it needs to be ratified by the National Assembly within 48 hours if the House is in session. But if the House happen to be on recess, you have up to 10 days to make.
Constitutional, but he said it was impeachable and wondered if the National Assembly had the guts to do its duty. I'm wondering if you are surprised by what has transpired on the floor of the National Assembly.
democracy was murdered in Nigeria yesterday. I cannot publicly say that I come from a country that is a democracy. It is not a democracy. Even the manner of it is so disdainful of the sensitivity of the Nigerian people. You will recall many years ago when there were questions of whether or not the June 12th, the third term thing was going to happen. People wanted to see who voted one way or the other in a matter of profound national importance. To do what they did yesterday was an insult to the Nigerian people. And the National Assembly has become consistent in insulting the Nigerian people. We do not have a democracy anymore. The question is how we proceed from here, recognizing that we don't have a democracy. There is certainly, I mean, I felt like Alan Paton cried the beloved country yesterday. How could they do this to us? After all these years, most of these characters were hiding when people like us put our lives on the line for this democracy. And now they shrivel it. They make it a joke or a measure of pottage. What a tragedy for a country. What a tragedy.
Well, yesterday it was a voice vote. But from what we heard and from what we understood, I mean, I think the Senate President, in defense of, their choice of method of voting, said there wasn't one dissenting voice.
Yeah, I've heard the Senate President call for a voice vote before, and everybody said nay, and he said the ayes have it. I have it on video. I've seen it before. So the whole thing is a scam on the Nigerian people. Look, let me tell you where this eventually leaves us. Last year, the Nobel Prize for Economics went to 3 gentlemen. On the day it was announced, one of them, James Robinson, was interviewed on one of the global networks. And he said, what it takes to develop, to make progress into this world is now very well known. But some countries like Nigeria know, but choose not to do those things. Now, one of the things that make for progress in all of humanity, consensus from economists, sociologists, historians, economic historians have been the most fervent with work in this area, is the role of institutions. And every day, very sadly, I watch the Nigerian political class demolish Nigerian institutions. It may give them one moment, quote unquote, personal victory, either in their pockets or whatever it is they're doing, but it destroys the future of their children, and I hope they know that. Our institutions they've destroyed the judiciary. The National Assembly does not constitute another realm that has oversight or check or balance to the other. It is just a complete joke. The world laughs at us. And it's a tragedy that we are where we are.
Be clear on this, because as much as you have argued that the emergency is unconstitutional, what precisely is unconstitutional about it? Because some people have said the president is empowered in Section 305 to declare a state of emergency. What it would seem a number of people have taken objection to is his suspension of the governor and the House of Assembly. Is that what you take objection to as well?
That is not even. What is the problem in Rivers State that warrants a state of emergency? Tell me what it is. When pipelines were going like popcorn in Rivers State, was there a state of emergency? Why did he not declare a state of emergency in Lagos State when the assembly was tossing back and forth? Why Rivers? There is something about fairness, equity, and just pure decency. And I don't see it here. And I think that's a shame that they want to rubbish the democracy that we all fought so hard for. But karma, it comes back to haunt everybody. Unfortunately, we're going to stay in poverty for a long time because of the conduct of these kinds of people in public life.
So let's be clear, you are not in support of a declaration of an emergency in River State, because I'm looking at the president's statement here. He says, with the crisis persisting, there is no way democratic governance, which we have all fought and worked for over the years, can thrive. So according to him, he's also defending democracy in River State, and that's why he's declaring this. But you see the need for that.
That's not true at all. Obaseki and Edo State faced very similar circumstances. There is nothing that the chap in Port Harcourt has done that Godwin Obaseki did not do. And so why was a state of emergency not declared in Edo State? Look, let's be fair. This is supposed to be a case of two fighting. Who are these two fighting? Let's name them. And over what are they fighting? And why do a whole people have to bear the brunt of these outsized egos who are damaging the peace of all for whatever it is they claim they are fighting, which is not in our constitution? We don't know anything about fathers or godfathers in our constitution. And one man can sit in judgment in his own court where he is an active partisan and make these kinds of choices, and the Nigerian people just sit and watch. That's tragedy for our country. Tragedy.
I know my colleague Ayo has questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Markwe. You know, Prof, one of the issues a number of people have wondered is, and I'll ask you as well, because I've asked a few people before, but this is the angle to it with you, Prof. Now, the state of emergency is in place, and the executive and legislature are at variance with each other in very strong, clear, unequivocal terms. They have both flouted the Constitution at various times, and nothing happened to anyone. And then, given the threats, according to the president, of imminent threats of danger, he put it in that statement, it was ripe for a state of emergency. The Constitution is silent on what happens when the state of emergency is in place, what happens to the governor, what happens to the legislature. So what, in your opinion, are the options open to the president? Given that the two factions, the executive and the legislature, are at variance in strong terms, and that the reasons for this, for the call for the state of emergency?
First of all, I want to ask you to show me. I just said in response to Maokwe, I gave examples. Edo State, Lagos State, and places where executives and legislatures have been at variance. Nobody declared a state of emergency. In state of emergency, there is harm, they say, that can come. From who to who? Let's see those intelligence reports that said this person is going to do that. I've just seen a release by COP, opposition coalition, in which they rebuked the Attorney General for daring to suggest that similarly the governor of River State was responsible for pipeline explosion. And I've said before on this program, there was a time when Nigeria went into a recession because pipelines were going off like Christmas crackers. And we didn't see a state of emergency declared. Why now? No, it doesn't make sense to me. You don't know that you can go around the world fooling yourself, saying, you're attracting investment. Just a simple decision they made yesterday made Nigeria unattractive for investments. Everybody who is a serious investor picks it off. Serious instability. They've declared martial law in a part of the country. In fact, the part of the country that is most critical for their revenue flows. You know, I don't know how we carry on this kind of masochistic behavior, load the machine gun, shoot ourselves in the foot because of our egos, because we cannot control ourselves as politicians, two fighting, as they say, and one person takes sides with the other person, and you bring... Look, I feel very much like Dele Faru to me, who says, you know, commenting on this thing is really annoying because, you know, these are people who are doing these terrible things together, and suddenly one has to take... If you have to take a position, take it in the interest of history, because not because this side is better than that side. It's just a shame that the Nigerian people have, you know, inherited this kind of political class. And we're not going anywhere as a country until we get rid of this political class, I assure you.
Well, Prof, you know, you cited two states, the examples of two states, and there are those who would draw the differences to you. On the one hand, in Lagos, the executive and the legislature were not the ones at variance. It was the colleagues within the State House of Assembly that were at variance with each other and had nothing to do with the state government per se, the executive arm of government per se. And as for Obaseki, there are those who would ask you, if it happened during the government of Obaseki in Edo State and the president at the time didn't do anything, does that make it right?
So what piece was damaged enough in Edo State to have warranted that? I'm just giving you one sliver, just a little bit of the consequences for the Nigerian economy of that decision. Because when they get into the political things, they don't think more broadly. I've told you about a current winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics. I said, look, Nigeria is basically irresponsible. That's why its economy is not growing. And people are suffering, dying of hunger. There's poverty in the land. Instead of focusing on how we can create a developmental state that cares about the people, people go to the National Assembly, take money, and rubbish their country, and make it a place that's not attractive for investment. There will be judgment. I assure you, there will be judgment.
Well, the question, one other question that plays, Prof, is, with this situation, exactly what for you is the issue? Is it the fact that the state of emergency was declared, or that the government of the day, except the judiciary, was suspended?
There was no basis for declaring one, none whatsoever. It was deliberately contrived. There was no basis for a state of emergency. Look, a good part of Nigeria is in worse situations of emergency. The banditry in the northwest, all the things in the northeast, those are even more challenging reasons that you could use to declare a state of emergency. Nobody did. And then the case of two fighting, you know, over what? And
well, in the same vein, the seal of approval for the Senate's proclamation on Rivers State came via voice vote during plenary in the Green Chamber of the National Assembly on Thursday. However, before the House commenced debate on the President's request, House of Representatives member Obi Agwocha from Abia State raised a point of order, saying the constitutional procedures must be followed as stipulated in Section 305 and that head counts should be taken.
Mr. Speaker, may I please ask?
We already have our attendance registers, honorable colleague,
Mr.
and we will
Speaker,
rely on that to ensure.
Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional.
Yes,
can we do a head count, Mr. Speaker? We ascertain that we have a quorum.
Yes.
We ascertain that we have.
Yes, yes. Our attendance register will guide us accordingly, honorable. Please. Sir? Our attendance registers will guide us accordingly. Members are still signing, and at the end of the day, we'll take attendance.
Mr. Speaker, can that be made available now for the members to know whether we have formed a quorum? Whether we have formed a quorum, Mr. Speaker, as enshrined in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, so that our deliberations are not going to be deliberations based on illegality.
It is noted, honorable. Please, you can sit down. Sit down, please. Your point of order is noted. Please sit down.
Agwocha right there stood for democracy. Let me take Peter Obi's tweet. He wrote, "You cannot determine a 2/3 majority by a voice vote. While a 2/3 majority is crucial, it does not justify bypassing proper procedures and undermining the principles of transparency and accountability. The use of a voice vote in such a significant decision not only disregards constitutional requirements, but also erodes public trust in the democratic process, as well as the transparency and integrity of the National Assembly. Decisions of such magnitude must be made with integrity, following the letter and spirit of the law. It is disheartening that a decision as crucial as approving an emergency proclamation, one that could alter the course of the nation, has been handled with such casual disregard for constitutional standards. The 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, as amended, clearly requires that such a proclamation must be approved by at least 2/3 of all members of each house, the Senate and the House of Representatives. A simple call of aye or nay cannot accurately measure this crucial threshold. When a supermajority is required, it demands a recorded vote, whether by division, roll call, or electronic means. This isn't just a technicality. It is a matter of law and legitimacy. The Senate standing orders and House rules were established to ensure that decisions of this magnitude are made transparently with accountability. Ignoring these procedures is not just an oversight, it is a betrayal of the democratic process. Well, in the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Thursday lauded the National Assembly for the patriotic approval of the emergency rule in Rivers State. In a statement released by Bayo Ononuga, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Tinubu commended the lawmakers' decision to prioritize the security and welfare of Rivers above partisan interests and other considerations. Well, let me read a part of Bayo Ononuga's tweet. He wrote on X, "The crisis in Rivers State was at a perilous tipping point, threatening the security of vital oil and gas installations and undermining the national economy and the significant progress we have made in the reforms initiated since our administration commenced in May 2023. As I detailed in my address to the nation on March 18th, the near total collapse of governance, threats to federal economic assets, and the risk of widespread violence left no room for hesitation. This emergency measure is a lifeline to safeguard livelihoods, secure critical infrastructure, and restore democratic accountability. Today's decision exemplifies what our nation can achieve when unity of purpose and patriotism guide the actions of leaders. We remain steadfast in pursuing a safer, more prosperous Nigeria, one where every citizen's potential is safeguarded and nurtured. I mean, Rufai, you can see here, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this same tweet re-echoed his decision with regards to the stabilization of River State as it pertains, the infrastructure, oil and gas pipelines. I believe that you have a report, or you saw a report saying that those pipelines that were alluded to had started
so quickly.
Operations so quickly. I mean, I wanted just your comment on that, because obviously this is a whole topic that we have to discuss really quickly and take more comments on social media.
Okay, see, just leave my comment on this. Mm-hmm. And for the argument we're having today, as regards the pretext, and the question I asked is important. What was the pretext for a state of emergency? Mm-hmm. Number one, you said the security situation was hampered. I'm still asking them to show me the imminent threat of danger that was happening in the States when that happened. Because, you see, we should not be two-faced. I'm saying this thing because of posterity. When for over a month here, we had two speakers, two factions openly fighting the Lagos State House of Assembly. There was no imminent threat of danger there. Mm-hmm. So what was the imminent threat of danger? Was there a breakdown of law? Because the last thing I remembered was Governor Fubara going there and they locked the door.
Exactly.
And he left and he still was appealing to them. A day, the imminent threat of danger that they claim, a day before that thing happened, Arise still had on TV where he went to give some platforms to military officers or the Air Force or something. The state was going, what he was trying to do was able to represent the budget. Prior to this time, he has even called for new local government elections. And amends were being made. So where is the imminent threat of danger? All of a sudden, we saw one pipeline being blown, and the next thing was working the next day. You must be able to tell us that, oh, there was so much imminent threat of danger as regards pipeline being blown up.
All right.
And you must be able to give us a full investigation as regards what happened. You must be able to tell us, you know, what warranted. See, let me tell you something, Oji. We speak to all sides.
All right.
Even people within President Tinubu's government knows that the call for state of emergency was high-handed.
Right.
They know. We speak to everybody. So we attain this because of posterity of nation.
Right.
Please.
The idea of this imminent threat of danger, and we have to really find ways to educate Nigerians or to let Nigerians know what this imminent threat of danger is, because some of the conversations that we have had is maybe there's some sort of security intel that the National Assembly members know, or, you know, the Senate knows. We need to know whether or not this is it, because we don't understand why, at this point, people in the North have been complaining about threats of danger. We are seeing videos on social media. People are saying, okay, is this River State? We're seeing soldiers were killed. There's no state of emergency. People are being killed on a daily in the North, and there's no state of emergency declared in those areas. So these are the sort of conversations that Nigerians are having at this point because of this decision by the National Assembly. It appears there's no strong opposition. Well, in the meantime, the newly appointed sole administrator of River State, Ibok Ete Ibas, formally assumed office on Thursday. He was welcomed by officers of the Nigerian Army at the Port Harcourt Airport and went straight into a closed-door meeting with senior security officers and state officials. Let's take a look. River's sole administrator there has assumed office. I'll take Dele Farotimi's tweet. He wrote, "Our reality is that the law is now whatever Tinubu says it is, and whatever he wants it to be. Tinubu is the law. A de facto dictatorship has been foisted on us. Many will argue against the truth, but the notorious facts are staring us all in the face. A dictatorship, Nigeria." Well, meanwhile, a Rivers State indigene, Daniel Wariboko, has sued President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the federal government for suspending Governor Sim Fubara, his deputy, and the State House of Assembly. Wariboko instituted the suit at a federal high court in Abuja and prayed the court to nullify the action taken by the president, which he says is contrary to the 1999 Constitution as amended. He posted a copy of the suit on Instagram with the caption, "I have done my part." As Marcus Goldlow, PhD, once said, "Neither silence nor indifference in the face of overt injustice is a virtue to be desired or a discipline to be practiced. I am a Nigerian citizen, a lawyer, and a native of Rivers State. Over the past few days, I have watched as the democratic institution of my state were unlawfully suspended by a man who swore to uphold the Constitution. Today, I have submitted some of the questions weighing on my mind before the Federal High Court in Abuja, challenging the legality of the actions taken by the president. A congressman, John Lewis, of blessed memory, said, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation must do his part. I have done my part." These are people, citizens of River State, people condemning what appears to be an unconstitutional approval of a state of emergency in River State. Dr. Abati, I'd like for you to unpack some of those questions I raised earlier, especially as it has to do with the imminent danger.
Okay, Section 305, sub 3, paragraph 2, I think. Paragraph 1 says, when there is when there is threat of war. Paragraph 2 says, when there is imminent threat of an invasion or the possibility of war in the country. Now, Section 2 of that same section, 305 sub 2, says that the president shall declare a state of emergency. Shall, in law, is obligatory. So the president has a primary responsibility to prevent either war or a possible invasion of Nigeria or a possible breakdown of law and order or a possible threat of war in any part of the federation. We do not question his powers in that regard. What is being questioned is how he has exercised that power. However, the contentious issue this morning is 305 sub 2 about imminent threat. Now, the president receives a lot of security reports. He gets the blue paper every morning from the Nigerian Intelligence Agency. He gets the report from the DSS every morning. I don't know what color the DSS is using now. It's a report. It comes in the morning, and the president, will read it and all of that. I don't want to give you how I got to know the various reports. He gets a report from Directorate of Military Intelligence. He gets briefing also from the National Security Advisor. And that is why sometimes, the president having a helicopter view, even if you are a presidential advisor, you tell him certain things, he may rely on those security reports to take a decision. The other part of it to note is that the situation in River State, I hold the view that there was imminent threat of danger. No argument about that. Because we saw that the Ijaw Youth Congress was already saying that they will blow up federal government assets in that region if Fubara was impeached. We saw that the Ijaw National Congress was also on television saying that there will be chaos. Now, I guess no responsible president will fold his arms and say, let them go and do their worst. What I do not agree with is collapsing democratic structures. And I go straight to that point. The story you brought about Ibokete Ibas now doing a song and a dance because of an illegal appointment that he has been given. Now, there is no local government structure in place in River State. There is no House of Assembly. The only thing you have is a sole administrator. Who is going to hold Vice Admiral retired Ibokete Ibas accountable? This is the point we're making about transparency and accountability. There is a lacuna there. And I also argue that we also seem to have created an impression that when civilians have problems with our democracy, we go and look for a soldier, a retired soldier, to come and help. Is it that there are no decent civilians who can even help in this kind of situation? So that's also another question about transparency and accountability. And that leads me to the National Assembly. The main question we're raising is about transparency. They said they went into a closed session in the Senate. What was that closed session all about? We said yesterday on this program, we want to see it live because all of us have a stake in this matter because it's our democracy that is at stake. And that's why I agree with Mr. Peter Obi, who said that the best practice in other places is that they will emphasize transparency and accountability. Absolutely. There will either be a roll call or the voting will be by electronic means. But we're still running the legislature in Nigeria as if we're in antediluvian times, operating democracy as if we're living in the Stone Age. And Senator Seriake Dixon has already issued a statement saying that when they went into that closed session, even before it, there was an attempt to gag him, and at the closed session, there were some senators who disagreed vehemently. But it was clear that those senators would not be allowed to speak in plenary. Now, we cannot have a kangaroo legislature at the national level, because at the end of the day, some people walked out. Senator Tambuwa, according to Senator Seriake Dixon himself, walked out of the plenary session because they saw that the outcome had been predetermined, and the National Assembly probably, arguably, lived up to its reputation as a Babasope National Assembly. And that is why the president is praising them for patriotism. The president may praise them for patriotism, but Nigerians are not convinced that the process was transparent. And that, again, is well illustrated by the fact that Obi Agwocha, Honorable, was shouted down by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are just saying anything they do should be transparent and accountable, and the people have the right to ask questions.
Absolutely. Well said, Dr. Abasi. Ayo, before I come to you, the situation in River State, I mean, we're getting reports some people are out there on the streets while others are just maintaining their lane. Well, the chairman of Obiokpo local government area of River State, Chijioke Ihonwo, was seen in a video singing Governor Fubara's praise during an event. Chijioke posted the video on his X account with a caption, "On Governor Fubara's mandate, we stand." Let's take a look. All right, we don't know when this event actually took place, but he posted it yesterday on his X account, sending a signal that they are standing, that they are standing behind a Fubara. I'd like for you to touch on this, as well as the lawyer from River State who sued President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for suspending Governor Fubara.
His name, Daniel Warren.
Yes.
I'd actually taken that spot to touch on.
Perfect.
In terms of, I have done my part. Earlier on, I'd said that beyond, and I'd said opposition is dead in Nigeria because we had opposition party members in the National Assembly. I don't know whether or not they had information, as Senator Abbey was saying to us earlier, that perhaps in that closed session, they'd given them some intelligence, security intelligence, which swayed them in terms of the way that they voted. But if they did, then I think they ought to be bold enough to also come out to say it out and defend their vote, saying that they knew something and was in the interest of Nigeria. If it was truly transparent, we won't argue about it so much. One of the biggest things as well is the lack of trust in the people that are there, whether it's from the president, the processes, and why a lot of people are seeing more of a political undertone as opposed to it being in the interest of Nigeria because of critical assets that could be endangered. Now, Daniel has a right. He's gone as he's a major stakeholder, as we've said, because he's a River State man, and he's approached the courts to challenge the legality or constitutionality of the president's decision. And this is one citizen who has decided to take his civic responsibility.
Absolutely.
We cannot just stay as citizens on social media, comment, and not just us. I mean, we are the fourth estate of the realm. We have the opportunity to also hold government to account. But Nigerians have the right to have their voices heard through the representatives in the National Assembly. And there are many ways that can be done. If it seems like they are not representing your views as you voted them in for, then you can recall them. But we know that that's almost nigh impossible. You can pursue legal opportunities. we cannot just sit down and talk, complain. They will move on to the next situation. So many issues happen, and they know the ways of Nigeria. You talk now, tomorrow we forget it. Let them just bring, one of those popular reality shows. Everybody moves on, and we continue to we recycle. I even took it back to the cycle of elections. If you are pathetic during elections, you have no right to complain when things like this break down, because you are part of the problem. Now, when it comes to politics, yes, we have people who are front runners, elected officials, but every single Nigerian has a civic responsibility to protect the integrity of our constitution and the integrity of Nigeria. And if you feel like anything is not working, explore the channels that are available to you. Your voices don't have to be quiet. So I think it's very important. But the other man, I don't know if that's his own way of contributing to the discourse. I don't know how that helps anything at all. Yeah. That chairman or suspended chairman of the It's not about any man. Like you said earlier, it's not about Fubara. Yes. It's about Nigeria. Absolutely. It's about the democratic processes in Nigeria that we're all fighting for.
All right. A caveat though. Yeah. These people singing day or day, they sound like an Ogogoro squad. So I don't know whether.
But he's the executive chairman of. That's what he wrote. Executive chairman of.
They were busy drinking and carrying cups. So were they making their statements under the influence? But that's by the way. The second thing, the Daniel Wariboko, who is going to court, two issues will come up. Yes. There will be issues about whether he has local standing. There will be issues about jurisdiction. Yeah. Because the basic dispute is between federal government and River State, and then at the end of the day, even if the matter goes to Supreme Court, as we have argued, say, let's test 305 to know the extent. There will be issues about technicalities, as happened in Plateau State government, versus Attorney General of the Federation, which is a decided case. So, but that he has played his part. As a citizen, he has expressed himself. But there will be technical issues that could
and that is what I love about the story. And that's the message out there. We all have to do our part to continue to foster democracy in Nigeria.
I've had to deal with.
And can you explain to us what Senate authorities told you about why they were suspending you?
They summed it up to say I was suspended for gross misconduct as against my allegation of sexual harassment. But I believe that I was suspended to silence me from speaking forth, more like punishing me and setting an example so that no other woman will dare speak on such things, especially against powerful men. So they say I was suspended for gross misconduct. And I ask, what exactly amounts to the gross misconduct? Was it because I refused to move my seats? We have, there were videos that popped up whereby the same Senate president in the 8th Assembly years back, he also had a brawl in the chambers because his seat was moved when he was not duly notified. Right. And his countenance, there was actually much more. In the Nigerian Senate, we have had senators gone physical on themselves, shouted, insulted, cursed, and even threw items at themselves. They were not suspended. So why me? I think I am just victimized. And that's the bigger picture of how women are treated in politics in Nigeria.
And could I just
let me say this. Let me say this, very important. I am not the first woman to have accused the same man, Senator Akpabio, of sexual harassment. There is a lady in the corporate arena about 3 years ago. Her name is Joy Nonie. She was the MD of NDDC. She actually spoke that she had to slap him when he tried grabbing her in a hotel. So this is not an isolated case. But again, I'm saying this. I would want the courage that I have gotten to speak about this this societal vice. I want it to be taken serious because there are a lot of women who are suffering, not just in politics, not just in the corporate arena, but in universities and many places. Women are sexually harassed and there is no safe spaces for us to vent and seek justice.
Okay, thank you for that. And of course, God's...
In the year 2023, on the 8th of December, we were at his country home. He was taking me around his house. My husband was walking behind us, held my hand. And we got to this particular room where, when he noticed my husband was a few steps away, he then squeezed my hands in a very suggestive way. We're women, we know what it means when a man squeezes his hands and squeezes our hands in a suggestive way, and he went, I'll make an opportunity for us to come here and have a good moment, you know, along that line. And then I just took my hands off and I looked back. I saw my husband was near us. My husband looked at me as if he heard some part of that, but he wasn't so sure. So he looked at him as well. And then the Senate president, of course, sensing the awkward moment, now said, oh, there's a chapel over there as well. Let's go, let me show you the chapel. He had a chapel in his house. So we went there. So my husband asked me a few moments afterwards, what did he tell you? And I didn't want to cause any friction because they were very good friends. My husband respected him a whole lot. So I said, you know what, Natasha, hold this up, resist it. It's going to be fine. You can manage it. What I thought I was going to manage just didn't seem so. Episode after episode, moments after moment.
So it was multiple times?
Yeah, it was multiple times.
Did the Senate president ever make any sort of advances towards you in the chamber or in the Senate?
Yes, in front of senators. He's done that. There was a time I forgot to wear my ring. I rushed to work, forgetting to wear my ring. And there were about 5 senators there. And he was, oh, Natasha, you're not wearing your ring. Is this an invitation to treat? And then there was another time he made a statement like, Natasha, your husband is really enjoying. It looks like you'll be able to make good movements with your waist.
So the Senate president said this?
He says that, yeah. He makes such sexy statement, and then they all laugh.
When the Senate president allegedly made this comment to you, there were other senators present?
Yeah. They said, in the Senate, we're all men. She should be used to this.
How did the other senators respond to that?
Just laugh. The culture of shaming a woman who dares speak of something that is like a taboo is real. And that is that culture we must break and shred.
So when you presented your petition for sexual harassment, it was dismissed by the Senate on procedural grounds. They said it was inadmissible because you signed it yourself. Were you aware that this was a requirement?
No. They said that I had no right to sign the petition myself. I am not supposed to sign my petition because a senator is receiving petitions from her or his constituents. But here, first time in the history of Nigeria, a senator is laying a sexual harassment petition seeking justice. When I submitted the petition on the 5th of March 2025, I was suspended the next day from the Nigerian Senate.
The Senate say that you were suspended for, quote, gross misconduct and unruly behaviour, and not because you brought sexual harassment allegations against the Senate president. How would you respond to that?
When they say my suspension was as a result of gross misconduct, that is not true. We have seen senators shout, scream, use insultive words, fight, tear each other's clothes, but they were not suspended. So I believe also, again, that I am being victimized. My suspension is a means of silencing me. You see, in the Nigerian Senate, it operates like a cult. Even the opposition have been silenced. You wonder, why is the Nigerian Senate not as vibrant as that of South Africa's or Kenya? I mean, there are other parliaments we see. There is this culture of fear.
Fear of who?
Fear of the institution, fear of the leadership, fear of the Senate president. I mean, if you confront the Senate president or if you express contrary views, then you risk a chance of being stripped of your privileges. You will not speak. If you are a member of certain committees, like what happened to me, you will be removed. You will be sidelined of very important programs that you think could help project your own expertise. You will be cut off a lot of privileges. And that is undemocratic.
You've spoken about the intimidation that you faced and victim shaming. What kind of impact has all of this had on you?
People don't understand what it means to carry this. Maybe we don't talk about it enough in Nigeria, maybe in Africa. I just wanted a place where I would just work. I thought the worst was over. I thought the worst was over. But I guess for a woman, it's never really over, right? I should be seen as a colleague, a senator. I should be given my due respect, my rights in that space. But to have to be faced with that, I think it's wrong. But I'm glad, no matter what, I have the courage to speak up. And I believe what I've done will accord more women the courage to speak up.
Are you worried about your safety at all?
Of course I am. And one of the conditions attached to my suspension is withdrawing my security. If I'm going grocery shopping, if I'm taking my kid on a walk, because I have a 2-year-old, will I be killed? Will I be attacked? I have this just run through my head immediately.
I mean, the response to the allegation has been huge. Did you expect this? I mean, it's quite divided what the response has been. Did you foresee this type of outcome?
I focus on the positive statements and remarks that have come up from the media. I appreciate the support I've gotten from Nigerians within the diaspora and even the international communities. I have gotten on a daily basis calls from fellow parliamentarians of Africa, women connecting with me and telling me they are experiencing the same thing in their parliament, even as MPs, but that they can't speak up. And they say, Natasha, do this for us.
Wow. To be honest, all the time whenever I listen to the Natasha's situation, I'm not just seeing Natasha, I'm seeing more women who are facing this same situation in our country. In fact, since Nigeria was created. Between you and I, we know that a lot of Nigerian women are facing this, in different sectors in Nigeria, from top to bottom. Unfortunately, many of them cannot speak out. If they speak out, some of us listening right now will be the first to castigate them. The government look down on them. The police, in most cases, ask them questions. What were you doing in his house? What were you doing in his office? These kind of questions that will certainly just turn you off. So when you see things like that, because I'll be advocating for this particular area for a while now, because I noticed that many girls, young girls, this is a senator now that is struggling right here. She's struggling. But what about the commoners? Just the commoners, the common girls in the street of Nigeria today? Many of them have been raped. Many of them have been molested, sexually harassed. They can't speak out, because when they speak out, you will see people saying, bring the evidence, bring the evidence, we rise. In the UK, you cannot even tap a woman to say, hello, can I have your number? You can't tap her. You can speak with your filthy mouth, but you cannot touch her body. You cannot, you can't dare. It's only in Nigeria you see things like that happen. Then you see satanic Nigerians justify it. Say, oh, maybe it was the way you dressed. I don't know where we're going in the country. Like I've said so many times, the cause is not happening to your sister today, your mother, your family members, your relatives, your loved ones. You might just look down on it and say, oh, okay, what's my problem? Not my problem. It's very unfortunate. This one, a senator, where they struggle to get results, so a senator. It's sad. Maybe some of you that is joining or rather supporting this satanism, maybe you will react more. You will react more prospectively, maybe when it happens to your daughter, to your mother, probably to your wife, to your sister. Maybe you will react then. Do you know why? Let's go back. Let's rewind the time back again. Do you know in 2023 when satanic Mahmoud Yakubu ring the election and give it to Tinubu? Are you aware that it was majority of the people who reacted on social media who cried out was concerned Nigerians, not the satanic politicians today that are saying that democracy have been murdered? I would like to go back to my own state, Edo State. When Aswan Godaro was slapped both back and front on his face, he came out by saying that democracy, if they cannot do this, blah, 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 democracy is gone in Nigeria. Whereas Aswan was when the election was rigged in 2023 for Peter Obi, Aswa Ighodaro watched it on air. He deliberately did not utter a word at that time. But then, when he reached the body, he can't talk. Abi, then we'd like to move on. Pat Atomy, we talked just now that democracy has been murdered. 2023 general election that was openly rigged in the broader lights. Pat Atomy, we not see a woman come on air to say democracy have been murdered. He stays silenced. But today, democracy have been murdered. You see, the evil that you see and you pretentiously ignore it today, don't worry, it will affect you directly or indirectly tomorrow. I would like to talk to Nigerians today that prospectively, more satanic leaders or rulers or elders will come out to say democracy have been murdered. The same satanic people refuse to say the same thing in 2023. But because some of you are gullible, you will listen to their words by saying, oh, this is so sad. Oh my God, democracy has really been murdered. Because you are gullible. I am not gullible. I can never be gullible. No, it's not possible. You see all these people crying out because it's affecting them directly or indirectly, or maybe they have one or two affiliation with their satanic victim. They will run to channels arrive to say, democracy has been murdered. Just like some people calling for Tinubu to be removed now in the north. You and I know that I'm not a supporter that Tinubu ringed himself to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But the same way, I will not be in support for any satanic northerners to be using the same avenue to say Tinubu must go. You know, they go anywhere. Because the same satanic northerners that are clamoring today for Tinubu to leave, we don't see them for throughout the satanic 8 years that their satanic brother ruled. Buhari, we don't see them. They don't talk. You see, people like me can only respect you if you are truthful and speaking truth to power. It doesn't matter if you are my mother, you're my father, you're my friend, or whoever you are to me. I will respect you because I will carefully study who you are. Yes, I will study who you are, then I will take it from there. Just okay, because of the way I see you, you deserve my respect. But for any reason, I studied you and I get to understand that you are satanically biased. You know what you are doing. You deliberately doing what you are doing. Then at the end of the day, I will speak against you. Unfortunately, I have one-on-one with Pat Atomy. Is someone that I have so much respect with, or rather for, but unfortunately, again, I have to speak truth to power to say it high raise, regardless of any kind of affiliation or connection or anything. It don't matter. Because he might be watching me now, he might not be happy. Oh, no, why is this young boy talking about me like that? Hey, Pa, your statement full of truth and also at the same time full of a lot of satanism. Because the same demonstration, the same plight you poured out today, for example, you poured it out during the time satanic Mahmoud Yakubu puts finger for our eye. Today now would have been singing your praises. Aswa Ighodaro, the reason why Aswa Ighodaro came to my platform here, you guys were here when he said, oh, Mr. Elvis, yes, I will expose you same way you expose me. Your dad is my leader. That is not the issue. It's not the contention right now. The contention is, where was Aswa Ighodaro in 2023 when they put hands for Peter Obi eye? Because you refused to speak at that time because it not concern you. But today, the same satanic people, the same party where you put hands for Peter Obi eye, now you can still put the same hand for your eye. That is what I'm saying. We might be talking about Aswa Ighodaro today, talking about Pat Etomi and any other prospective people that will come out to speak satanically and satantically on this particular River State issue. But I want you to know, you that is listening to me right now, what are you doing with the truth that you know, but you pretentiously ignore it just because it's not affecting you directly? But I'd like to read this one again on the screen as usual. A man could become the next victim of the evil he celebrates today. Don't defend evil because it favors you now. It could work against you the next minute. I bet me gonna copy this one, go give us for Godaro. Mona give and tell and say, now wait till he do be this because he pretentiously ignored it in 2023. They come put one for his eye. But to me, is someone, like I stated before, that I have so much respect for. I personally interviewed him then in Abuja. Both of us were in Sheraton Hotel in Abuja. So I interviewed him. I asked him some questions and all that. Luckily, we exchanged number and all that. And I kept on with the communication, blah, blah, blah. But is that enough for me to say, oh, because this one is my friend, or I know this one, I don't want to speak? No, I don't want to be truncated. I don't want my speech. I don't want my person to be truncated. Maybe that's why I can never take money from politicians. I don't have to take money from politicians because the only reason why you have to engage in satanism because you are hungry. Yes, politicians don't give you money. They give you 2 million, 4 million, or 5 million, or 10 million. At the end of the day, nasty hunger now make you turn your back on truth rather to support satanism. We have a long way to go in Nigeria, my people. I say this all the time here. A lot of people don't like people like us because we speak truth to power. We have a long way to go because until we start speaking truth and start standing for what is right, until we start kicking against anything that is wrong in our country, we are not going anywhere. Yes, I know a lot of platforms on social media who have compromised their satanic platform for peanuts. Today, some of them come to our platform here either to attack us directly or in disguise. Go on the comment section to comment rubbish. That's why you see, I don't give most people second chance on my comment section. There's a kind of comments you leave on the comment section. If the comment is to criticize me fairly, I don't have an issue with you, but I can digest a satanic comment, a comment that wear agbada of hatred. If I see any comment like that, you will be blocked on earth and heaven. I don't give you second chance. There's no need. I'm not here to make friends. You see, this is my life when you come. So I don't call my papa life. I don't call my mama life. I don't call anybody life. I don't call my children life. I call my own life. Judge me by my own footstep. I'll be waiting my papa do, you can't use and judge me. Waiting my mama do, you can't use and judge me. Waiting my children do. No, it's impossible. Let everybody be held accountable for all their footprints. That is how life's supposed to be. Many of us are silent because sometimes the people that are involved in this satanism are either one way or the other close to you. Because of that, you will stay silent. I don't want to talk. I beg. That now he give me bag of rice for 2 times so time now. Or now he help me during the time when I enroll my pikin for school. Or now he help during the time I want to do my wedding. He helped me that time with 500,000 naira. No. They are telling you now that the same part that helped you with 500,000 naira just spite somebody in your community. Speak out. Say no. He helped me that time where I did do my wedding. Now he give me hall. Now he buy me cow. That is where we are today in Nigeria. Compromisation, nepotism, favoritism, satanism, all are affecting all of us at the same time. It's very unfortunate. I've seen on social media where people criticizing people like Senator Natasha, insulting her left to right. Madam, you not get proof, I beg, at her house. If you get proof, post them on social media. Just imagine how the level we have reduced ourselves to by asking a senator to post proof on social media. a senator that's supposed to be giving an avenue, a pathway to present her evidence. Threaten her. If you don't provide your evidence, you go to jail. No, the Senate refused to ask her that because they know she will provide something. Now, the gullible Nigerians that have been suppressed are now saying, Madam, enter house, show your evidence on social media. Imagine that. Then the cop, the NYC girl came out to say, I'm hungry. I cannot continue to spend excessively stupidly on nothing. Then the same Nigerians went on social media. They went to bring her videos when this girl was, enjoying her life in club or whatever, making hair or fixing nails. People started saying, "Oh, if you were suffering, you're not going to wear, you don't go club, you don't do this." Just imagine. Just like anybody listening to my voice today now would think, "Oh, Mr. Elvis is speaking for himself," not knowing that I'm speaking for us. Tomorrow, you not knowing I'm speaking for you, you will come and criticize me. Until the Amagbadi fall for your mama and your papa head before you come to say, if I know that they are for support Mr. Elvis, oh God, they said it did not fall for my mama head. They said it did not fall for my papa head. But when I was talking for us to prevent it in totality, you said no. As for all, it's not affecting you directly. That is why we're where we are today. We are not going anywhere. The unfortunate part of it is I've put in my time into this. I've been doing this now, if I'm not mistaken, over 2 years that I've not taken a day off from work. And a lot of you can testify to this. A lot of you can testify to this. And I've called more Nigerians to engage the social media, at least just 50 that can be this consistent, dedicated to what is affecting us in Nigeria. 50 alone will put all our satanic government under pressure to do the right thing. But unfortunately, till now, I still never see any platform where you go feel do for us. I don't know whether I don't see, me still never see. I'm still looking, hoping that, yes, I will soon see. I don't see. Some of them coming now, they come out once a week, once in 2 weeks, once a month. We need more people. Yes, if not, we are not going anywhere. It's very, very hard. It's hurtful to know that where we are today, man, I'm speechless. When I interviewed Pat Etome, I'd like to recapitulate to this particular video. Many of you remember this video on Naija Wash. That was
introduce yourself, although everybody already know who you are.
Well,
introduce yourself to
my name is Pat Utomi. I'm an academic. I'm also a politician. I'm a social entrepreneur and an entrepreneur.
It's nice to meet you, sir.
In case you want to watch that video, it's right there on Naija Watch. I just wanted to reference to that no, it's not enough for me not to speak truth to power. Pat Utomi, I wish at that time, all our leaders, all of them come at that time to say, no, Tinubu cannot be sworn in. This is injustice. Democracy is about to be damaged permanently. We will not do what we did today. But many people can't hide. Now it's now affecting all of you now, left and right. Left and right. Everybody now, they stay silent. They say, oh, if I know I for talk or I for not talk, or I for talk or I for not talk. See, man, we don't get where we they go for Nigeria. To be honest. We don't get where would they go. That's why Ahmed talk at that time. He talk and say, as soon as they sworn Tinubu in, make una know say democracy is gone in Nigeria. Tell me, between you and I today, do we have democracy in Nigeria? Let's be honest to ourselves. Do we? If only you want to be honest to yourself, if you are not satanic, if you not join the people that wow. I'm speechless. I'm just speechless. What about Wole Soyinka, who tell us, say, I will assess Tinubu's government after 1 year? Abi, Tinubu never still spent 1 year for office as of today. Where is Wole Soyinka? These are our elders that we suppose to look up to. As we talk, so we not see Wole Soyinka. We are still looking for Wole Soyinka everywhere. Anybody know where Wole Soyinka dey? Look whether it dey your area, your estate, where it dey. A part tell us say after 1 year, he go assess Tinubu regime. He never still reach 1 year where a part want to talk. Where is Wole showing car? We want to hear from him. All that is happening right now in Nigeria. Where is Wole showing? Where is Adeboye? Adeboye was part of the people that engaged the street to protest against Goodluck Jonathan that time. Where is Epa Adeboye? Epa Adeboye, must we see you all the time when people want to donate 1 billion? We need you now. Epa, where are you? We don't see them. They are all nowhere to be found. When I see where we there, in big trouble. Big trouble. I'd like to tally up with this article concerning Natasha Akpoti. As you can see right there, coming from the cable. Akpabio said my waist would make good movements. Natasha Akpoti alleges furthermore. And I play yours now. I don't want to read. I just want to showcase it there. You can pause later and read by yourself. Although I've showcased the video already. Upon all this, where this woman still they talk, no, but they still never call her and say, okay, don't do it. Stop talking. She don't go BBC. She don't go Sky. She don't go German television. She don't go everywhere. They don't still call her and say, okay, come talk to us. We don't give you the opportunity now to talk to us. No. They dismiss her. We have a long way to go, my people. I would like to quickly move to Nnamdi Kanu. I did a video earlier on. As you all know, Nnamdi Kanu appeared in court today, full of smile, and I like that. You know, Nnamdi Kanu apologized over attack on judges and others. So I'd like to quickly take the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has tendered an apology over his recent attack on the Federal High Court and Justice Binta Wanko. So anyway, I already presented this earlier on, but at least Nnamdi Kanu, according to the video circulating, I don't want to play that now because I don't have time. You can see Nnamdi Kanu was, for the first time, see this man smiling. So let's keep fingers crossed that, yes, I don't know that Nnamdi Kanu does spend 10 years for there, because according to the article that I read today, let me quickly go back there. You know, he said on here, let me highlight here. Justice Omotoso said the length of trial may have taken a toll on Kanu. He said when he was arraigned in 2015, he was 47. Now he's 57. So Nnamdi Kanu today did 10 years. Hey, God. 10 years. And they never still talk about this guy matter. And they look at him like 2 years or 3 years ago. 10 years. Time flies up. Why they do this thing today? I was shocked. Because sometimes we need to be reminded of the things that we don't know, or we are things that we have forgotten. Sad. Anyway, what do I know? That's all I have for you guys today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone from Mother for Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much for all that you do. We appreciate you always. Thanks for always being there. Abo Azi, thank you very much, sir, for all that you do. Ajio Deborah, thank you. Tony Tom, thank you. Thank you, Kister Geraki, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, Tony Africa, Oses More, and many more right there. Unfortunately, I can't mention all names anymore because we just need to move on right now. Then I already got one super chat earlier on from Kislo Geraki. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. Guys, if you're listening to us, you can do the same. Press on the $sign and encourage what we do here. Press on the like button and also share our videos so that our voices can go far. When I see people like us now, we are 100% loyal to you guys. When I only press on our $sign, you know, I see all those satanic people where they work for politicians. Go to their platform, you see people they hate them for there. Some of them they come out for midnight, some of them come out for witches and wizard meetings. Some of them we know them for social media. But people that is speaking truth to power, standing for how Nigeria can be better organically, we always support them. It's not right. It's not right. Always support us, encourage us. You know, broadcasting from Nigeria every day is not cheap. It's time consuming and it's not cheap at all. You and I know that it's not cheap. Not cheap in Nigeria anyway. You know, it's not cheap. Internet is not cheap. Light, generator fuel is not cheap. Food is not cheap. The hair itself now is not even cheap anymore. Nothing is cheap here in Nigeria. I know some of you now say, what are you doing there? Yes, it's my country. That's why I'm here. Don't ask me what I'm doing here. It's my country. Where you say make I go? Tell me where you say make I go. It's my country. You run, me run, everybody run. Who want day here? So, do you know how many of you that lives abroad today that is suffering? Upon the money you have in your account, you are still suffering. Let's be honest to ourselves. If Nigeria good today, many of you don't move, come back home now. The suffering that we all are suffering abroad, would you like them? You know, the same way would they suffer as smiling for Nigeria. Now, some say they suffer for abroad, they smile. You'll get better car, you park out for house, your garage. You get better house, you get everything. With you are still suffering. It's not the truth. We don't test all of them. All this life at the top, so we don't pass all of them. We don't leave all of them. Now still suffering. You go see your neighbor. You all right? The weather is nice today. Yeah. All right, man. See you later. That's all they talk about. Rich. Hypocritical greeting. Nothing else. Everybody's suffering abroad. Let's be honest. Nigeria better today. We'll be here. What do I know? Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I'd like to take some calls. Those of you that want to call in, please do your part by calling in now so that we can just move on. You know, if not, I'm moving straight to the panelists because you guys like calling in after panelists or they talk. I don't know whether some of them, they watch me like 10 minutes before time. Watch me on the live. If some of them will go kitchen, go make coffee, you'll pause up. If you come back, you'll not be watched. There already, you are behind. That make us say, wait till me come talk. Now, you know, they could reach your side. I really don't understand. Even me, I pause some kind of interesting broadcast sometimes. I just want to do one or two things quickly. But meanwhile, Madam Origin is already on the phone. Let's talk to her. Madam Origin, good evening to you, man. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. Talk to us.
Yes, Mr. Niger Watch. I'm not going to ask how are you today. Hi, sir. Diaspora, I greet everyone. I greet all the ninjas. I greet all the panelists and the commenters. I greet everyone. Mr. Niger Watch, God bless you. Thank you for this candlelight. Hopefully, we will find a way out of all of this.
Hopefully.
I just want to talk about Honorable Senator Natasha Akpoti and Mazin Namdekano. Let me start with Mazin Namdekano. I am quite, like yesterday when the argument was going on, I just sat down, I was shaking my head. Both Chief Agabi, who is now his lead counsel, and Justice Motosho apologized on his behalf I kind of found that humbling on both both of them one is a judge, one is a senior advocate. Having to understand and to appreciate what Mazin Namdekano has gone through in this last 10 years. Mazin Namdekano is 57 years old. Justice James Omotosho is 58 years old. So all these 10 years, Mazin Namdekano is going through this ordeal because he stood for truth and refused to, kiss the ring and abandon his people. Justice Omotosho was building his career. And now he is standing and will be the one to decide the fate of Mazin Namdekano. I see that as a twist. As much as, I look forward to his judgment, it almost brought tears to my eyes. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he, at age 47, he was already a made man. He came from a royal family. He had all it takes to, have his life rosy and flamboyant and all of that. But the fact that he wanted to defend a truth that everybody ignored. He wanted to save lives. He wanted to see how he can change the trajectory that has lasted over 100 years. He remained in the DSS custody dungeon. And fast forward, look at Senator Natasha Akpoti. I want to look back to maybe like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, where she was. And I bring it forward to when she was running for a senator, all she went through. The tears I saw in her eyes were not tears of someone that is broken. No, it is a tear of someone that thought that, with all that I fought, she fought like a lioness to get to where she is. When other men, those men that were persecuting her, got their own from the back door by kissing the ring, giving 50 billion naira, doing all the atrocities, and they are her judge. When she got there, she thought maybe now that I have fought this fight to get this place, I'm going to defend my people. And now, nobody is listening. I hope and I pray, just like I pray for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that all her efforts will not be in vain.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Amen for that. Wow. Anyway, I would like to quickly respond to some of the comment that I saw here from I got Grace Home and Properties and Clifford Ezebo. Great Home and Properties said Mr. Elvis Patotomi was a direct supporter of Peter Obi during the election. He spoke against the injustice. Of course, we all know Patotomi was on our side, but I'm talking about democracy have been murdered. When I hear that one, people want to speak against these satanic people. They'll be stylish, just giving their submission. It's different from the submission we got today from Patotomi now. Of course, Patotomi was with us all through. I know that. Say, all the children you get, they watch all of them closely. You know everybody character. Yes, he was with us, but I did not hear the word democracy have been murdered. Because at that time, we're supposed to know say democracy have been murdered. Not be now. If we speak against the injustice, according to what Clifford still they talk for him and say, yes, Mr. Jao, Professor Otomi complained. Yeah, he complained as you and I complained. When I hear and talk at that time, I say, if you swore in fact, make I tell you now how he's supposed to talk. In case you don't forget. I go make I tell you now. Or just hold on. Now, like this is all of them supposed to talk that time.
It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why, however extreme it is, I am saying it on national TV. I'm not taking any risks. Swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirements of the Constitution is ending democracy. And I'm repeating it. Whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must never be sworn in. If you like, I can say it again. I'm Betty Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking risks with my safety and with my life. But I'm repeating, swear in anybody who does not meet the constitutional requirements of our country. You are engaging in an unconstitutional act. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJ and your lordship, do not partake in unconstitutionality. I am taking these risks for the sake of my country. Yes, it is extreme and I'm saying it. It was more extreme for Yakubu to issue that certificate. It was reckless. He is putting all our lives in danger. All of us were already at risk. So what is there again in me taking risks again? What have they not done against Nigeria? What have they not abused in Nigeria? Now they'll take the constitution, they are going to swear this man in, and I should be afraid? I will not be. I'm telling you that on the 29th of May 2023, swear in Tinubu as this result is. You have ended democracy, whoever you are.
Now, now where they try to defend the party to me. All those hypocrites.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really, really grateful. Thank you for bringing that. That's become part of our history. That's how history, comes about, and that's how history is documented, archived.
And it's what we are facing today. It be like that may be like person where see future.
Yes, exactly.
Be like person where see future. Now you people are trying to tell me, say no, it was with us. With us as how? Are you not aware that many of them at that time were very, very hypocritical? They'll go to channels. Oh, this is very wrong. This is very wrong. Anyway, what do we do? What make I don't know what they call say. Make they say I not talk, make I go talk. That Yame submission was made, they say I not talk. He mentioned, he said, I know it's extreme and I'm ready to face it. Our lives are already at risk. If you sworn in Tinubu, you have ended democracy. Now, today, Pate to me can say democracies have been murdered. Pate to me no say democracies have been murdered since 2023. Why is it that today you can't say the murder? You don't know before say it don't happen. I beg, when I know say when we present something for here, we always have backup. I know that they carry the talk. I'm the person who go they talk. I listen to myself. Yes, I always listen to myself. In case I make mistake, I can amend this straight away and all that. So don't get carried away by hypocritical supports. No say 90% of the people, the leaders that supported Peter Obi were hypocrites. Oh, no. Oh God, I don't understand. And many that will still support him in 2027. I don't want to go there, Sha. Let's leave it the way it is. I appreciate you all, my people. Let's move on. Let me call on Give Us Amanda if you're available. If not, let me just go with Mr. Jonathan. Give Us Amanda, are you there? Okay, I'm certain that you're not there. Mr. Jonathan, please just talk to us. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I greet you. God bless you abundantly. Mr. Give Us a Mandate. I greet you. God bless you. And then I greet Mommy Diaspora. God bless you abundantly, man. And all the commenters, all the callers, God bless you all greatly. And welcome. You see, I just said it, I couldn't say more than that, just to say thank you for bringing that. That has been on my mind. Not that specifically, but the fact that it has been the Nigerian standard. People speak when it affects them only, and only when it affects them personally. So when you see
that is the pain we are facing, only when it affects them
personally. When you see Nigerians speaking out, take a step back. If it is a video or an interview, if you can, I do that. In fact, I won't say I do that sometimes. I do that almost every day, if not 4 or 5 times a week. When I listen to someone and I want to make a judgment, I will go back and listen to the person. Then I will forget what he's saying in his mouth because I've already listened to that. I will now be looking his eyes, his mouth, his head. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to see whether it's genuine. When I listen to Okonkwo, I will do that. When I listen to Mr. Peter Obi, I will do that. When I see Shehu Okibaloya, when I listen to Rufai on Arise, I will do that. I just want to see. Sometimes when we are on broadcast here, when I'm on Nigeria Watch like this, and you show the you show the comment of Abati, Mr. Ruben Abati. While the broadcast is going on, I will now go back. I want to see before I make my submission. I want to see Abati. And in most of the cases, to a large extent, I've been correct because it's just part of trying to read people, human beings, and especially when it comes to Nigerians. In most cases, people that have this public platform that they can use to speak, they can appear on national TV, they can, they can talk, and they have this megaphone, so to speak. See, they are, in most cases, they speak only when it affects them personally. Personally. That's the only time that they speak. They don't speak when, it has nothing to do with them. They will not. Nigerians will not. I've been thinking about it. In fact, that did not even come to my mind throughout today. And I believe in these present circumstances, he is the perfect fit. And I will not even say any other. Is the one and the only fit. He fits this situation perfectly well. If that comes out today, he can brag about it. He has the right. He did it in 2023 at that time. Just as you used to say here on this platform, I believe you still said it today, if I'm correct, if my memory serves me right, that if there are 50 Niger Watch across the social media, yes, Nigeria we won't be where we are in Nigeria today. Yes. If at that time, if there are 50 of the vice president to Peter Obi, if there are 50 of them in 2023, 50, Tinubu will not be sworn in. Ahmed Dati, if there are 50 of Dati in 2023, 50 of him that has same or almost equal platform that he had at that time, that they can appear on TV, it will go far. When they speak, everybody listen. As at that time, if 50 of them did that in 2023, that period, I think he made that statement some few days to the inauguration, the last week of May 2023. If 50 of that, and we have them in Nigeria, and among that 50 will be the likes of Utomi, 50 of them that cut across all spheres of life, academicians, politicians, religious leaders, traditional leaders, Tinubu will not be sworn in. That is why it is dangerous for people to be silent. Very, very dangerous. We have to speak out. So yesterday, I made a note. What is making rounds? When I was listening to the news today all over the space, I made a note here yesterday. I'm not sure whether I mentioned it, but because of time. And what I wrote yesterday was that on the issue of this national significance, their sense, referring to the National Assembly members now, I said on the issue of this national significance, their sense still could not tell them that this is not to be done by nay or I, but by an affirmative voting, by raising their hands or by head count. I wrote it here. I'm quoting myself here. This is issue of national significance. You can't do that. And still their sense. And I always say, these are men 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, some of them late 70s. This, if you combine it together, you are talking of thousands of heads put together, and they still cannot. And say, no, we can't do it this way. It is not right. You will have to come out openly. If you have to stage a walkout of the National Assembly, so that Nigerians will know. That is how we will know. They're scared of the National Assembly leadership. Are they God? The entire of them are combined together. Akpabio and Tajudeen of the speaker, both of them, are they God? And the House leadership, majority leader, Senate House, are they God? I don't understand that we arrogate power just because of selfish interests. We arrogate power to people, not for the good of the nation, but just for each and individual selfish interest only, period. How? Could they not just sit down and just do what is right? That would be so obvious. You are on such an issue. You are voting. You have to take a vote, and all you have to say is how does that even sound or look? Even when they themselves they know the truth. They just refuse to do what is right. I've said 2 days ago, yesterday, I said Mr. Tinubu have just started. Yes, that's what people are saying today. For me, I believe he has just started. He has to declare more and more state of emergency. He must declare more and more state of emergency, especially in the Northwest and the Northeast. He must. He has to. Because he talk about precedents, that he bases his decision on precedent, which means what has happened before. Mr. Tinubu, see, you have not started yet. Just this last year, I'm not going to go to history of what happened when you are not the president of Nigeria. No, I'm not going to do that. So that it will be fair. So that people, because I know people will quickly say that you are not the president, you are not the one that is, you aren't in charge as at that time. We just base it from 2023 to date. Just this last year, the Nigerian army, you always get a report. You get the intelligence report on a daily basis. And this one is, you have it. Because your decision was based on reports that you received. That was one of the reasons why you took the decision to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State. Just this past year, the Nigerian army intelligence, you have the report, Mr. Tinubu. They labeled this terrorist group called Lakurawa as a new terror group ravaging the northwestern part of Nigeria. The Nigerian army said in that report, and I state, I quote, he said the Lakurawa has been operating in several communities along the Nigerian-Niger border since 1999. That was what they said in their report. The Nigerian army labeled them. That was the Nigerian army has labeled them as a new terror group. They buy many people. Many Nigerians buy in Kaduna State, to be precise, and in Zamfara, as a result of the activities of this Lakurawa. Many. Mr. Tinubu did not declare state of emergency at that time. And because they are crooked, They are crooked, clueless. They cannot think beyond their selfish interests. And they don't even, they don't even think. Their selfishness has taken their brain off their head. They can't even think. Because in one breath, Mr. Tinubu, through his spokesman, Ononuga, today came out and said in his statement that it is to protect the economy of Nigeria and the assets of Nigeria, to protect the economy and the asset of Nigeria. You have done more damage to the economy of Nigeria, because if you think it through, you sat down and you, even as a president, even if your people comes to you and you deliberate, you still have to go inside your own enclave, your own chamber, inside your bedroom, and you will sit down, even if it is for half hour, and think it through on your head, Mr. Tinubu. If you say it is about the economy of Nigeria, you have done more damage to the economy of Nigeria by this action. Because, come to think of it, you know that Rivers State is one of the centerpieces of the Nigerian economy because of the crude oil. Now, you have scared away even people that will come to improve or to invest in the economy of Nigeria by this action alone. Because we saw today, we claim we are in a democracy. We saw army, they have taken over that state entirely. And those politicians in Abuja, I don't know what they will be thinking now, how they will be feeling now, that they are claiming that they are in a democracy, and in one section of the country, we saw total display of military. Fela said he sang about demonstration of grace. This is talk of demonstration of grace. This is demonstration of grace. We don't have democracy in Nigeria. You can't be, unless they are deceiving themselves, because I know, and millions of Nigerians, when we don't have they know that there's no democracy. Millions of Nigerians know that we don't know. We already know, even before today, before this new height of display of disregard to the laws of the land. We already know that we don't have democracy in Nigeria. There is nothing, not even close. There's no democracy in Nigeria. We're just deceiving ourselves. And somebody said on the platform yesterday, I believe 2 days ago, and how correct could that be? He said he will not like to see the people of Rivers State coming out to start singing. That they will come out to start singing. That's what we are going to see. Lo and behold, yet it happened. These people should be ashamed of themselves. All they can do is singing and dancing. That's all they can do at this time. Rather than to resist, you are dancing, you are singing. Is that how to resist? They are singing, they are dancing. Somebody said it, and in less than 48 hours, it came to pass. They know how to sing. They come up with a song now for Fubara. And yes, lo and behold, we see it. We are seeing it unfolding, because it is not over. It is still ongoing. We are going to see more of that. And I also said that we should just wait for the next 24, 48 to 72 hours. You will see them with the so-called sole administrator in Rivers State. You will see their leaders. You will see them. You will all see them there. They will make it so easy for him. They will give him all the support that is needed. And when they want to speak, you can easily preempt them. You know what they are going to say. Selfish people, wicked people. You know what you can close your eyes, go to, and you can predict them. Just the way somebody predicted just 2 days ago that you will see them, they will start singing. It is song that they will come up with rather than to resist. And it happened. It happened. It's still happening. Same way you will see them, they will be romancing with these sole administrators. And I preempt them. It's going to happen. They will come up with their stupid, flimsy excuses. It is for the peace of Rivers State. It is for the people of Rivers State. We have to work together. Those stupid statements, they know how to say it in Nigeria. We don't have to bring the house down. We have to work together. The people that are ruining Nigerians don't care about all of this. It is you that is giving them the space to do it. Claiming that you care, but those people don't care about all of this. It is you, the people of Rivers State, you people of Rivers State, and I will say this unapologetically, you, the people of Rivers State, you are the enablers. You are the chief enablers of the criminality that is unfolding in your state. It is you, the people. You are the chief enabler. You are enabling them. You are chief in all that is happening there. Again, because of what? Individual, personal interests. That's all. And it is so sad. Let me quickly end on this. I know you said earlier, you said the people, they are gullible. Nigerian people are gullible. They are not only gullible. Yes, of course, they are gullible. Not only that. Worse than that, they don't even want to know history. They refuse to learn from history. That is part of our problem in Nigeria. They refuse to learn from history. And it is dangerous when a man does not know his history. He will continue to live in error. He will continue to commit the same error over and over and over again. And the people that are manipulating you will continue to manipulate you. They will manipulate you. They will manipulate your children. They will manipulate your children yet unborn, combined together. That is if a man refuses to learn from history.
All right, Mr. Jonathan, round up in 2 minutes so we can close the show on time today. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to, that's pretty much what I just want to say today. You've said it all, and it is important that we highlight this. Again, yes, democracy has been murdered in Nigeria. We don't have democracy in Nigeria. I think that is very, very.
And you have to state it properly. It was murdered back in 2020.
Democracy was murdered then. Not this one. Not 2 days ago. Exactly. When Tinubu declared, or 3 days ago when Tinubu declared. No, anybody that is coming out to say that, just look at them closely. You will know who they are.
What happened in May? That May 29th, swearing in Tinubu is what is giving birth to what we are seeing today.
Exactly.
But that you mentioned it now, that you said it there.
Hey now, Mr. Give us a mandate. You are just coming. Did you see the video that Mr. Elvis showed earlier?
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, I was just waiting for him to call me.
Yeah. That is, he said it. It's like what he said then now is like a prophecy being fulfilled, right before our eyes. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Let me leave the floor to Mr. Give us a mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Greetings to everyone. I greet everyone. Let me just stand on the existing protocol. Once again, we'll just continue to pray for you that God continue to strengthen you and then give you more wisdom to do this. Well, on the issue of democracy being murdered, it wasn't just murdered yesterday or day before yesterday. Dati Baba Ahmed said it, and he said it emphatically. I wish we can probably look for that video where he said it in Arise TV, and they were trying to gag him. Most especially, even on Channels TV, where Sheung was trying to, the right will say, Sheung was trying to quiz him, and he told Sheung, hey, Oga, will you listen? Let me tell you and tell you again. And he looked at the camera. Dati Baba Ahmed looked at the camera and told Nigerians, if you swore in Tinubu, he even called it, he called the CGN, he called Ariwola, he said CGN, if you swore in Tinubu on May 29, 2023, you have ended democracy. You have murdered democracy. And they said, are you not afraid of the consequences? He said, he re-echoed it again. He said it and said all over again. So democracy was not just murdered yesterday or day before yesterday. And I mean, we keep saying it here. Dr. CM said that full-blown criminals are in charge of Nigeria. I said it in 2023 that these guys, we have to criminalize the country for them to be able to govern the country. Where have you seen all over the world where there is a tired issue? Because the case of River was the president in quotes, the druggy criminal president in quotes by Mahmoud Yakub said that they want to rescue River State from maybe becoming ungovernable. But what they end up doing was to now destroy everything that the state stands for. By themselves, they destroyed everything. They ruined everything because they are ruiners. They criminalize the system. They destroy the system. They disrupt everything just for them to be able to lay hold. Now imagine where there's a critical situation and then you have your senators, your member of the House of Rep to determine on this issue. You know what they did? Allegedly, they were giving them money to instigate them. They were giving them money to buy them. Some got as much as 10,000 US dollars. Some got as much. It's high time that we even call on the US government on the way they are bastardizing your currency in Nigeria. Donald Trump, instead of you to be doing the unnecessary, will you talk to the Nigerian government, quiz them on how they are bastardizing your currency, using your currency to commit havoc in Nigeria? Donald Trump, instead of the shenanigans you are doing with Canada and then Mexico and then Ukraine and China, why not look for Nigerian government and question them on what they are using your currency to do in Nigeria? Because all of a sudden now, the US currency is now what they use to bribe lawmakers in Nigeria. When they need to do their shady business, they look for the US dollar to carry out their evil acts. So Donald J. Trump, FBI, CIA, and whoever is concerned, they are using your currency to perpetrate evil in Nigeria. Your currency is being used to commit crime of the highest order in Nigeria. You can even go as far as saying that they are using the money to even commit buying people. Because what you have done in Rivers today, some people are going to buy in Rivers State. People are going to buy regardless in Rivers State because of this act. And what do they use? They use the US dollar to induce lawmakers in Nigeria. The question is, US government, what do you have in hand with Nigerian government using your currency to perpetrate evil in their country? So maybe Nigerians, maybe we can even look in that at that, because this money is just supposed to mean that If these guys will do their evil business, they are looking for dollar. They don't look for euro. They don't look for yen. They don't look for cities or even their own naira. They look for the US dollar to commit their evil. These guys are demonic and satanic. And like you said, Mr. Elvis, although Pastor Tommy was behind Peter Obi solidly, but did he even speak the way that he spoke? Did he speak that same way? I mean, he said he's more enlightened. He has written several books. You're able to interview him. All I know that he was saying, he was just speaking to the election. Did he make any comments that you can say, oh God, you are going beyond your limits? Peter said, Ateno said, he brought out different results. And he said, if they don't do the right thing, he will join Nigerians in the protest. Do you see Peter waterside on the road? So for me, and the person you also mentioned, Aswe, that was trying to gaslight you when they came here, was Aswe was not in Nigeria when they repeat. And I keep telling people that you are just wasting your time. I told you here, Aswe, the money you are going to spend in the court, give it to me. I will spend it for you and then bring the receipt here. Mr. Jonathan, re-echo my word. You have just wasted your money. It's so shameful that you just went ahead and wasted that money. Give it to me. I'll go and spend that money and I'll bring you receipts. Today, Waik is being sold for over 100 to let's say for Waik in Nigeria now over 150,000 naira. If you have given me your money that you want to spend in the court, I would have used it to take your people and come and give you receipts here. You just wasted your time, wasted energy because nothing good was going to come out of the tribunal. I keep telling you guys here, nothing good. If they reach Peter Obi, who is Aswe? If they successfully reach Peter Obi, where we have evidences, we have everything. They knew. See, no one today know that he didn't win the election. Only maybe in 50 years he will now tell us, like Bangla did, that the election of 2023, he didn't win it. They just forgive him. Forgive you this wicked human being. Tinubu knows that he didn't win the election. He knows. He has said by himself. He bought his way there. He knows he didn't win the election. Akpabio knows that he's not fit for he's not qualified to be Senate president. These guys are criminals. And for them to be able to govern the country, they have to criminalize everything. That is what you are seeing playing out in River State. In Edo State, I don't know whether neither Aswe nor Okolo, none of them won the election because they both gave money, they both bought votes. So on that one, I don't have anything to say on that one. Neither Aswe nor Okolo won the election in Edo State. It is just that the highest bidder got it all. Nigeria is already in the hole. But it's so painful that the lives of Pastor Adeboye, the lives of Oyedepo, Elenchel, and even Ibiyome. Shebina, he has all of a sudden he has entered into River State. When Tonyeko was speaking, he called Ibiyome's name. Where is Ibiyome today? See, Tinubu, these guys should not be allowed in the first place. The mind of a criminal drug baron. Black Panther used to tell us here. The mind of a criminal works twice as much as faster than yours because they think of the next move. They think of the next move. They think of the next move. When we are suggesting these guys, they are already ahead. That's who a criminal is. That's who a drug baron is. So for me, Nigerians, these guys, they successfully destroy everything. They destroy what we have to do to get the country ready and to get the country. I don't know, but this time, I think it's just maybe we should just because 2027 election, nothing is coming for 2027. Let's forget about it. Let's forget about it. And River State is the part of the country. Tinubu he has Ohando. Ohando could not buy a jeep. before he became president. When they got to presidency, they vote Ajib. So he knows what he's doing. Thank you very much, sir. I eat the mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give us a mandate for submission. Madam Rita, we can see you on the backstage. August CM, it's good to have you on the show. Good evening to you. Happy weekend to you. Yes, fortunately, now you they talk to us for August CM. Just go ahead, then we'll come to Madam Rita. August CM, are you there?
Okay, I did. Yay. Good evening, Niger. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Observe all protocols today. It's been a while. I said I must join this evening, though in a hurry. I think there's quite a lot to say. I know I've missed a lot. Talking points. The River State issue. Natasha is like another thing is taking over, and then now the Kano case cropped up again. There are quite a lot to say, and then bad governance and the insecurity, so many. But let me quickly say something about the River State issue. You see, sometimes I listen to the analysis given by Ruben Abati and the role the National Assembly they are playing just to make nonsense of our democracy, which to me anyway, the democracy does not exist in Nigeria. You don't do a voice vote in the Senate. If you agree, say aye, you don't do it. You divide the House, those that want to support, or you use electronic, what is it called? This is the electronic voting, in which you press yes. We should be able to know who voted for in support of the presidential proclamation and who said no. At the crucial time during Obasanjo's era, when they are talking of third term, Senate President Ken Nnamani cleared the aisle, told every senator, vote your conscience. It wasn't a case of the ayes have it. You stand up, you address the Senate, you say you support this third term bill, or you do not. And the clerk of the House, they are recording it. In the end, they tallied it. Those that said no, almost overwhelmingly, won. And the man said, well, the Senate, you've decided. I think it was shown live on TV. It was shown live. Not they cleared, but it was shown live. That is the type of thing that was needed, that is needed now. But you see the type of Akpabio Senate we are having, or whatever the House of say aye, and then everything ended. It's a shame, really. Regarding
Sorry, sir, can I ask a question on that? Can I ask a question, sir? Are we hoping that Akpabio was going to do what you just analyzed now, knowing who Akpabio is?
But then you give somebody the benefit of the doubt until the person misbehaves. So, I mean, there's a precedent. When I said Akpabio stepped down for proper investigation, it's not because it's not a novel idea. Or Chubo Kadibo stepped down, and I think give us a mandate. You reminded us that Saraki also stepped down for investigation. So why did it, when it comes to your own, you want to hold the gavel and be presiding over your own case? In fact, I don't know. I just feel there's something I say somebody is ashamed of all these things happening. I'm not alone, but it pains. Look at the mess people are doing, as if you are ruling. I mean, you are leading people, a country that not even that are a country of morons. It's a terrible shame. Now look at what is happening in River State. Why this issue of rivers? I know Fubara and Wike, they were once friends. Maybe they're enemies now. They colluded because Fubara has to do what Wike wants so that he can get his governorship seat. He must have told him House of Assembly PDP, House of Reps PDP, Senate PDP, governorships PDP. When it comes to presidential, we give it to Tinubu. I know the man must have. They are partners in crime to rig out P2B in River State. I know. Not that I'm not, and it's not that I'm not pained about it. But that one, we said it has gone. Like we used to say, You are now in charge. What have you done? Even when you steal the mandate, what are you able to do with it? When we cite the governor of Enugu State, his NYC certificate is still forged. But the people of Enugu are saying he's giving them pipe-borne water they've not gotten. That is by the way. At least these are now exercising the mandate, though you came there illegally because of Nigerian system. So in that of Rivers State, look at where we are now with Fubara and Wike. You don't do that. My own perception, and I stand by it, is that I don't discuss Nigeria as a country. I don't discuss it as an abstract, as if you talk about France or Germany. No, Nigerians are people. We came together. We must have to observe our historical antecedent. Historical background. We came together by force of colonial force, and because of that, we find it difficult to mesh into one identity. I remember in 1992, June 92, I read in Time magazine a headline say Americans debate their identity. They are a melting pot of the whole world. Nigeria is like a melting pot of different people. So when you get to Rivers State, let me not stretch it too much. There are Ijos, there are Ogonis, there are Igbos. Why should the Igbo speaking be ruling since 1999? I don't like that. I don't. Even if the Ijos are 1, the Igbos are 98, Ogoni 1. It does. I don't. The fact that they are part of Rivers State, they must be part of the leadership. Why must it be every 4 years you come back and be telling them, hey, just vote for me? They vote every 4 years since 1999 because Fubara entered and they start to talk about structure. Yesterday I wasn't here, but I listened to what somebody, I think it was Psoft, he came and was saying Fubara should concentrate on leadership and forget about structure. How daft can somebody be? With all due respect, what is structure? Are we talking of the structure of a pillar that is holding a house? A structural engineer a civil engineer will say the structure, it's talking of rod, concrete, cement. In politics, politics Nigeriana, when they talk of structure, what they are talking about is human being. Executive committee, executive council at the ward level, local government level, and then at a state level. When Wike was the governor, was he not in charge of everything? It is the rule in PDP states that anywhere you have a PDP governor, that governor is the leader of the party in that state. That is to say, Seyi Makinde in Oyo, Adeleke in Osun, Bala Mohammed in Bauchi, Sheriff Oborowori, if I get the name right, in a Delta. Wike was in charge of Rivers State during his 8 years. So why is it that during Fubara's time, Fubara should be able to, run the party in the state in the way so that he can achieve his aim? Wike said no. There was a Wike, because of this problem, people don't seem to understand where these things are coming from, and it's brewing now. We run with something. There's a guy called Dr. Chidi Lloyd, say he was a former lecturer of law at UNN, Nigeria. They were asking him on our channels. He said, Wike, who is the leader of PDP in Rivers State? He says it's Wike in Abuja. He said, but you know that this is the rule. He said, why? He said, no. He said he doesn't want to know. He said, now Wike, they know. You see, this is the problem. Why can't Fubara be in charge? And we not do it like this because he's a job. That I don't care what people say. I believe in equity, fairness, and justice. The first time a German is becoming governor of Rivers State, the Ogonis are complaining, not even a chief judge, not even a governor, not even a speaker. Since they created Rivers State, the Igbo speaking area has been dominated. I don't like that. I'm Igbo myself, 1 million%, but I don't believe in cheating. I believe in live and let live. So to that extent, I only stand with Fubara. For what it is worth, let him handle it. If he fails 4 years, let him go. Then another person will come. And I believe he will do 8 years. So why is this old Wike want to dominate and then do it? People are clapping for him. I don't like it. Like Psoft was saying, Fubara should concentrate on leadership. Let him forget. How can you forget structure? Why should the law change? You see, this is the problem with Nigeria. We don't believe in fairness. We don't believe in level playing field. Different law for different people. At the age of 10, we start to discriminate. If you are from Ondo State, you have a cutoff mark. If you are from Anambra, you have your own. If you are from Bauchi, you have for 10-year-old kids or 11 years. Why should it be? Then 20 years later or 10 years later, they will become 20 or maybe 20 something. And they start to query, say, these people are fomenting trouble. So to that extent, I so much support Fubara to the hilt. I wish I have resources to place at his service. I will do that because I hate injustice. You can't try that to a people. As long as Ijaw people are still part of River State, they deserve to have a say in leadership. The same thing after Ijaw should be Ogoni. Why shouldn't Igbo be ruling for the past 24 years before they come in? Why? If Ijaw is not part of Rivers, carve them out, put them in Bayelsa or give them a different state, then they know that when they are that there, all they do is just to fetch water and they fetch firewood. You will not be the king. It doesn't work that way. Which brings me to what Ijaw people are now doing. Because I read somewhere Ijaw National Congress worldwide are now debating self-determination out of Nigeria. This is how it starts. But when they will now start to ratchet it up, people will say, hey, if you divide Nigeria, you won't have you will take all these people will come and tell you when we are small. But why not arrest it at the root? Why should we be disturbing? What is structure? You are in Abuja, we are talking of structure. Did not delete disturb Amwechi? Did Amwechi disturb you? You are talking of structure. You want to be in Abuja, you want to be controlling PDPs. Who are you? Who are you? So you see, this is where the problem lies, and people are not seeing it. Now, Tinubu, the trap they are setting for him, he has fallen into it. To get out now is a problem. He had messed his presidency up. I was giving him, we are saying that you rigged yourself. I used to give example that some people said they can't get a job because they are very terrible at interview. Either they're stage fright or they can't be able to, they fidget. He said, or they don't know how to write a good letter. Now they've told you no more interview, come and take the job. It means that if you can't do it, it means that even if you pass the interview, you can't do it. So Tinubu, you rigged yourself. That apart. We were waiting. I said here, Tinubu, end the refugee camp in Benue. I will come here and clap for you. Everything cannot be word contract, a tar road, build railway, build airport. It is good. But end that. Use your presidential proclamation. Go to Benue, stand there and say, you declare this refugee camp closed. Go back to your various houses. Give them money to rehabilitate them. I'm not from Benue, but you say things that, that is progress. Now look at where he is now in his presidency, now doing on democracy. Even people are saying that Abacha is even better. Behaving like a military man. How can you now go and bring somebody from Cross River? Is there nobody who is apolitical, even if he's a university professor, that will handle it from the River State? Maybe the man might be in one university, but or Soka or Benin. Exactly. Bring somebody. Then you go and bring somebody from Cross River. And then you release money. By the way, why should you withhold? In fact, Nigeria has been messed up, to be honest. And I don't really. Okay, what is the strategy? Tinubu do this, Tinubu do. The man is even behaving like illiterate, although he didn't go to school because no certificate, no classmate, no school to show. The one he claimed is forged. Which brings me to a question people always say, Tinubu for 2027, and they ask, which certificate will he give to INEC this time? Because you only register for 4 years. After 4 years, you have to renew your mandate and you have to go and indicate, maybe APC will return him, say no vacancy. We support him for second time. So which certificate will he now give? The school cert he didn't bring 4 years or in 2023 when he was registering. Everywhere was vacant. Or the Chicago that Atiku has devalued. Which one is it? Or has he written WAEC in Aso Rock? We didn't know. So you see, there are a lot of things that when I look at this thing, it worries me. I don't feel happy about it. Schoolboy errors, we can't move forward due to wickedness, evil thought, the way wicked talks, as if you own River State. Look at the way they are descending on Fubara, army, everything, everywhere, militarize the River State. For what? A German became a governor. That's all. That is just what is the cause. You must obey me. Obey you for what? You've done your time, so you get out and Tinubu is supporting him because of 2027, that they're not even sure it will come. It's a shame now. To be honest with you, I feel so much disappointed that the thing has come to this level. Now we are talking of military regime in Rivers State, no legislature. Mind you, what makes a democracy is not the executive or the judiciary, is the legislature, because that gives you the representative of the people, and that is the most powerful organ of government, because that is the organ that says what the people are telling them to say. Judiciary is a career. You can be a judge even under anything. Executive, you can be a military, you can be anything, and it's only two people are elected in the executive arm, the governor and the deputy. Judiciary, no election. But the whole of House of Assembly or House of the legislature, all of them are elected for a fixed term. So that is where the power lies. Now you dismiss them. There's no more democracy in Rivers State. So for these 6 months, who will be making law? Military administrator, sole administrator will sit down and then decide what to do in a regime that we are supposed to be democratic. If the House of Reps really they are up to their what they call themselves, they should start the impeachment process for Tinubu. The man has been so reckless with power that sometimes you wonder whether he's alive to his responsibility, whether he really knows what is happening around him. It's so shameful. Okay, Pat Otomi said, what of Lagos State with your Obasa? Because that is one to protect them. Now the judges are now reading ethnic meaning into it. You are dealing with them. For what? It's uncalled for. Very, very, very much uncalled for. Why not tell Wike to get out? Remove Wike from FCT ministry. Allow Fubara to run the government. You said no. You just want to do what Wike do, as if the government, we are now in a military dictatorship. Well, I want people to look at that thing very well, but where we think we end, I don't know. He doesn't even think about Baba Femi Ojudu was writing an article. He said, who advised Tinubu? What of the economic consequences of what he did, he's doing? What, even if it's for a day, you stop oil flow, you know what it means in Nigeria? I mean, well, that is the oil you are tendering as collateral. When they say Nigeria is borrowing money, people think that you can just go to World Bank or IMF, say, I need $2 billion. They say, hey, okay, come tomorrow and take it. You have to tender collateral, just like any other bank. What is that collateral Nigeria is tendering? Oil and gas. From where? From maybe Rivers or Delta, all those places. So if with this type of uprising, they just are trying to bring up now, if they haven't started, how then do you want to survive? Can you cut your nose to spite your face? There's nobody advising Tinubu. I thought the man, he could have used tact, but he's just acting like a buffon, bumbling buffon, just doing things. I don't know. Look at Wike is controlling you, telling you what to do. As a president, you don't know you are the commander-in-chief. You tell him off. You want peace, but you are not getting it. You are dealing with Ijaw people because Ijaw man is there. You feel Wike feel calling them minority of minorities. I don't like that. I don't believe in that. Whether minority or whether small or big, let everybody be. Let the rainbow let every flower bloom so that the rainbow can take shape. I don't believe in that. By the way, they didn't make themselves. Somebody must be higher than somebody, but then you have to accord them the regard. Now you are talking. By the way, who is weak SF? It's a shame Niger watch, to be honest. When some of these things, when I look at it, I shake it, and some people will come here and be making stupid, illogical analysis that he must obey Wike. For what?
Let's hear from Margarita.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give us a mandate. Let's hear. Thank you.
Good evening,
Thank
Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, Margarita. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Okay, Wesley. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, sir. My lovely mommy, Obota mommy, Lamehi. And give us our mandate. Greetings, sir. And Mr. Jonathan, sir, good evening. And Dr. CM, good evening. And everybody in the comment section, I greet you all. And those watching from home. Mr. Elvis, I think I was off for a while, so I think I missed maybe some of the stuff that was spoken about. I don't know. I just wanted to respond to, first of all, I want to respond to what Givers Almadi was speaking about the kind of use of the United States US dollars. Of course, we all know that the US dollars is a universal It's a universal tender for, you can use anywhere in the world. Well, maybe some countries now who are kind of going out of the NATO, but that's a universal currency, and that is what is part of making the United States one of the greatest countries in the world, and nobody can take it from them. So coming, on social media now, and then you're lamenting that, Trump should do something about the use of the US dollars, you should say something. Trump will be very, very happy if they are using his country's currency, in exchange of illegality. So you cannot really blame Trump per se about the use of his currency, as long as they are not misusing the money, in terms of how the spraying of the money, we all know the things that you're not supposed to do with currency anyway, but if they're using it in these kinds of means, Donald Trump has nothing to do with it. And please, that does not even disturb Donald Trump about the use of his currency. He will be very, very happy, because we are the ones who are fooling ourselves. We are the country who have devalued our naira. So it got nothing to do with Trump, seriously. And, funny enough, I was, okay, I don't know if to start with Natasha or, first of all, Mr. Elvis, I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think I left the program when you were talking about, I think you made a last statement talking about one of your quotes that says, the evil you support today will turn back, and haunt you, something of that nature. That was when I was off. And I was so happy that you mentioned a lot of names, and you mentioned the history of what we have been talking about, what a lot of us have been seeing, and what, some of us have been going through. I'm very, very happy about that. And I dare say here, listen, I supported Olumide Akpata, yes, for governorship of Edo State. And he didn't make any comments in the 2023 election, whether as a Labour Party man or as a non-party person or just a bystander. He didn't make any comments about that, about, the democratic process, and I'm disappointed. But one of the reasons why I kind of respect Olumide Akpata is the fact that his presence and his actions and his support during the NSAS issue in Nigeria. I mean, he was the NBA president at that time, if I'm correct, and then he made an announcement that every person, this was post-NSAS, every person who needed some sort of, who are going through some sort of litigation, he said they will all get legal representation pro bono. I mean, that is something, that's a responsibility. That is kind of going against the government in a subtle way, because he knows that these people are fighting the government. And then he said, you know what? If they take you to court, don't worry about the lawyer fees. We will have representation pro bono. That's one thing I respect about him for, that he did against the Nigerian government.
What about democracy, Madam Rita?
Sorry?
What about democracy? Yes? What about democracy?
I just explained myself, sir. I just said something. I was quite disappointed when he didn't speak about anything after, post-2023 presidential election. I'm disappointed. And I said one of the reasons why I respect him was about this support for the people who went through the brutality of the NSAS issue. I just said it, Mr. Jonathan. So that aside, I just want to thank Mr. Elvis, because sometimes we really need to call out these names, and we really need to see that, you know what, sometimes, not just sometimes, when you see something is wrong, say something. Even if they don't listen to you, even if you get insulted, but just say something. It means that you are not such of a coward that you kept quiet and you decided to be a bystander. And there's one thing Mr. Elvis also said in the past. Mr. Elvis, you have so many quotes, in case you don't know, it's not just satanic. You said something, you said, when the elites go through any sort of process in the society, any process, for example, elections, when it favors the elites, they will give you reasons why their actions were legitimate. However, when it doesn't favor the elite, do you know what happens? Mr. Elvis, in case you cannot remember the quote, I will tell you now. You said they will use gullible, poor Nigerians to go and protest and fight for them. In that protest, you will not see their wife, you will not see their children, You will not see their close allies. In fact, if you trickle down the pyramid, they will use one of their boys as the headliner. You will never see any of their relatives there. And a typical example is when you talk about Aswe Godalo not speaking. If I say something about, kind of supporting that, okay, we have a president now, everybody suck it up. But however, when that issue happened, the election happened in Edo State, what did we see? Who did we see? Representation, in fact, a manifestation of Mr. Elvis' quote. We saw people carrying placards going to court. We saw people from his village shouting, "Wolf, wolf." But we didn't see his wife. We didn't see his kids. We didn't see his close friends. We didn't even see Governor Obaseki, his best friend of over 40 years. So that is the system in Nigeria. Even Patutemi that you mentioned, with all due respect to him, I mean, that man tries to educate us, about, things about, politics, how the system works, but sometimes he's quiet. You also called him out too. A lot of them were silent during the 2023 presidential election for various reasons best known to them. Pa Adebanjo, may God bless his soul, that man still spoke. Pre-election, post-election. God bless that man. I pray that he's on the other side with the Almighty God. God bless that man. May God rest his soul. Moving along, going forward, I was watching something yesterday. It's a documentary about great women in politics, or great women who have kind of like changed the world. And there was one particular one that, was kind of very interesting to me. Her name was a Chinese woman, Su Meiling. They call her Madam Chiang. Dr. CM, I don't know if you know about her. She was the wife of, Chiang Kai-shek. That was the president of China at that time. And she wasn't just a bystander wife. There are some comments or quotes that she said. Was a particular one that kind of touched me. She said, if you're not sure, I think she was talking to the Congress, or the United States Congress, to support them, against the fight with Japan and Germany at that time. China was like on the brink of collapse. And so this woman took it upon herself, because she was a child of the elite. She grew up in the United States, basically, and she knew everything. Her husband didn't speak any form of English. So she took it upon herself and said, I'm not just going to be a wife. I'm going to be somebody that will support my country, because she loved China. She loved the Chinese people, and she sacrificed a lot. And she lived up to 105 years old. Funny enough. Yes. There's one thing she said, and that kind of caught my eye. She said, if you are not, you cannot be, if you are not morally right, you cannot be politically correct. If you're not morally right, you cannot be politically correct. And she was speaking to the Congress of the United States. I mean, they said that was one of the greatest speeches ever. A foreign person, in fact, that was the first time a foreigner would come to the United States Congress to speak. And I saw the video, and every single person was clapping for them. I think that time it was Roosevelt that was the president at that time. And the reason why I say this is, it all goes back to speaking up when you're supposed to speak up. We cannot shy away. Nigeria is our country. I don't know about you, but I still love Nigeria. I complain about Nigeria. I get frustrated about the leadership. But however, I think we should, really sit down now and really like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Those people in diaspora and those in Nigeria, what are we going to do to really change
2 minutes more.
School? Yes, and there's something Patutomi said when you were speaking. Patutomi said something. There is no way Nigeria is going to change unless we take out these people in the corridors of power. That is so true. I don't know what he means by take out. I'm quoting him. That's what he said, on the channels. Those were his quotes. And he said, everybody, they're gonna pay. Everybody's gonna pay for this debauchery, this horribleness that we're experiencing. Everybody's going to pay. But the people who are causing it, they're going to pay more. Nobody should quote me or say, what do you mean by they will pay more? They will pay more by maybe divine immaculate conception of some form. And that goes back to Natasha in the Senate. Any man or woman that is saying Natasha should step aside, Natasha is talking, they should bring proof. In fact, my prayer is those of you who have daughters, sisters, nieces, even wives, you will face worse than what Natasha faced. And when they cry out, there will be nobody to help them. Bill Cosby, we all know Bill Cosby, the popular comedian. He went to jail. And, you know, at the age of what, 80 something? Or his late, yeah, in the early 80s, he went to jail. Why? They started bringing crimes he committed 30 years ago, 30 years back. So if you're committing a crime today, because Nigeria is a cartel, is run like a cartel. Nobody talks or want to refer back. They say, leave him, that one is in the past. The same way they're telling me, I shouldn't talk about former Governor Obaseki. He's in the past. He's no longer the governor. Whose side? I will never stop talking about past leaders. From Oshomole to Adam, even up to Lucky Binejo or Saremo Osumbo. We must talk about them. We must talk about them. Mr. Alvis, my time is up. Ha!
Yes.
Wow. This your clock is different from my own, no?
Yeah, you don't talk for 12 minutes.
Mr. Lewis was here now. Mr. Lewis will dash me at least 4 minutes. Nobody here will dash me, especially to Nigeria.
Nobody will dash you. Don't worry.
I know.
To
Nigeria,
it's okay. To Nigeria, you will not
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Rita. God bless you. Thank you. To Nigeria, I beg talk to us. It's good to have you on the show. Good evening to you.
Yeah, thank you, Nigeria Watch, for having me. Thank you very much. And good to see Madam Rita around, and greetings to all the panelists, the comment session, and the viewers, especially the viewers. Yes, this matter of River State, you know, there is a little bit of insinuation that certain ethnic groups make up the majority of the state. Some ethnic groups are the largest, doesn't make them the majority of the state. The majority of the state is actually non-Igbo speaking people. And how the reason why a certain group have been dominating the stage is many other reasons you can attribute it to. It's the same effects that you are seeing in Edo State and in all the other states that are of the South. Apart from, you can say that Akwa Ibom and Cross River has been kind of insulated from these negative effects of the Nigerian politics. It's funny because under military regimes, these areas tend to do better. When politics come in, you see this nonsense that goes on to the point whereby you see this state of emergency being declared because somebody wants to leverage the resources of a state to their own, for their own interest. These people are so greedy and also dangerous at the same time. They are also ready to do anything to maintain their office. And the reason why they are able to stay in that office is because somebody told them, as long as you do as you are told, you're going to, I will empower you to do whatever you like with your people. And that's what they are doing. They don't care what happens to Nigeria, these people. Because if the Tinubu cares, by now, Nigeria will be heading towards a $1 trillion economy. There was no reason that it shouldn't have been like that. This was something I've been talking about for over 2 years now. When I observe the state that Nigeria is in, it could have been heading towards a $1 trillion economy, but everything that he has been doing is to make sure it doesn't get there. They pretend as if they want to help you. All they care about is destroying the country. And Tinubu has figured out a way at last. And you know, I was wondering last year, how is he going to find a way to destroy this momentum Nigeria is getting? Dangote refineries coming on stream. How is he going to find a way to destroy it? He's invented it. He's caused chaos in that region now. The area, the spot where where oil is supposed to come through, the only source of our revenue, the oil that they were supposed to give to Dangote, if they disrupt it now, what happens? He has sabotaged the economy again, sabotaged the state again. And we are going to be arguing here left and right, and they'll keep us in the same location where we are. If it was somebody that cared about Nigeria, from the very first day they started arguing, he would have brought those people back and say, hey, we don't need this at all. We need that place to be as quiet and as prosperous as possible. We want to invite people in to come and invest in leveraging all our natural resources so that we can start manufacturing, building refineries, building these pharmaceuticals and all the rest. Why would you not do that? Instead, you maintain the shenanigans of games, all this stuff. They play these games with us in so many ways that they do it. I don't know whether all of them are even that organized. I think in the case of Tinubu, they are more organized than before. Because if you see what is happening with the House of Assembly and Senate, and you see what the governors are doing, the politicians, the way they are behaving, people without integrity. Integrity is completely missing in Nigeria. It's very difficult to find in Nigeria. Everybody is just looking for a way to earn a living. That's all that is in politics right now. They pretend as if they don't see what is wrong. They just march in line and pretend as if everything is okay as long as they get money in their pocket. That's short-sightedness that Nigerians have. I don't know whether it's a black man thing. We are so short-sighted. And our ancestors, and even before now, I remember when I was growing up, people used to frown at certain things that people do. We are losing it. It wasn't as bad as now. Now people will steal money and they'll proudly walk around showing it off. Before, if you do it, you're not very proud of it. It's not something people will be looking at you with a side eye all the time. Now they do it. Shame. There's no shame in being a corrupt politician right now. There's no shame in selling your people out. Look at what Wike is doing. If he cares about Rivers State, look at what he's causing in Rivers State. If he cares about the people of Rivers State, look at what he's doing. If there have been, let's say, he's arguing with Fubara because Fubara is trying to destroy some investment or some contract. Let's say Wike wanted to build an underground train system in Rivers State, and Fubara came and wants to destroy it. You can understand that this is because of the greater good of the people. That's why he's fighting Fubara. All this one is for political reasons. That's all you hear. All I see is a mixture of different interests coming together to keep Nigeria where it is so that we don't progress. And that's why I say plague on all of them. Tinubu, Wike, all the politicians, all the people that are aiding them, plague on all of you. Because in the day, when the time comes, there will be no mercy for any of you. And that day, when the events start unfolding, they will be showing people like you on TV when terrible things are being done to you. And people will be wondering, how did people get to this point where they are doing these terrible things to their fellow citizens? This is the kind of stuff that creates that situation. People just enable bad behavior one after the other. If you hear some Nigerians talking about this, somebody will be like, oh, Tinubu is justified to do it. You don't know what he saw. You don't know what evidence. What evidence? I just heard that a lot of militants executed Nigerian soldiers. Is he declaring a state of emergency in the north? Our gold is being stolen. People are flying aircraft into the country and flying it out. Have they declared state of emergency in that region? Because no proof that anybody relating to Fubara did this thing. You go and depose him as a governor. The entire thing is politically motivated. It's clear as day. They are not even that clever about it. They are not even that clever about it. This is the trap they set. Now they said it. Oh, he went and said something. Oh, they will use it. Except they bring incontrovertible evidence that Fubara ordered people to go and destroy those pipelines. They are not justified to do what they did. And even when he did that, they could arrest him. I don't remember them declaring anything in the southeast. State of emergency in the southeast because of people that are agitating there. So why declare state of emergency in Rivers State? And suddenly you release 400 billion naira, if I'm not mistaken, to the administrator that is not elected. Who is going to hold him accountable? They will just reverse
1 minute
back.
more.
Yeah. They are going to just reverse the money back to this in Aso Rock. And half of it anyway, or a quarter, I don't know what quarter it is. In the end, one way or the other is going to serve the purpose of people in Aso Rock. One way or the other to serve their purpose. And we can pretend as if we don't know what is going on in that country. We can pretend as if we don't see what these leaders are doing. Or some of us will pretend as if we know. But in time, all will be made clear that these leaders are there. And our people too. They kind of become these leaders because some of them, they've not changed now. They are hating these leaders, but the moment they get there, they start doing the same thing. Just go and play Wike's video from how many years ago? Barely 2 years ago or 3 years ago. You hear some of the things he's saying then versus now. Totally different person. And that is Nigerians for you. The moment they sit on that chair, they become the people that they hate. We have to be asking ourselves some serious questions. Thank you.
Unfortunately, to Nigeria, that questions, even though me and you ask from now till next year, nobody will answer our questions. You know, it's a serious question. Yes, I support you, but who is going to answer us? But what do I know? The last person on the panel is Sir Louis. You know, thank you very much, Sir Louis, for coming in now. Once you finish, Margarita, are you still there with us?
I'm here. River.
I beg. Okay, Margarita, when you finish, I beg you take final submission amongst yourselves, you know, at least for the next 30, 40 minutes. I don't know how long you guys want to stay.
Okay, am I moderating?
Yes,
am I
please.
Moderating?
Yes.
Thank you. To Nigeria, you're not going to talk. Since I'm moderating, sure you know.
Look at that. Look at that. I'm going to talk. You can't stop me. This is Jagaban, this is panel.
You see now, tell me now, Jagaban, Margarita, who call was passed?
I don't care what you want to call it. Nigeria will talk.
Louis, I better talk to us, then you guys cannot have
Louis, keep talking.
Until you are tired.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I think I don't have much to say, but you know, it's not going to be as long as the time will permit me anyway. But then, okay, yesterday I think I joined yesterday. You know, something came up, so an emergency. I had to quickly attend to it, so I was unable to bring in to join you guys. Also, a day before, you know, I've been following what is happening in Nigeria, and we'll be having a conversation with my folks back home and also some Nigerians here. It's troubling. It's extremely troubling that many Nigerians here, you know, who some in the UK, I spoke to a particular friend of mine who happens to be a friend to Shei. You know, he's a friend, so he's like a friend to my friend. That one doesn't see anything wrong with what he's doing. So when he make reference to Tinubu, he keep making reference as Baba know what he's doing. So because of that, I feel so irritated when I speak to him. So I just had to go because I see the high level of primitive. You know, I just feel like, you know what, this is the kind of person I should be talking to right now. And the reason why I'm saying this is I remember years ago when Goodluck Jonathan was campaigning for his re-election and Buhari was, you know, campaigning to become the president of Nigeria. This same young man said Buhari was the Messiah. Buhari was coming to change Nigeria and everything. And after the election, I asked him years after, I said, what happened? You know, so, you know, I think Nigerians, if you look at what is happening right now, see the Nigerian people, we are divided. Why we have some of us who come down here to speak against the injustice and the high level of lawlessness that is happening in our country. I listened to Patu Tommy this evening. He said he's ashamed. I've also listened to so many other people. I watched them on television. You'll be so shocked that on the other side, there are Nigerians that don't see anything wrong. Some people who actually thought we were so educated. I mean, based on how I assessed them, someone like Fani Kayode, this other young guy, Dancy Kukere on social media that also I said Natasha has accused him. What's his name again? The one young guy that is always, I think he's following Tinubu now. He used to speak against him some time ago. Reno Amokri. So many of them. So I'm highly disappointed. I don't know. I think this just brings one thing to the table. That Nigeria, as we see it, it's not. We don't have democracy now. They've made it clear, even though some issues in the past demonstrated that, but now they've made it open that it's a game of power. It's a game of power, and for Nigerians right now, for those Nigerians who still think straight, who maybe they think that okay, we're going to wait till 2027 to cast our vote. Yes, I'll keep encouraging everyone to vote, to register, to have the voter's card. But let's just know that INEC is still going to come and do their game. I don't know. I've been thinking since yesterday. I said, how are we actually going to change the country, Nigeria? How? And with all this happening, how? Because we are talking, so many Nigerians, millions of Nigerians out there are happy. And the worst part of it is people who are happy, they're not happy because they are benefiting. You check, they're actually in poverty. So they've become so comfortable. Their life has been built around that poverty. So although because it's the Stockholm syndrome where these people just worship their oppressors and they love it that way. And some of them, I think this guy always use the word Dele Farotimi. say many of them, say Nigerians, so many of them have this reprobate mind. You know, you always use that word when you speak, and that's true, because I've been in situations with many Nigerians, worked with them on so many years in the UK, where the environment almost made me disingenuous. Almost made me disingenuous, because you see a person who, just by going close to them. I remember at Olympic Village when I was working at Unit 26, Soil Mechanics, that's ESGL, Environmental Services Group Limited. There were some other Nigerians working there. I was in charge of the cars that were going, because they had vans then. So we had cards for people to go and buy diesel to top up, to feed each van that were driving within the park, the site. The Nigerians working there were the first to be accused of corruption. They would take the card. They're supposed to feed the company van. They would go and feed their own cars, feed their wife cars. And they didn't know that this whole thing had a record. We're seeing it on the system. And they will come out, they will deny, they will tell you, I'm a Christian, I cannot lie, and they are lying. So when you deal with people like that, you begin to see that how, for a country to change, the mind of the people must change. For you to have democracy, the people must be mentally democratic. Democracy is not like something that we just open one day, the evil will open, angels will come and say, this is democracy. No, if the people are not mentally democratic, there's no way you can have it. There's no way you can have it. So right now, I think what we have is, we have a system of strong men. We have a strong man right now that want to stamp his feet. He wants to stamp his feet to all states in Nigeria. Yes, dear.
Louis, you have 1 minute, 1 minute more. 1 minute more.
All right. Okay, dear. He wants to make sure that he rules every part of the country. The daughter is the Alojar, one rubbish she calls herself. The son, that one is dancing around trying to act like he's some, I don't know. So at the end of the day, you have a bunch of educated illiterates, bunch of buffoons, bunch of, nitwits, called all simpletons, all names you want to call them. People who tell you they are from Cambridge, Harvard, wherever, who don't see what is right. They cannot even tell you what is right. State of emergency declared in a state, even when the constitution does not even allow it, and they will tell you the president has done the perfect thing. But to Tommy said, why was this state of emergency not declared previously? Why is Rivers State so particular right now? It's a simple question, not because he's saying that they should have done it before, also break the law before. No, he just say, why right now? Two adults are fighting. Can't you call Wike to order?
Time is up, sir. Your time is up. Mr. Lewis. The time is up.
This
5 seconds.
Oh, Saloboa.
5 seconds and you're done.
My dear, I'm done. No worry. I'll come back later.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Abdul Malik just came in now. Welcome, sir. Abdul Malik, you have 5 minutes because you came at this time, so I'm giving you 5 minutes. So take it away, Mr. Abdul Malik.
Yeah, good evening, Mrs. Rita. Good evening, Mr. Najawa. Good evening, everyone in the panel. Good evening, Nigeria. You see, Nigeria matter is it's a very difficult situation. But it's like most of us, we don't really know what Nigeria is going through now, understand? Because you see what they are doing now in Nigeria is like they are a set of people that decide what is going to be happening in Nigeria. That is what we are seeing now. I see no reason why this House of Rep and House of Senate, why can't they declare state of emergency in where people are buying people? That is my surprise. And why can't they declare state of emergency like food, like inflation? Why is it that something that is not essential, something that is not necessary in our country, we value it and we celebrate criminals? I don't really understand the kind of mindset Africa we have. Because if you take a look, Africa, they are different people. Yeah, they are anywhere they are different. Their reasoning, their mindset, their behavior, everything. Because I see no reason why. Okay, now you have the constitution said that you can president, he can declare state of emergency, right? If there's anything happen in another state, he can intervene just to secure the place. If the governor cannot perform, yes, okay. But there is nowhere written in the constitution that you can suspend a sitting governor. It's not written anywhere. Why is it that House of Rep and House of Senate, they pass the bill? How? That is my shock. And those people, most of them, they are fasting. We're in month of Ramadan. After, you are kidding me. Are you playing with God or you are playing with me? It's like I don't really understand.
Thanks for bringing that up, Mr. Abdul Malik. This is the month of Ramadan.
Sometimes, if sometimes I'm surprised, we are fasting, only month. But look at what they are judging. We will look at what they are doing. It's not normal. It's not normal something. And they are putting people somewhere. You don't value human being. Why can't you declare state of emergency there? We have military. There is nothing happening in a river state. Yeah, there is nothing happen there. People are dying somewhere. Why can't they declare people state of emergency there? We have Air Force. We have battle soldier on ground. You see, if we don't stand up, the youth, this thing will continue going like this. There is nothing will change. Unless we complex, we agree on one thing. Because those people, they are the same recycling of people that since 1960, they are the same set of people. That's why the continent is not moving forward.
Mr.
We are
Malik,
the backward continent in the world, the backward.
Mr. Malik, you have like 40 seconds left. Just
okay,
round up,
thank you very much. We are the backward continent in the world. You will sit down and reason way back. As far as that is 80 something, Nigeria was little good. But today, every day Nigeria is declining, it's going down. Every blessed day. We need to come together and drive those people away from that place because they don't mean well for me and you. How can we have schools? No, it's not working. There is nothing working in Nigeria that will take their children in abroad to go and school. Is it not a shame? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Malik. You always keep the time. Yes, you know what? We don't have to be in Lent season or Ramadan season for us to do the right thing. You know, it should be a way of life to just do the right thing, whether you're fasting or not. Anyway, Mr. Jonathan, I'm just going to start according to what I see it on my screen. Mr. Jonathan, 3 minutes, please. I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes. So, Mr. Jonathan, sir, it's your turn. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Rita. I greet panelists. I greet you again. You see, you guys have said it all. The issue there is that there is no accountability in Nigeria. We have none. And I heard people talk about, the economy. Is part of the problem that we have in Nigeria. In fact, it's our major problem. And one of the reasons given by Mr. Tinubu was that they are trying, it is an attempt to protect the economy of the country. And these are things that are coming from people who don't even know, they know nothing about economy, nothing. They don't have any, so sometimes, or you get to a point where you don't even need to talk about economy in Nigeria anymore. It doesn't make any sense. The people you are talking to, it is crystal clear, unarguably clear that they don't understand economy, period. They don't have a clue of what economy is. They don't. Because if you do, this decision will not even come. How you arrive at this, and you're talking about protecting the economy, says a lot about your state of mind. So when people call them stark illiterates, they are very mild in their description of these people. These are These are bandits.
1 minute more, sir. Mr. Jonathan, you have 1 minute more.
These are bandits, as described by Madam Ezekwesili. These are bandits. These are robbers. They steal openly, in a brazen manner, with reckless abandon. They don't care about anybody anymore. You know, when people do something openly, when people steal, you take things that does not belong to you, or you take it by force. You threaten people. You do it the way you want to, in a brazen manner. You are nothing but a bandit. This is what we have in Nigeria. We have my fellow panelists here, Dr. CM, we say full-blown criminals. We have full-blown bandits running the affairs of the country. And that's being mild. That's just being conservative.
Thank you very much, sir.
These are the people that we have.
We'll
leave it there for now.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. The next person is Dr. CM. Dr. CM, it's your turn, sir. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Rita.
Dr. CM, you look very worried. What is the problem?
No, not that. You see, sometimes. Not that.
Wait, Madam Rita, how did you know that Dr. CM is worried? You are looking in his face. You are a psychologist.
You know, the thing is,
when you and he's very sad about the situation.
She did say the same thing to me. She did say the same thing to me. She said it to him. So I'm jealous right now. I'm gonna on my camera.
Did you show your face? Okay.
Off it.
Off the mic. Okay, the thing why I'm particularly disappointed is that Tinubu has a golden chance to write his name in gold. Even when he came through the back door. My concern is, why should Wike be manipulating a whole executive president? The whole thing that happened in Rivers State is just to please one man, Wike. That's all. Just to please Wike. Why? Why? You've been 8 years. For 8 years, you've been a governor. You've done your time. You get out. Why? What is it that? What is the offense of Fubara? Of a gross misconduct? What is misconduct? Supreme Court. Wike is in charge of Supreme Court. Akpabio legislature. Tinubu in the executive. Supreme Court handed a judgment, and the 27 lawmakers should be allowed to take their seats, represent the budget, and then take it on. Fubara is willing to do all this. Yet from nowhere, he just decide to say, what is it called? The state of emergency. Emergency in what? You see, sometimes why I say this is that, in Nigeria, we don't know where things will lead. Somebody said it here that Nigeria never recovered from June 12th election. And it's true. We don't know. We don't learn a lesson. We want to repeat the same thing again. What will it cost to the economy? The treasure base of Nigeria, Rivers State, oil and gas, that is where it is. Now look at the mess that this man wants to drag Nigeria into now. What are you going to tell? Just people are holding meeting. Everybody's, in fact, people are now divided because they are terribly disappointed. A president should act presidential. Who advised you? This is not like removing oil subsidy is gone. You float the naira. You don't act out of, brainwave. You just decide to act. You don't do things like this. You have to put it down. What is the economic consequence? What if I do this? How will it be? You didn't just think about that. All you wanted was just to please Wike. You remove Fubara. You started doing all these things. And then the Yemen, they even gave the come and take over. He ran quickly to come take over. What are you going to do for 6 months? You just be there consuming money. No law will be passed. Nothing. You sack. No, I don't think the president has the right to sack elected people in the House of Parliament, like House of Assembly. I don't think so. You are in Abuja, you are sacking them. And then the Mumu National Assembly we are having have to do voice vote. Say aye, the ayes have it. Say nay, everybody quiet. Why not let us know who voted for who? Because this is a crucial vote. It's a shame, really. When you look at it, like Pat Toby say he's disappointed. At this point, people should not be happy that they are Nigerian. Unless you don't see the way things happen. unless
1
you don't
minute
see
more,
the
sir.
way things happen. Yes, thank you, Madam Rita. Unless you don't see, because it's painful. I know there are other things to touch, but this River State own, to me, is much more important than any other thing happening in Nigeria today. Yes, we are used to insecurity. It's every dimension, it's taking shape every day. Maybe the way it is. If you hear strike tomorrow, you complain. But this one is just from nowhere. You decide to sack elected governor just to please Wike. Has they found the Fubara found stealing money? Or maybe they level everything, nothing. You just come from nowhere and remove him. Well, I don't know where, I don't know what it will lead to tomorrow, but it's a developing news. Whatever we see, we take. But I'm not happy the way it happened. So it's like Nigeria belongs to some people. Tinubu is just behaving. And they say he's a Democrat. He was in Nadek, he was this. The man is a disgrace to me. He has not even, I won't even give him any iota of what is the benefit of the doubt in anything. He's just behaving like a tout. How can we be
Thank you very much.
controlling you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's annoying, Dr. CM. It's really annoying. It's making it seem as if maybe their pubic hairs are tied together. There's something that is really tying them. It's not even the fact that Wike, sold Port Harcourt, Rivers people's votes, to the man from Bordelon. It's very obvious. Anyway, the next person will be Naija. Naija, I hope you're there. But before you speak, I would like to make a comment, and this is not any way in attack. It's just a reminder, because you kind of reminded me, well, some of us too, when you said, by this time, Nigeria should have been a multi-billion-dollar country, as in Tinubu will have, multiplied, our income and value. The devaluation in Naira won't be as bad as it is now. He didn't take advantage. But however, I know pre-election 2023, you were supporting the man from Bordelon. And then you had several reasons and said, oh, a man that has succeeded in securing Lagos State for the past, number since 1999, that kind of person, could also transform Nigeria. And you gave your various reasons why he's a better candidate. Even if you refuse to admit where you come from. I know, like you say you're from Port Harcourt, but your accent tells you that maybe you're definitely from the South, either from the Southeast or from the South, but it really doesn't matter. You're a Nigerian, period. So I'm very happy that you're saying that he's not able to do it. Just like how we were telling you, as at that time, the man from Bordelon has nothing to offer Nigeria. He didn't build Lagos. I repeat, the man from Bordelon, the one you guys know as BAT, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not build Lagos. Lagos was the federal capital before Abuja. So that's why it seems like Lagos is kind of like developed. The man from Bordelon, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not, I repeat, did not build Lagos.
Moderator, I think that's an extremely shallow statement most Nigerians, because when I hear they say it, I just laugh. Lagos was
it's one of those things. You cannot blame people for being very shallow, Sir Louis, because it's the information they got. Many of them are not exposed to the internet or discussions like this. So whatever their local people tell them, or their local ballet, or likes of MC Oluomo tell them, they take it. As that's what it is. It's just the way, that's the framework of Nigeria. Now, to Nigeria, I will give you 3.5. Please, nobody ask me why I'm giving him 3.5. I'm the moderator here, so it's my choice. I'm giving you 3 minutes and 3.5 minutes. So take it along to Nigeria.
Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
The characterizations you made, I don't know who you are talking about, but I can assure you it wasn't me. All the cases that you made, my case against Tinubu has always been established that I see all our leaders as caretaker governments for the masters they serve overseas. And they are there to ensure Nigeria doesn't collapse. So they keep us strong enough so we don't collapse, and definitely we cannot never to truly develop. And that is, I remain with that position. And I remember actually making the argument that Tinubu didn't build Lagos, because I was in Lagos when Tinubu was in London running away from Abacha. I went to Abiola's burial the day he was buried. After everybody left, I was there. I don't know, I was just in the area, so I went to this because it was the thing to do that day. I was there. So I knew Lagos. I knew Computer Village before it became Computer Village. So the fact that people keep saying he built Lagos, I didn't even recognize that at all. I dispute that with them all the time. And let me go back to the River State issue. The River State matter is that I think the idea that Tinubu is doing it for Wike, I think it's a little bit, you are not looking closely enough to understand that Tinubu may be using it as a second route to ensuring that he remains in power. And not to mention the money. He gets the money from Rivers State too. It's not about only Wike, it's also about himself. Remember, Wike is the one that just made sacrifice for him. Wike sacrificed Rivers State for him. And so it's about Tinubu, not necessarily about Wike. And when we say it's Wike, we are not looking at the person truly responsible for what is going on. He's the one that actually declared the state of emergency, not Wike. He is the one that didn't settle the issue when he had the power to, not Wike. Wike doesn't have the power to settle the issue. He did, but he didn't do it. Why? Who appointed this unelected ex-military official to rule the state? Is it not Tinubu? Tinubu is neck deep in this. He knows how to settle problems. We know Tinubu knows how to settle problems if he wants to settle problems between politicians. But this one, he didn't do it because he really wants something that cannot be given to him by this simple politician. He wants Rivers State. He doesn't know what is going to happen in the north. So because some of the northerners are turning on him now. You can see that El-Rufai, who is quite influential, is turning on him. If El-Rufai on the west, Kwagmaso is there in the northwest, and Atiku is in the northeast, and I will be in the southwest, southeast, and there's no Rivers State. Where is the root? He didn't even get 40% of the vote this time when he got into office. All these things is why probably Rivers State is very important for the money and for the extra possible vote he may lose in the north. That's why he's doing what he's doing. And for whatever other reason that involves making sure that Nigeria doesn't develop, because that part of it, there's another aspect of Nigeria that is very, very ugly. They try to destroy certain areas of the country to make sure that area doesn't develop. Especially if you look at the south and the southeast, there's no reason why they should be the way they are today. They are the ones that have lost out the most. If you assume that the south has lost out the most in Nigeria, because if they were on their own, we all know where they would be instead. So they've lost out the most, and they are barely developed. Every time there is always one fight. There is one fight in the southeast. There was one fight in the south. Constantly, they keep introducing trouble in that area. So there's a lot that is going on there that we don't understand in terms of the details. But in the end, let's look at the result. The result is creating chaos, and our leaders are the ones doing it. And if we want to deal with this problem, Nigeria doesn't have ideology. We don't have any focus that the people can follow. And it's a shame because all our so-called leaders, all our big pontificators, including Showori, all of them, they don't create an ideology that is coherent, that the people can sign on to, that tells the people this is the future if you follow this path. They don't give them that. And I really wish I had the power to do that myself. I really wish I had the time. And if I have the time, how hard can it be to release a manifesto that the people can follow in terms of the vision that they should be following? Politicians don't have ideology in Nigeria. Nobody has ideology in Nigeria. All they worry about is what they're going to eat. That's all.
To Nigeria, you have 40 seconds. Sir.
Yes, there are nations in this world. Thank you. I know you gave me more than the time you allocated. I really appreciate it. I thought you said you're not going to let me talk. But point is that there are nations in this world that were a lot poorer than we were, and yet they had very, very, very strong ideology. You can also argue that it's the experience that forced them to think that way. We have to start creating an ideology that spells out a bright future for Nigerians if they do away with these people. And I think that is the concrete part that can fix Nigeria. Because if they know that there is a way to get rid of these people, and if they get rid of these people, something good is going to be in the future, they will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, to Nigeria.
Madam Rita.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Can I get just maybe some few seconds here?
20 seconds. 10 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, I agree with Tunaya, the fact that there's no coherent ideology. But there is one that we can lay claim to in Nigeria, and that is Mr. Peter Obi when it comes to ideology. I agree that Nigerian politicians don't have. Mr. Peter Obi set up an ideology, and the one that I can relate to specifically without, going around the bush, is that Nigeria must become a productive country.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan.
That is it. That's an ideology that the whole country must coalesce to. We must all rally behind it. All of us.
Yeah.
We must all rally behind
But
it.
that
It
is
is
not
an ideology.
necessarily an ideology. What I mean by the kind of ideology, it has to
No,
spell
no.
out what
it
is
is
going to give.
exactly. You see,
I
if you want to
don't
have
pass,
it,
so because in our final submission,
that
I will
is
not
an
give you guys
ideology.
1 minute. So.
Yeah, that is. You see, when we say consumption, if you talk about manifesto, that will be
Mr.
the
Jonathan.
topic. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Jonathan.
All right.
I gave you more than 2 minutes. I'm trying to be benevolent today.
Thank you very much.
The next person is give us our mandate. Give us our mandate. The fact that you even interrupted Mr. Jonathan, I'm supposed to give you like 2 minutes, but I'll give you 3. So give us our mandate.
Let me come last. Let me come last, please.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're not gonna come last. I'm gonna come last, by the way. So Mr. Malik, Abdul Malik, I give you 3 minutes and 3 minutes. Are you there?
Yeah, good evening once again. Thank you very much. You see, people like Wiki, you remember, you guys should go back when there was campaigning, this presidential election, 2023, right? When Tinubu visiting when he was in governor in a Rivers State, what did he say? He said whether Tinubu want to continue where Buhari stopped, what is the good where Buhari stopped for the dollar increment or for Boko for buying people? Is it for the good? You understand what I'm saying? Those kind of people, you don't need to, because if you see those kind of people in society, you need to fear them because they can be able to betray even their mother, their father. They can betray them anytime. Today now, he's working as an appointee, as a minister in a FCT, right? And in other hand, is in a PDP. Can't you fear those kind of people in your life? If Asari, look at what Asari said. I watched a video today. He denied Fubara, right? Okay, somebody that you don't know before, why do you support him? You don't even know his background before. Just because now there is one or two things has happened, you have denied him. Imagine those kind of people. You want to, you see, I don't really understand. You see, there is some people in life, they can never be trusted. They can betray you anytime. And those kind of people in life, in society, you should fear those kind of people because they are very dangerous. They are dangerous, extremely dangerous. The country we are living today in Nigeria is only yourself you can trust. Because everybody see what is happening and what is going on in the country, right? Okay, now how can we get it right? You guys are I don't really understand how the country is going. How we get this country right? It's very simple something. It's not even hard. But it's just because of we youth, we don't even trust ourselves. That is the problem too. We don't even trust and believe ourselves. We betray ourselves too. That's why it's not going well for us. 2023, I wish those 1 million march after judiciary announced that
10 seconds, sir.
Tinubu win the election. How will they come out? Who bonded? They will give Obi that presidency by force. It's just because of their reluctance. That's the reason why Tinubu is in the office today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul Malik. Thank you very much. It's the whole system is just messed up. Give us our mandate. Are you there? 3 minutes. And before our final submission, it's going to be 30 seconds. So Mr. Elvis, by the way, Mr. Elvis, are you there? If you're not there, if we're ending this program, we're just going to end it by, everybody leaves.
No, you don't end, though. You don't end.
Mr. Louis, I think you've spoken.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Louis, you haven't spoken?
No, that was my first submission, though.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, Sir Louis, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, please.
Yeah,
Starting now.
You.
And the next person will be give us a mandate. So give us a mandate. Please get ready.
Right. What I'll quickly say is, yes, a bad example has been laid down. So when the foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? The young Gen Zs and the young kids growing up right now, they are growing up in a dysfunctional society, and that is actually going to, that will then give them a triangle of direction. When they grow up, they're probably going to become like what they are seeing today. And that is where that's the saddest part of this whole thing. Because the people we have today, they are not leaders, they are rulers. We don't have leaders in Nigeria right now. We don't have leaders. We only have rulers. We have political rulers, traditional rulers. Many of them are good, some of them are not. We have religious rulers, we have economic rulers. So just rulers, people who love to rule. I mean, leadership is service. If you truly understand that you are serving, I just pray that we get to a point when Nigeria we have presidents, governors like what President Nelson Mandela exhibited. After he got out of prison, he was a president, and it just handed over. That was what that man actually did. Was it displayed a man that was bigger than office. Once you are bigger than office, you understand that it's service, all about the people. It's all about you. It's all about the people. I pray we get to that point where we have leaders, no rulers. Right now, what we have is rulers. So imagine a senator will go to Aso Rock, kneel down to address the president. These are rulers. These are not leaders. So at the end of the day, there are a bunch of principalities all over the place. These are a bunch of rulers all over the place. So this whole thing is going to continue until there's a change where we'll then elect. Excuse me, we'll have a president who will redefine leadership in the country. And when we get to that point, then the youth can then learn from that person. Because at the moment, you don't have an inspiring leaders. All we have are rulers, people who come, they display power. You have what's happening, see what's happening in Rivers State right now. They are saying Dokuba, don't listen to that guy because that guy speaks for both sides of his mouth. Today is here, tomorrow is there. So people like that, and I think Nigerians, finally, Nigerians should begin to see themselves as Nigerians. Yes, we all know where we are from. Yes, we all have our roots and our ancestral ties, but we should see ourselves as Nigerians. If the Jaws in Port Harcourt they've been there for all their lives, Port Harcourt is their home. I don't see the reason why the Jaws from Bayelsa should begin to interfere with the Jaws in Port Harcourt, saying the Jaw Nation, and that is what is even intensifying most of all these problems happening. Why the Queens people are saying the Jaws from Port Harcourt, from Bayelsa, they want to build an Jaw Nation Port Harcourt. What of all this nation nonsense? Can't we just be Nigerians?
Can you? Sorry, I don't understand what is happening with this Asara Dokubo angle. I don't fully understand it. Can you elaborate?
I cannot.
Because I'm sure the viewers don't even know.
Like I said, Asari Dokubo speaks for both sides of his mouth, so it's not a man that can be taken seriously. That's what I'm saying. Because a man that when he speaks, most times he talks about threat and violence. This doesn't happen, that will happen. So for me, that's not the kind of a man that a civilized person should take seriously. I think that ends it. Nigerians should see themselves as Nigerians, and going forward, I just pray that soon we'll have inspiring leaders, not rulers who are rulers of darkness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Satanic rulers, you mean? To Nigeria, what you're referring to about Asari Dokubo, I always call him the overfed orangutan. Yesterday, I think if you watch Nigeria Watch played his recent comments about what happened to Fubara. He's now claiming that Fubara is not an Ijaw man. He said agreement is agreement. Fubara is an evil man. It's just disgusting. It's not surprising because we all know that he has.
To be fair, I would like to watch the video.
He speaks from five sides of his stomach, not two sides of his mouth. His stomach.
To be fair, one fact is that Fubara and Wiki, they are cut from the same cloth. This is was it not part of Fubara that went and destroyed the?
Thank you very much. We have not reached that side, Mr. Tunaja. Thank you very much. Give us a mandate. Are you ready to speak now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, so it's your turn. 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, based on what you said earlier about the American currency, right? I mean, I know that America is a world power. That's why their currency is number one. But what we are saying here is that when your currency is being used to commit atrocity in a country where there's lawless country, I think you can call them out. They can be called out if the country is so which to do, because I mean, what they are doing in that country is lawless, and they are doing it because they believe that American dollar it can be used for any atrocity. So that's why I made that call. So then on the issue of Asari Dokubo, and then he said saying that
give us a mandate. Give us a mandate.
yeah, go ahead.
I understand what you're talking about now, but to be honest, Donald Trump has kind of made like a general move by trying to scrap up the US aid, because the US aid is being run by US dollars. So therefore, if he's starting that now on a national level, he can go piece by piece. But calling out Donald Trump, really, I mean, these are grown adult men, and you choose how you want to spend your money, regardless of the currency. So if it's that part, I don't think Donald Trump has the power to like influence or tell Nigerians how to spend, his currency. If they're sharing United States dollars, it means that they're sharing it because it has value. That's the point I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know American government, because honestly, this guy.
Mr. Emmanuel, sorry, hold on, Mr. Frank Emmanuel. I have no power about the link. You can just put it out there. I don't know if Mr. Niger what you see here, but you are kind of like late anyway because we're closing very soon. And Black Panther, you said because Mr. Elvis is not here, we should just talk all day. I think some people in Europe or Britain, like Dr. CM, would like to have a rest. So we can't just be here all,
did CM ask for rest? Why are you resting for CM? CM asked for rest. Oh, look at that. You are already military regime now. Nobody can talk now. You know you can't even do it to me. You don't even have the ability.
I'll give you your time. Tunaja, please stop taking the time. I am making a statement here. Black Panther, you should have been here, but I guess you are drinking your ginger and turmeric, and maybe you shouldn't talk for like a week, and your voice will come back. But Godspeed for you. Give us a minute. I'll give you 2 minutes. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to make it clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Then on the issue of Asari Dokubo, saying that Wiki and Fubara they enter agreement. I think some people are saying that video is an old video that. Maybe Wiki's guys are the one that actually pick that thing and then make it so. But on that one, let them know their situation. Now, my concern is, where is Fubara? That's another question I'll be asking for. I think on what is
Bayelsa State. Give us a mandate in case you don't know. Is it Bayelsa State Govt House, according to the publication?
Okay. So why is he in Bayelsa? Are they sending him on exile now? And I think Mr. Lewis and then some other panelists said something that is very, very profound here. If you think that Tinubu is doing this for just Wiki's aggrandizement, well, you may be deceiving yourself. Ohando is owned by Tinubu. Ohando made a move to buy a jeep before Tinubu became president in court, the criminal drug baron president. He couldn't buy it. As soon as he was sworn in, maybe 2-3 weeks or later, they bought a jeep. There was a situation of oil drilling of oils. I forget the name of that now. Maybe Mr. Jenna can remember that. Tinubu was also in that. So if you think that Tinubu is doing this just to please Wiki alone, we may actually be deceiving ourselves. This guy is doing this for his own selfish interest. Now, Tinubu grabbed Lagos for how long? If you are not, he's just encouraging Wiki. Wiki can do this because he knows what Tinubu did in Lagos. And so he knows that this same person is a criminal. I can leverage on him to also put River State in my pocket. That's what in what Fubara, Wiki is doing. Because during the election, we know what he said about Tinubu. We know what he said about the election. And all of a sudden, this guy end up changing the will of the Rivers people. Turn their will. They voted for Peter Obi. This evil man, I don't know what to call him. So, when you say Dr. CM, why it's like how do you say it? Who is there a reasonable Nigeria that should not be sorry what is happening in that country? Is there a reasonable Nigeria? I tell you that an average Nigeria is a millionaire in whatever currency you can think about in the world. An average Nigeria. He's a millionaire. But this crazy, this wicked and crazy human being turned everything upside down, destroyed the country. And so because they leverage, because they see one hard currency, they can use that hard currency to change the will of the people.
30
And for
seconds.
Natasha saying that,
30 seconds.
thank you very much. So Natasha, now, what Akpabio told Natasha that our waste is good for movement, is that not enough to be a sexual harassment? Is that not enough in the first place? Chris
God bless you, my dear brother.
Andrew Cuomo of New York did at some point didn't do up to that. They drag him. You are telling a married woman that our waste is good for. Is that not enough to be a sexual harassment in the first place? Is that not enough? And men, some crazy men, they're asking for evidence. You must be crazy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Okuyaki. You're a man. Thank you very much. Give us our mandate. You know, I love to see fathers who are speaking like this, because I know you have a daughter. And when you speak the truth and you speak out like this, you know, there's some level of understanding what women go through on a daily basis. I'm sure every other woman here would know. If you're not a woman, you will never understand. You can be with a recalcitrant person, a man of authority, and perhaps you work for him. When he shakes your hand, there's a certain way a man shakes a woman. The woman gets a signal and is very suggestive. But people would never, ever believe or say, it's just a shake of hand. What does she mean? They not feel shake you again. Those are the normal words. But as a woman, that's why I say sometimes you need to be wear the cloak, try. You can't be a woman, but try and wear the cloak of a woman to really understand what they really go through. Even some certain words a man says, it gives us a signal to a woman that you guys would never understand. And if this person constantly does that, that is a form of harassment. It pains me that some people still talk about, let her bring evidence. Are you guys so disgusting? What evidence do you want? You want to see them in the hotel room, unclad? Like, seriously?
Hold on, we shouldn't be mixing things up.
No, please don't interrupt me. I beg.
You are moderating. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk. This is a free period.
Tunanja, with all due respect,
allow people to talk now.
Allow me to speak. Because I'm a moderator here.
Let's do to and fro. It's not a monologue. Let's do to and fro, eh? You talk, we talk.
You can exchange ideas. Please allow her now. Just allow her. She's your moderator. Let her moderate.
I know. I'm just asking that
I am speaking about something that's very, very important here. Please, Tunaja, do not interrupt me.
Yeah, it's important, but it's good that other people add to it too.
What's your point? Let me speak, for crying out loud. Or are you a participant of such things? Because any man that wants to interrupt me or going against what I'm saying, you are a participant.
I'm not going against you. Sometimes you go on. Sometimes you go on and you don't let people to exchange, because there are aspects to what was just said that I wanted to say something about too.
Well, you could have just allow her to finish, and then you can come after her.
What if
she finishes this time? Allow her to finish. Let's not destroy. We have had a wonderful. Allow her to finish. You can come after her, please. Let her finish her thought. Allow her to finish her thought. Let her finish her thought, please. I beg you. Let her finish her thought.
Go ahead.
He done?
I'm not done. You want me to be done? Okay, let me just say what I wanted to say then. Please go ahead.
No, you cannot say what you want to say because it's not your turn.
That's why I said you go ahead now.
Anyway, the thing is that you see this Natasha matter. Akpabio should step down, because I know Natasha has a lot to say. All these ones are just introduction she's giving the world. When Akpabio step down for proper investigation, a lot of things will come out. That is just my conviction. So that's why I insist that Akpabio must step down for investigation. Everything will be revealed. So much will come up. I know. That's just what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Dr. CM. You see, when a woman is speaking in Nigeria, just like somebody is making a comment, I don't even care anyway. They will say she talks too much. She's too harsh. She sounds too radical. What is her own? Let her stay behind the backseat. I have said it. Start unlearning some certain behavior. Nigerian men, start unlearning it, because sometimes You even do it unconsciously. You don't even know that you are doing something that's not right. And that's why we have this culture of how Nigerian men treat their women, what Natasha is going through. She said something in the presence of other men. This man is saying some salacious things to her, and they're laughing because they don't see anything wrong, because they do the same thing. But if a man is saying that to their daughter, they will turn to almighty ego. But somebody is doing it to another person's daughter, somebody's wife. The men are laughing and they see nothing wrong. And that also applies even in this program. I have seen it. Some men, if a woman is speaking up, you have some suggestive language you speak about women. And that's why I'm here to always counteract you guys. I will not disrespect you, but I will try to educate you. I will not disrespect you because I will never go that low. Because anybody who thinks that, oh, a woman should stay behind, your sense of reasoning is kind of obtuse to me. I'm sorry, it's not an insult, but that's just how it seems like. Because everybody has a role to play. Mr. Tunaja, please can you not interrupt me? I'm trying to land somewhere so that I can give Mr. Jonathan at least make his final submission. So please do not interrupt me. Please. Now you have kind of disrupted my train of thoughts. But anyway, in general, what I see is our Nigerian system is designed for us to separate ourselves, especially by tribe. That's how our system is designed, from primary school to secondary school to tertiary institutions and even during NYSC. So we have been indoctrinated, we don't even know it, tribally, to say this is my tribesman, even religiously. If you go to an NYSC camp, the way a Muslim woman is treated is different from a Christian woman. Don't tell me how I know, because I've experienced it. If you are filling your JAM form, that indoctrination is there. It's just like what we talk about this, what Donald Trump is trying to cancel now. You go to the hospital, identify your baby that you just gave birth to. The forms are boy, girl, order, or something. That is what happens in our Nigerian system. When you fill a form, they will tell you what state do you come from, what is your religion. All those things are used to vet you, whether you are qualified or not. So see, the indoctrination is there. So when we come into politics, if you are looking to come into politics now, and because of that unconscious indoctrination, you start to practice it without even realizing, until people start screaming, oh, you're being tribalistic. It started from, in fact, since Nigeria was, in fact, from independence, I would just say, maybe I would say 1956, because I always like to start from when oil was discovered in Nigeria, from 1956. These things have been designed that way. Educational system has been designed that way. Employment system has been designed that way. Moderator. Every area of, in fact, politically, it has been designed that way too. Look at what APC and PDP, what is their, you say is by zone. It has been designed that way. And that is why you see when Black Panther says, we are not a nation yet. Because if we are a nation, we will start with our educational system. How do we want to change it? Just like what Burkina Faso is doing. How do we identify ourselves proudly? First as a human being, or from where you're coming from, and as a nation. We don't have that. We don't. And that's why we're seeing this ripple effect in our political system, in our judiciary system, even in the Nigerian army, in the NYSC, in the university, in employment. Just name it. Just name it. I remember one of my cousins, this was like maybe the early 90s or 80s. I remember I heard that, like, I was quite little, but I heard something like that. And I was like, that is impossible. I just couldn't understand it. She was wanting to fill a form, and she was from Edo State, but because of her JAM score, they said, okay, if your JAM score gets, I mean, she didn't get the JAM score to enter University of Benin, but her JAM score was high enough to enter a Northern University. But guess what? There was a snag. What was the snag? Oh, okay, your second choice. Okay, yes, but you are not a Northerner. I'm not going to mention the state, but it's in the north. You are not a Northerner. Okay, if you want to claim a Northerner, you have to now go to your local government chairman and not claim that maybe one of your relatives is a Northerner and show proof that maybe you stayed there for a significant number of years, and they have to take that, form, stamp with affidavit back to the university to get admission. I was like I was so little then, but I remember my cousin was bawling. She just couldn't. And she said, you know what? I'm not going to change my identity just because I want to school. I must use this JAMB score to enter school. She rewrote the JAMB again, and she entered Uniben, and she did very, very well in the medical field. So I say this indoctrination, it didn't start from politics. Even, in fact, all of us, everybody listen to the sound of my voice. Check yourself. Check yourself on how you have judged people based on where they come from. You think if you are under hypnosis now and you're not a psychologist, they will trace it back to how you grew up. That's where you know where this problem is coming from. Indoctrination started from when we were born in Nigeria. Our system is been embedded in every strata of our system. And so when money and power comes into play, that human side of being weak and greedy, it combines with it, and you now become a tazar in wickedness. That is what is playing out. So no matter what we do now, whether you want to change the constitution, whether you want to separate, you want to be Biafra, or what they call this nation, Ijaw nation, or Midwestern region, or whatever, we have been indoctrinated. We have to exercise. Let me use the word exercise now. Exercise that from us by changing who we are in terms of, by knowing who we are, coming together and say, what do we want as a nation? How do we want to identify ourselves? Is it Nigeria or another name? And they will not start from brick by brick by brick. The educational system, how is it mapped? Because if the United States, a typical American kid, is indoctrinated from when they were little, from kindergarten, that they come from a great nation and they're Americans and nothing will harm them and their government is always going to stand by them. And that's why we see an American kid can go to Nigeria and speak boldly. They have indoctrinated them from the time they were young of who they really are as Americans. We don't have that in Nigeria, do we? We don't. And that's why you see a lot of people, they seem kind of comatose, they seem kind of this lackluster attitude, even to speak up to their leaders. They can't, because something has been indoctrinated from them from the time they were born. Cultural aspect is even, that subservient nature is part of it. And then this tribal thing. And that is why even when they get to a certain stage, just because now my brother, he's doing something bad, I go quiet. They have been indoctrinated. Tribal separation. These are one of the things that we need to work on as a nation. It's not about quoting what section of the Constitution or who is doing right. Or we see Nigeria as a nation, we are damaged people. Listen, I always talk about post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what's happened to a lot of us, a lot of Nigerians, and that's why we cannot cope. We don't know what to do. It seems as if we are cowards. We don't know. We are careful what we say. We don't want to offend somebody. Oh, this person is from my village. You don't want to offend. Okay, the person might block my political ambition if I talk the truth. All those kinds of things. We have a very long way to go. Let us start with ourselves. I think Mr. Lewis was saying we need to change our political mindset. It's not just our political mindset. We need to start unlearning a lot of things as human beings. We need to start unlearning some behavioral patterns towards women, towards children, even how we dress, how we pick our political leaders, the standards that we set for ourselves or for our political leaders, the people that we chose to lead us. We need to start trying to unlearn certain things. We need to start unlearning it. And we are so stubborn as a nation. We are so stubborn. We have so much pride. The Bible says pride goeth before a fall. And that's why we are falling. No matter what we do, no matter the English we speak, whatever dictionary word we use, it's not going to change what we are experiencing right now. And according to Pat Utomi said, I quote, Nigeria will not get better. I'm repeating, Nigeria will not get better until we get rid of these satanic people in the corridors of power. And it is the truth. Dr. CM, whether you want to quote what they should have done according to the Constitution, the man from Bodilon cheated, what they did to Fubara was wrong, they are all product of the corrupt system, the products of the corrupt educational indoctrination. That is the fact, Dr. CM. And you see, Peter Obi said something. That man is a great man. He said the process in which you get political office matters a lot. It matters a lot. Because if the process is not honorable, you are not supposed to be called honorable in any format at all. The process in which Fubara became governor, The process in which Wike became governor, even minister, the process in which the man from Bodilon became president. Even from the primary level, let me even go to Edo State. Let me go to my house. Charity begins at home. The process in which Model Pebolo came, we saw what happened now with the APC now. How it was Dausa, and then somehow everything was twisted. All of a sudden, we saw Model Pebolo as the leading man for APC, and then going to the Labour Party now. You know, there was some kind of conflicting issues with Olumide Akpata and the other people, and then some grievant people came out and said, oh, he used money to set up, which, I mean, to today, no proof. I haven't seen anybody come out to say, okay, this is it. And then we now go to PDP. We had the faction of Filishaibu. How did Aso Igodalo emerge? So you see, they are all products of the corrupt system. Nobody should come and be talking sense here to us. And that's why I love Dele Farotimi. I love that man for his intellect, his insights, and his truth, and his simplicity.
So is there, are you going to look to end this thing?
Do not fight in their war.
Is this how I am when I'm hosting a channel? Is that because people say I talk to me when I'm hosting a channel? Is that how I am?
We have responsible men here. They are not speaking.
Come on, man. You can't just be talking over people and say because you can't make this about feminist stuff. You are just talking over people. And that was also do this to people. Come on, man.
I'm talking about something serious here. So, Naija, it is not funny. I'm talking about something very serious.
Actually, it's a little bit funny because you are saying that men are oppressing women, but you won't let men talk. It's like you've been talking for how long now?
That is a very shallow statement too, Naija. You're not bringing the man and woman facts here. That's
but
so shallow.
You started
and I'm not
it
going to say without due respect. That's such a shallow comment to make.
You should allow people to speak. My point is that, you see, if you want
I would
to have
allow
a monologue,
people to speak. I didn't say I wouldn't allow anybody to speak. But I'm speaking and I'm the moderator here. Have some sense of respect at least.
I do respect moderators, but try to keep it moderate too.
You don't have to listen. It's not being like a class monitor here. Nobody in appointed, but you just mute yourself because there are other respectable people here.
Take it easy. We are just here. We are here to see this. The main session is over.
I am not going to take
conversation amongst
ourselves. You're not going
ourselves.
to speak. Tunaja, you're not going to speak. I was about to end before you rudely interrupted me.
You said that the last time.
Anyway.
You said that the last time. And you went on for another 5 minutes.
But what I'm saying is factual. What I'm saying
is factual. That's why I want to exchange with you. It's factual. Yeah, but it's good we talk to each other.
It is not about winning this argument or anything.
It's not winning. It's exchanging knowledge.
But you listen. You always like to be like what they call the monitor lizard. You always feel like, oh, I need to speak to everybody. Please, to Naija. What I was just saying is, you know what? We need to start on learning things, and you know, our problems is deeper than politics. It's very, very deep. It's very deep, and unfortunately, many people don't have the opportunity to have these kinds of information or this kind of lecture from great men and women of this panel, and even Mr. Naija Watch that even sacrificing. Many people don't have electricity or they can't even afford the internet. Look at Shehu Kuti was complaining that at the time will come, people cannot afford for data, and it's true. Anyways, Mr. Jonathan, if you are still there, this is your final submission. 1 minute.
Jonathan talking. Let's not keep it organized. Let's just free flow for a while. Let's keep it easy for a while.
This is not your program. You cannot be dictating what should happen. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Madam Rita. Thank you for what you said, but in terms of Nigeria diffusing tribalism and then being sort of seeing the merit of every side or whatever we are doing, we had that opportunity twice, and that we just for the interest of those listening. In 1993, there was nothing like zoning. Option A4, which I explained here one day, was what threw up Abiola. For the first time, we conducted the election till today, which is a standard, because INEC then was quite fair. They meant business. When IBB said with Aton Zeriba and the ABN that they want to stop election through court injunction, Humphrey wants to say election must go on. And for the first time in Nigeria, they were releasing the election result as if you are playing football in a national stadium. You see it in a scoreboard. You see it, we all saw it. We all saw it in a scoreboard. In the end, it was annulled. Look at where Nigeria. We've been in the wilderness since 1993. Then 2023, 30 years later, Peter Obi came in. Very, very clean. Maybe we have to atone for it and look at where we are again. So where do you think we are going to be? So that's why this thing, when you look at Nigerian issue, we had opportunity. It's not that we had opportunity to, melt all this nonsense that is holding us. Peter Obi never campaigned on religion or ethnicity. Tinubu said they're Miloko, Yoruba local, and they voted and they rigged him in. Atiku said at Arewa House that nobody should vote for Igbo president or Yoruba president, that the North will vote for them. In the end, what happened? So look at where we are. We had opportunity. When MKO came up 1993, option A4, so many people were eliminated. Naturally, nothing like zoning. Yes, no, but every state must produce a presidential candidate. It's just like the way they play football till World Cup. There may be 48 that enter in the group. In the end, it will be 2 to 1. So that's what happened, and it was quite open. You don't bribe anybody.
And there was no internet then.
And there was no internet. Results were released for the first time in Nigeria. People stood in front of a INEC office looking at electronic. The man mounted it. Any state that is ready, you will see it there. So you don't need to collate. It comes in and he releases it like that. Very clean. We lost that opportunity. We wasted 30 years to begin again and look at where we are. So just to put it there so that people will remember where we are coming from and why Nigeria will continue.
Yes.
We be in this mess because we had the opportunity to correct it and then look at where we are. Since then, no way. Thank you.
You are very right, Dr. Sien.
Can I just quickly say something?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. I think what Dr. CM said is absolutely right. What our leaders ought to have done in the beginning, they didn't do it. So, we have a problem. The problem we have right now is the younger people don't even know the history of Nigeria, and they don't know the history, so they're actually going to repeat the same mistakes. So the country has never been properly organized. You look at that from day one. The educational curriculum is faulty. There's no history there. The children they don't even know if they go to school. They just come out like Professor Lishika said. It's a bunch of educated illiterates. Every year it keeps seeing graduates. They don't even know why they went to school. Some people went to university. What they study is not exactly what they actually wanted to study. But maybe they were actually forced into a course that they never wanted to study in the first place, and then they graduated just having the papers in their hands. They're not passionate about it. They have to go into another field again. So see, the system there's so much wrong everywhere. I don't know. It's hard.
That sounds very specific.
There's so much wrong because criminals have taken over. They've taken over the system. That's why.
I've said this earlier on. I think where we are missing the game is that we have not been organized in a kind of ideological manner. And even all our thought leaders, they have ideas like Shewore wants to bury all the corrupt politicians. P2B is consumption to production. But all this stuff has not fully come together to create a vision for people to follow. I was here before when I said it, that there is a reason why people fight for churches, because they want to go to heaven. There's a reason why Muslims fight for Islam, because they want to go to heaven. Why? Because there's an image of heaven that has been painted for them. Have any of them been there and back? No, nobody has been there. Not one person in this life has been there. But at least we know what it's like to live a good life. People have seen it all around the world. They can see it. How hard can it be to paint an ideology to people to see vividly what their future will be like if they get rid of certain bad habits and bad people without integrity from their system? And it bothers me that all our thought leaders in Nigeria have not gotten to that point yet. Maybe they will in time, but I think that if they don't, it's all incumbent on all of us to figure out the way to come together and start coalescing around a vision for our people. Because if you carry on like this, we are going to keep getting the same thing every cycle. Sooner or later, something has to break it. That's how I see it.
You see, good evening once again, everybody. You see, 1993 till now, how many years back? Every day the world is developing more technology, new technology. It's just because we have bad leaders, evil people that's leading us. Look at how much they spend in beavers. 300 to 400 billion, right? Okay, why can't they do this like this? From polling unit, from beaver to IRED direct, so that everybody have access. You will see how the result goes. Why can't they do it like this? Very easy something. Look at the way they do in an advanced country. It's not hard. It's nothing hard there. It's just because we have bad people that are leading us. That's why the country is not moving forward. Direct from Viva, from Viva to IRED, direct. So that everybody to see how the thing is going. It's not, you see, Nigeria, it's just like we don't really serious for something that is very important. That is the problem we have. All this electoral reform, they need to talk about it before 2020 go ahead. Those are the issues. We don't serious for something. After small time, we leave. If you look at Natasha issue now, Akpabio today, in the Senate. Imagine a country that work. Akpabio now supposed to step down. That matter is supposed to be investigated by now. But today, nothing is going on. Akpabio is still there. Is that a country? Is it how are we going to move the country forward? The answer is no. Look what happened in Rivers State. A city governor, nobody have the right to suspend city governor. But you have the right to deploy a state of emergency. Is it how we're going to move the country? Democracy is, I mean that I have said it before. They have truncated democracy in Nigeria. We are in dictatorship now, right now. We don't have democracy. Criminals, bandits are ruining us. If you look at their face, they are criminals. They are not, no. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me finally on my part, let me just submit. You see, Professor Otomi earlier today in that interview on channels, quoting one of the Nobel laureates, the one of the winners of the last year Nobel laureate, he was talking about Nigeria, and he said Nigeria should be one of the greatest countries in the world, but the country is not, because the leaders know what to do, but they are not doing it.
Doing it, exactly, yeah, it's true.
So when you take that statement is so profound, when you put it side by side with what the panel, you guys are talking earlier, and Dr. CM, about 1993. I can say, I don't need anybody to tell me or to analyze it for me, that if the right thing were to be done in Nigeria today, 99% of those that are in positions of power, from councillor to the presidency, they will not be there. Using option A4, for example, because you know this. You know what is right. You know what is right. You know what is right. You refuse to do it. Even if you have to make some changes here and there, refine it, restructure it here and there, but you have to toe that line. You know the right thing. You refuse to do it. Why? Because you know quite well that if the right thing is actually done, I'm talking of them now, they will not be there. And the only way to continue to perpetrate themselves is to continue to rig the system. That's the only way. Are you telling me we'll be running a fair system in Nigeria? Somebody like Akpabio will be there? Of course not. There is no way. Somebody like Wike Nigeria will not know someone like Wike today. Or go to the House of Rep. Let's name it there one by one. There's the Senate. Many of them, the so-called Senate leader who is there now, Bamidele, that one will not even be close
That one is
He will not even
that's a
expose.
sidekick of the man from Bodinona. He was the one speaking for him when he came from France now during the election, and he was saying stuff, and the man from Bodinona was also speaking it. And later he pretended like he was talking to somebody when we realized that the cameras were showing him. And if you look at the history of BAM, there's a lot of them that have criminal records abroad. A lot of them.
Because the other thing is that the other benefit of that system is that if the people from a particular constituency or state happens to make a mistake for the first time, maybe by error, for whatever reason, they elected someone get someone from their constituency to represent them, they won't repeat that mistake the second time, because that process is there waiting. All it just takes is that you can even pack your bags here from wherever you are in any part of the world. Just go back home and say, yes, I'm here, I want to run. Right from your streets. Because in 1993, in Nigeria, I was there. In my own area alone, we already know the result of about 24 polling units. Nobody can take it away. That is my street, the other street, and friends calling each other. We already know the result ourselves. So nobody can come and change it for us. You don't need to put it out. We already know. It's just to call your friend, you and your friend, because the day was declared as a public holiday. Everybody was coming. Oh, in my own polling unit, we had 24 votes. In my own, all we need to do was just adding it up. We're just adding it up. It was very straightforward.
You see, Jonathan, the good thing about that option, exactly, the good thing about that option A4 was, at the time IBB was doing election and cancelling, banning and unbanning, they called INEC to tell them a way forward. Because I followed all this. Most was saying, let them do it like, America do their own, like, what they call it, primaries, New Hampshire primary, Iowa, there may be 50 that started it. In the end, they will be dropping. So there's nothing to zone. You have to go to your ward and win. You represent your ward, which is option A1. You represent your ward at the, at the local government unit. At the local government unit, if you win, that is option A2. You represent your local government unit at the state level, which at the state level is option A3. If you win, still in your state, then you come to federal. All those federal, every state will produce a presidential candidate. They will be competing among themselves round by round until they keep voting. People will voting. Then it will make like two, or each party will now have one representative.
Dr.
So it's very clean. It's very clean.
Dr. CM, let me bring this in just to shock people. In that 1993 process, Abiola won his ward. Abiola won his ward by less than 15 votes.
You see, it's tough.
Because the Abiola won his Abiola had to use, let's just stay the way it is. He had to use money and connection and everything to win that war, because the guy that came up from that ward was a no-brainer. He's someone like from house to house. People already know him. All those people, all the people selling gari, selling amala, the buka women, all of them. That is the guy that they know, the man that they know. So the man himself is not that the man was actually poor, but he's a man of the town. He lives there. He didn't go anywhere. He speaks the language. That was
he
the
was
man.
well known.
Exactly. Abiola won with less than 15 votes. It was very, very close. He almost lost it there. That would have been the end.
It's true. It's
that
true.
Was when people voted for good
because
leaders.
People
had standards, Dr. The standard is money. The bigger the money, that's the standard they pick.
That is it. So when you're doing this type of see the way you have to come up before you get to federal to contest, people must have known you, even from your ward. So why didn't they use it? That is the thing Nigeria needs, because you don't need all this. I zone this. You thought everybody can call, because every state produce your own, every party produce. By the time you're eliminating series, that's why when you win the World Cup, they congratulate you, because you started with 48 teams. Before you know it, you are now 16. From 16, it continues going down until you win. So that is the type of, it's very transparent. And you people will see it. If you are not known, you are not known. If people don't, you don't go to your ward to win. Because now, okay, look at Akpabio didn't buy form and he's Senate president. Akpabio never bought, Akpabio didn't buy form for Senate for this time. He did not. He did not. It's true. Me, CM, I'm not a senator because I didn't buy form. Akpabio didn't buy form. Yet he invited him, come and be in the Senate and become a president. Are you now surprised why Senate? You see, there's something like God, what they call nature's aspect of quality control. If you did not, without what is it called? There is no crown without how do they say it? If there is no something, no crown, no cross. And if there's no cross, you can't have a crown. You should be able. So Akpabio didn't even indicate interest. He want to be president, he bought form. Forget about Senate. He lost out, they bring him. Or you come and represent your community. Now he's Senate president, and you see the way things are going. So what Abiola election taught Nigeria in 1993, if they adopt that system, there are a lot of things it will checkmate. A lot. And it will be so open. It will be so, because you are likely to lose the next round. You are like, it's round by round. You don't
get to the, you see, the other part of it, the final analysis of that system.
Yeah.
You see, in the final analysis of that system, when you now get to the national convention, final,
yes,
it will be fight to finish. Because everybody has been carrying their candidate along. So they are not ready to now come to the final stage and come and sell out.
No.
Abiola, when he got to Jos, it was fights to finish. Nothing like a bribing delegate or anything.
And because you win it, you have to continue from ward to local government to this. Any secret of if they miss it in the ward, at local government it will come up. If you don't get disqualified or you didn't drop out, at the state level it will come up, and every party will do the same thing. That is option A4. It doesn't require all this nonsense. Go this party, you go bring it must come from this zone. No, go and compete.
Is there a little bit of an element of when man plans, the gods laugh, that is going on in our context, the way we have our conversation? Because yes, all these things we talked about are true when we look at it from the level we are looking at it. But when we look at it from the point of view, from that statement where it says the gods laugh, in other words, he would have has the final say. You can rattle all you want, they still get their way. And until we turn ourselves, in the context of what I said, to the gods, at the level of the gods, we are not going to get anywhere. And this is where my idea that if we don't have...
What is the level of the gods? The
level of the gods. Yeah, now let me explain what I mean now. The level of the gods simply means that the final deciders, the people that decide the shape of the world as it is, if we don't become like them, if we don't get to that level, all we are doing here is navel-gazing, and they will just sabotage the system. Because if you look at the Abiola election, it wasn't perfect. They restricted a lot of people from joining the election. And it was the military regime that put it forward. Yes, it would have moved the nation forward if the Abiola had come into office. Definitely. It would have. But it would never have, if you look at it from the point of view that there are gods out there that can decide our fate. You see what I mean? It was always meant to be that way. We were never going to progress.
I appreciate it if you don't use the word gods, because everybody's a man.
Wait, let me come in there. You see, Babangida himself, one of his primary intention of coming up with that option A4 was that people like Abiola will not eventually, he planned it, that Abiola will have been completely eliminated during that process.
Along the road.
So it was like Abiola was scaling through every step from ward to local to the local government to the state level. So the military were surprised. So they are waiting. They knew their plan from the get-go. So option A4 was to eliminate everyone. Because how would you? How? You think somebody who has lived all his life in Lagos.
Yes.
His
We go
career,
to
everything,
Abeokuta.
and then when it comes to election, he will just pack his bag and go to Edo Bini and say he wants to become governor. And then he goes to Calabar and say he wants to become the governor of Cross River. It cannot happen because the people don't know you. It's what we are talking about here. Word.
And maybe, remember when you are competing, at the ward, you people can be 100 competing for SDP ticket or APC ticket. Maybe those people you are competing are local champions. Where
They
the
are
people
local
know
champions.
at that world level, you where they come from, United States or Abuja, you come they talk, they say they don't know you. It go difficult for you to dislodge them because
Very,
at that
very.
level in the world, they know themselves in the world. They say, "Now this man, we know where go do the thing." So if you can't defeat the man, you've lost, whether with all your billions.
They don't
If you
just
don't
call
defeat them, you are out. You are out completely. You can't even make it to Abuja to become president. So
people didn't just call Babangida Maradona for nothing's sake. He planned it from the scratch. They knew what they
I
were
think
doing.
Babangida was a coward, if you ask me. He was just a coward and a greedy man. So
yeah,
that issue of we like to mystify human beings as if they're untouchable, but in the actual fact, they really don't have powers. And to Nigeria, I don't want to use the term, God for men, because that's not what they are. They're not God. They're people that make the decisions.
It is an
But-
analogy. You can use an
and
analogy.
I understand you use that as an analogy, but we all know that in this world there are certain people that make certain decisions. But you know what? Those people got to those positions by virtue of the fact that they had people supporting them. So we shouldn't look at them as gods or people that are untouchable. They are not, because everybody goes 6 feet at the end of the day. So we that are the son, we shouldn't be like we are the one giving them power when we have the power. So if you have people who making decisions like IBB and they call Maradona, he's a coward. IBB is a coward. Just look at what happened with the recent book he put out there. Just look at the reasons why he nullified a democratically elected person. Just look at the reasons.
You
That's a
misunderstand
coward.
what I said.
Maradona.
You misunderstand what I said. What I
I
said
understood
was
what you said. I understood
okay.
where you're coming
Now
from.
break it down
I'm
now
just
because you
making
are
my point. I'm not
adding
saying
to
what you're
describe our
saying is
leaders.
wrong. I'm not saying
No,
what you're saying
I'm
is
not
wrong.
referring to our leaders. I wasn't referring to our leaders. I was referring to people that decide for our leaders. The people that actually come and decide for.
Listen,
you are saying that just men. They are not just men. You are,
British colonization. Let me put it that way, right? And when they so-called left, and which I know they didn't leave because Unilever is still existing, right? We all know that it is the greedy leaders in that country that allowed these people to continually control and make decisions, political decisions for Nigeria. That is why you see people like Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba were taken down because they refused to cower. Peter Obi said it, that these same people called him and he said he couldn't believe that they're talking about his country. And he refused. He refused it. He refused the demands we're making for him. So see, we need people like the Burkina Faso, what's his name? Captain Traore. We need people like that. They can stand up to France, the so-called superpower France. France is not any superpower. It is Africa that made them look like the superpower. The same thing with Britain. What natural resources do Britain produce? So please let us not mystify. Let us start demystifying them. Because we have weak leaders.
I think we have to be.
To these wicked entities that are not even in Nigeria.
We have to be realistic about these
I
things.
understand what he's talking about, please.
They have a technological edge against us. They have a military edge against us. They have an organizational edge against us. And they are advancing even.
China?
Yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. That's what. Let me finish what I'm saying now before you see. The reason why I'm saying that you have to be real about the challenge you are up against, then work against it. Because if you are not real about the challenges, you are going to miss the mark. And if you miss the mark, here we are. People missed the mark in the past. That's why we are here today. If they didn't, we wouldn't be here. So I don't want my generation to be the ones that miss that kind of this thing. Okay. They go and miss the mark when it comes to doing the right things against these people.
See, I'm particular about June 12, 1993. I use it as a yardstick or a reference point. See, June 12 wasn't only for Abiola. It was used to elect governors. That option A4. Every state used it to elect their governor. and it was okay. Why did we now come to federal? Babangida with all the reason. Now, 30 years later or 32 years later, he's coming to thought of say, although he thought that it was right, I mean it was wrong. In reality, it was okay that they shouldn't have those regrets. I do not think that the white man held a gun to our head and tell us to be electing thieves. I don't think so. I do not think so.
God bless
They literally
you,
did.
Dr.
I do. You see, why I say this is that. Why I say this is that. One, you set out to elect a leader that will lead you. At what point do you now think that the white people will tell you it is this crook we want? I don't think so. The thing is, Nigerians can use, corrupt leaders can use any phenomena, any situation to rationalize, the sort of, their, what they called, their hidden agenda, like IBB did in 1993. When the results are coming out and he's talking of rigging, everybody knows it's 30-something years later because he's going to the grave. He now felt that let me come and tell the truth because there's what they call the burden of history. I don't think so. It is even it is even in the interest of the Western nation that Africa we should get a good leader so that they can now deal with us at the level of equal. They can still beat us with all their this thing. But for us, because we're even giving them a problem, one, migration, two, even some certain crimes that we use transborder terror, all these things, they are not happy. They don't. They don't. So
Wow,
in our
you really
case,
believe that? Are you
no,
serious?
see, listen, because do you know why I have to believe it? Why I have to say this is that there are a situation that a country that used to be a basket case can now turn around at least to feed their are they responsible that why we can't give ourselves electricity? No. Do they tell us
Actually,
what?
they are.
No.
You know how I know they are? You know how I know they are?
Let's
Apart from the fact that they say themselves, that is what I would do. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me you just said it. I'm not going to go longer. It's just 30 seconds at most.
I don't want.
If it was me, I had power, I would do the same thing to us. And if it was, apart from the fact that they themselves say what they are doing to Africa, they know what they are doing. And the idea that we Africans are pretending as if we don't know, it's like, man, incredible. That is incredible.
See, at the level of bread and butter,
we have cowards. Dr. CM, please wait. Black Panther, we have cowards. Captain Toure of Mali, Burkina Faso. That man stood up to France. Do you know how powerful France is? He stood up to France. What did they do to France? What did they do to Burkina Faso when they were leaving? Did you see the nonsense that they were doing? Until the people said, you know what? Those people in the embassy should leave their country. And then guess what happened? They started putting sanctions. Thank God, at least Russia now said, listen, let me show you the way. Look, go to Burkina Faso today. So don't give me that excuse like, oh, Obama is the one that forced Jonathan. This one forced Jonathan. Peter Obi said they were making deal with it. Peter Obi said no. We need leaders that are not cowards and greedy people. Black to Nigeria, that's what you should be saying.
Of course, I'm saying I'm not saying we shouldn't fight it. I'm just saying we should be aware of because if you make the mistake of thinking that, I think from where CM is coming from, he's almost saying that they actually want us to do well. It's just because they haven't found good leaders amongst us.
They don't want us to do well.
That is a mistake. That's how CM is coming across.
See, I said it is even in their interest that we should do well.
Actually, it's not.
No, listen. No. It should because
why would they like that? Why do you think they hate China right now? China has declared war against them.
Mr. CM,
wait,
Mr. CM, I have something to say. You say it's like you don't really understand those white people.
Listen.
Well, let me tell you. I know. I understand the way.
Let me tell you at the level because people, I don't want you to stretch it. There are what they call bread and butter issue, and that's what we are battling till 1960 to today. Electricity, good road, pipe-borne water. Is it the white man that say we shouldn't have it? Tell me. Let us forget. Huh?
And yet,
Yes.
This is what Dr. CM is trying to say.
Just
This is the position,
Yeah.
and it is very straightforward.
Listen. Let's put it this way. There are 774 local governments. Only 9 in Abia are having 24-hour power supply because Geometrics built it. Why can't another state say Geometry, come and set it for us? Let me now know whether the white man will say don't go and put it there. What are we talking about?
Yes.
We are dealing with pressure. At the level of
Mr. CM, in the other hand, is it not the federal government supposed to give you power light, power electricity in the whole country? Is it state?
A state
answer that question. Is it not federal government supposed to give you power light in the whole state?
When it comes to electricity, it's a cartel within the Nigerian people. It has nothing to do with foreigners.
That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to tell you is that our problem, why we are where we are today, it's like we've not. I remember Niger Watch one day here saying, why is it that whenever they are campaigning, they will build road, Why don't they talk another thing? I tell Niger Watch, say, have we gone beyond the stage of road? If you tar road today is good, will you tar it tomorrow? The level we are is still a bread and butter issue. That is still our politics. We never look up. And the Obodo is not a white man that is telling me that I cannot, as a governor, reticulate water in my state. They are doing it in Enugu state. Why don't the white people stop them?
Because there is the way they operate, they don't operate at a micro level.
Not
at a macro level. See, let me explain. I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to say it. What it is that when you want a society to become dysfunctional, you don't have to go everywhere and tell it how to behave. You make it dysfunctional so that, one, through their finance, through their ability to defend themselves, compromising their leaders, there are so many easy ways to do it from a higher level. Look at the way the government floated the currency. That is a sabotage. But you are not going to see it coming. You're going to think that just their own economic policy.
Let me go back. Let me go back.
Now that is the key question that you have to fight against.
Let me go back. Our economy under Abacha with sanction was better than what it is today. Abacha is a military man. With sanction, Nigeria was giving sanction because of June 12th election. And the Farowiwa that was spied. Nigeria was a pariah. Yet Abacha called their bluff and was still doing something internally. The average life expectancy of Nigerians or whatever was still better then. So what I'm trying to say is this. There are things we can do for ourselves. Like people normally say, yes, you are not flexing muscle with them to go to the moon or challenge their...
About of China. Why are they not? Why are they not? With what Nigeria is saying, are they doing the same? Why are China not subpedaling to them? China is standing on its own.
China decided to follow Mao's, even if you want to call it a communist society, it's working. It's indoctrination. The way Chinese think, the indoctrination is from the when the kids are in kindergarten, in fact, before they were born. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You cannot compromise against your country. Americans indoctrinate their children that way. Chinese indoctrinate their children that way. But in Nigeria, we are indoctrinated to separate ourselves because one is a Yoruba, one is a Hausa, one is Igbo.
Even Russia, even Ukraine.
Our leaders know this. Our leaders know this. They use that tool as a weapon when it comes to politics, when it comes to economic matters. When it comes to religious matters, they use that. But the white man is indoctrinating greatness in their children. Is indoctrinating confidence in their children. So a Chinese man today, he will come to Nigeria and do business. It's China first. It's China first. It's not for himself as a businessman. That is where our problem is. A politician, a Chinese politician comes to Africa today to make a deal. It's for China. It's not for his private company. It's for China.
God bless you. God bless you.
We are too greedy. That is why I understand what Dr. Siem is coming from when he said, is it the British man that said we should not put light in those states?
Exactly.
Is it the way you say okay, impose this in Rivers?
It depends on where you are
Is
looking
it
at it
British man that says someone who should not give life? Mr. Elvis doesn't have life for days now.
There is no absolute. If you look at it from the point of view that okay, we are self-determining, we have our own agency, we are supposed to be able to determine our fate. That is true, and that is what we need, where we need to get to. But in reality, where we have been so far and where we are today is that our leaders are subservient to foreign powers. And we are not, our nation as it stands. If you want to know, if I want to break it down to you, your nation is not capable of standing on its feet right now. We don't have anything that we call defense industry. We don't have a military that can stand on its own.
We don't have capable
even Ukraine military is bigger than ours.
It's not about how big. Let me tell you something.
Actually, it is.
Sorry, to Nigeria. If they're bigger than us, military-wise, technology-wise, that's okay. But however, when you say we can never be
no, I know why you said that's okay. Let's leave it aside first. Let's continue, moderator. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but right now, what we have is people like the man from Bodilon that has a criminal record in the United States. If he goes into politics, the Americans will capitalize on that because it's America first. The same thing a British man will say, or somebody from France now, because the man from Bodilon goes to France. Buhari was going to UK. So the man from Bodilon going to France now, France will have something in his brocos. He will sell out. So because Nigeria have been indoctrinated by this, I'm sorry, I just keep going back to the default level of our indoctrination. And sometimes a part of our cultural upbringing also has affected us. It has not served us well. It has not served us well. And that is why you see these so-called leaders now. They buy their way through, get to the echelon of political league, and then they sell out, even if they have criminal records. Those people in the Senate, all those senators that have criminal records, Neda Emaswen that they say has a criminal record in New York, he's a senator.
My concern, Margarita, my concern is we are still 60 years after independence or more than. We are battling with remember my word, bread and butter issues.
Bread and butter issues.
Good hospital. Good road. Pipe-on water in the schools. So these are bread and butter issues. We are not talking of how to dominate Africa or how to go and rival America.
Go to Valley replica. Nothing like that.
Let us have electricity. That is bread and butter. Let us have in a city you open tap. Let us. These are not what you would have stuff for. That's what I'm saying.
Let me just add, Jonathan, quickly. You see,
let me say this. You see, if Nigeria today decides to have electricity standard 24/7, our roads are functioning, it still does not stop the West from dominating us.
Yes, that's what that is
the bone of the contention here. They will still have their dominance.
It
will take more than us having electricity. It will take more than us having electricity, having good infrastructure to take away their dominance.
Let me explain.
What if we take Nigeria to start competing with United States economically, militarily? It will take more than. So they don't care about that. In fact, the fallout of Nigeria, for them to allow Nigeria to remain like this, the fallout, is even detrimental to them. One of them is immigration or migration, if you want to call it. Because of the state of Nigeria today, they are facing the consequences is on them. They don't want it. They don't want that. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. See, if Nigeria have all this bread and butter thing today, their dominance will still be intact. It will take more than that to take it away, to take their dominance away.
Okay, let me say something. Let me add to this, please, because one, the immigration is not a bad thing for them. I don't know how we can understand these things. Like immigration is basically your people lifting themselves up. People that they used to come and carry as slaves, they are carrying themselves over to go and serve them in their country. They will tell you they don't like it in terms of policy. Why do you think they are not stopping it? If they want to stop it, they will stop it. They allow it to happen. And secondly, if you develop, you get electricity, you are not doing any research, you are not becoming technologically advanced, they will tolerate you for a while. But when you get advanced enough, especially a critical area like this is Africa, you remember Africa once colonized Europe, they will not let that happen. China is far away. That's why they were even able to tolerate it this long. And China was just after the Second World War when they were all exhausted from the war already, and China was invaded by this in what do you call it, Japan, and then they wanted to go nuclear. They threatened to nuke them, and they still went nuclear anyway. They didn't care. If you think in this world that they are going to sit there and just watch you rise up and deny their children the benefits of your labor, the benefits of your wealth, you are mistaken. A leopard will not allow their child to go hungry when their antelope has got children. That will not happen.
So what you are saying,
please, see, so does it mean that forget about when we have electricity, we do military research, topple them? Can't we use air condition to sleep in our places if we have electricity? Can't we enjoy at least electric fan blowing you at night? Is it bad?
Let me answer CM. You are seeing this in just now. We had it once. Sorry. This point is important because it looks like everybody's saying the same thing. Let me just say to CM. No, let me just say this to CM. CM, you are looking at this from a like now, one time stamp. Nigeria had all these things before. Where do you think it went? We lost it all again.
No. When we say Nigeria had it before, I know to some extent. What I want to point out is this: there are countries, third world countries, that are having this electricity with good road, everything. Even with that, they are not even doing the research that they expect that so that to rival the West. But to them, at least that is part of life. Electricity is part of life. I do not believe, and I can never believe, that for us to make sure that every home in Nigeria has electricity, the Western world won't be happy about it. It's in our own hands. Pipe-borne water that we drink, yes. Pipe-borne water that we drink. Listen. No, listen. Listen. Just hold on. Just oblige me. Pipe-borne water was what the West gave us. In the olden days, we don't have it. They had it in their country, they introduced it to us. Somebody was telling me, how come since they left us, we failed to give what the white man gave a black man? Now the white man, they have gone. Can't a black man give another black man pipe-borne water? Don't you see the logic there? What I'm saying is that let us, what I call it bread and butter issues, that these are issues, let us exist first.
You can't. Don't you see that? You can't.
It is not the white people that is holding. It is not the white people that is.
You are putting the cart before the horse.
No,
you are trying to eat when people are controlling your ability to eat.
See,
no. First.
They are not controlling our ability to give us safe electricity. Abba is having electricity. No, listen. There's no need. Abba is having electricity 24 hours. Why can't Bini as a city have their own 24 hours? Is it the white man that is stopping them? That's what we are saying.
You are looking at it on the micro level. Look at it on the bigger picture. That's how you understand what is going on.
Listen. You start from micro to macro. Our problem is
actually you start from macro.
You can't walk that way. Let me tell you what my governor Soludo said. Let me tell you what my governor Soludo said. Soludo said Nigeria has been trying to fix Nigeria from above. He said if everybody should go to the state, and then every state is putting itself in order. Before you know it, at 6 states is in order, and Nigeria becomes in order.
Country has ever
what do you mean by from macro to micro? I want to hear. Do you know what you are talking about?
I can give you an example of in nature. I can even give you an example in nature because the macro affects the micro far more significantly. It's like you can be inside your house, tidying up your house because you are focusing on the micro, isn't it? But there's a hurricane coming. Because you are ill aware of the macro, your house could be blown away. A hurricane could be coming. You see what I mean?
I don't understand.
My point is that
it doesn't relate to what is on ground yet.
Okay, now let me deal with it. Let me give it in the political angle now. Let me talk about what happened to us in Africa itself on a macro level. When the Europeans were doing their thing in Europe and developing their weapons, cannons, and Gatling gun, that was on a macro level. We didn't deal with the problem on a macro level. We're dealing with it on a micro level by fighting each other in Nigeria. Guess what happened? The consequence of macro level, their Berlin conference came to roost. They were having their meeting in Berlin. We thought that was not our business. But guess what? It was.
The Berlin conference was a micro level. What are you talking about?
It was a macro level. It was something that was happening on a geopolitical level. Listen, how can you just argue? Rita, you are just arguing me for the sake of it now.
Do you know why I'm laughing? Do you know why I'm laughing?
Please allow me to talk. Okay, go ahead.
Well, hold on. When you see a 10-story building, that is macro. That small blocks you put together, that is the micro.
It's a micro. It starts from
it's the micro. You start, you see, I mean, but I see.
Somebody had a vision to build the macro first.
See, listen.
What are you talking now?
Nobody had a vision to build the macro. They didn't invent the block one at a time. They are going. You look at how he's laughing because he knows are correct. He's laughing because he knows are correct. Somebody had a vision to build the macro first.
These are people to just abandon this line of thought.
Somebody had a vision to build the macro. You have to deal with the macro problem. You can't just start putting blocks and say you want to build a house. As a matter of fact, you are making my point. You can't just say you want to start putting blocks at random.
I'm trying to tell you the difference. A full building standing is macro. The micro are those small things you put together, brick by brick, chucking them. That is the micro. You have to get them. Those when you assemble them, then you now get what you want. You see what you are saying.
Let's watch CM answer this now.
Let me give you soft landing.
What did the architect do? Was it not the architect that put the macro in place? Was it not the architect that put the micro in place?
Wait now. Let me give you.
This is what I'm saying. You have to have somebody with vision to deal with the macro level.
Let me give you soft landing. Let me give you a soft landing here.
Oh, look at that.
I think what you are trying to say, probably you might not be wrong. What you are trying to say is that before you do something at all, you must have a vision.
Yes.
And your vision is the macro that you are talking about. But to get it done, to achieve your vision, you still have to start from the scratch.
Of course, it has to be executed on a micro level.
So that I think on that, if that is what you are saying, vision, that you will have it. You have the big plan. The big plan is that Nigeria should be a functional state. As a country. But everybody still have to go down to basics. The state, the local government must be functioning. The state must be functioning.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Because in other words, it starts from the macro level to the micro level.
Jonathan will say, "I'm just talking."
Jonathan, today is a classical example of what they call reverse logic. You are putting logic on his head. You start from the foundation. We are still battling with bread and butter issue, which we should have gone far ahead. Then we don't talk of how to.
Now, CM, to show you that you are wrong, since you are not agreeing with my analogy, I can ask you 3 straight questions. By the time I'm done, you have to concede the point. 1, that building that is built on a micro level, who put the plan together?
Building was not built on a micro level. It's made up of micro bricks that built it up.
So, but what vision gave the construction of the building? Is it at random?
He's talking about the building itself, not the architect or anything.
I know. So I understand what I'm saying, but it starts from a macro level.
I'm not going to argue. This is a baseless argument.
No, stop it. You don't want CM to cry. Let's see him cry.
Baseless argument. We're not building who constructed it. We're talking about the building itself. I don't know why you're like this.
We are not here to argue to win now. We are only learning. These are the things that somebody should cry here now. We are all learning.
let me use my
Berlin Conference was a micro level of how Africa was colonized.
He says micro level.
And
it's
how
macro
it was
level.
systematically divided. So if you want to use that as a macro, you are totally wrong. Listen, Europeans were fighting each other. Listen to that, Nigeria. Maybe you have read the history. Europeans were fighting each other. Everybody wants to get a piece of Africa. And then later they made a decision. Let us come together. Let us share it accordingly. That coming together to share it is a micro level of where the Dutch will go to Namibia, the British will go to Nigeria, the French will go to Burkina Faso. That is the Berlin Conference was the micro level on that scale. On that scale, I'm not saying you understand what I'm saying.
Hold on, don't rescue her. See, when people are right, you know when people fight you because of they don't have reason to fight you.
I'm never going to argue because it's a waste of my book.
Now, hold on. Don't run away yet, Madam Rita.
Run away, Bini.
Hold on.
I am the moderator of this show. Have you forgotten? Run away.
I just in case now, where will I learn too much? So the point I'm trying to make is that you are saying a decision that was made on a macro level, that nations came together and decided that, you know what, I'm not going to make decision based on my immediate needs. I'm going to just decide that, okay, we are going to share this thing together on a global level. And you are saying it's a micro solution. That is nothing more macro than that.
Because when they say macro and macro is small, macro is big. Let us agree on that. Africa, the way it is, if they didn't sort of balkanize it, you leave it as a whole. But they said you take, just like sharing cake. That piece of cake, that Nigeria they cut Ghana out like a piece of cake belonging to Britain. That is the micro Africa. The macro itself is just the entire continent. So what they did
about a totally different context now. Wow. You don't we are talking about how is it how no the micro level is not no the micro level we are talking about the context of them breaking Africa up. They made a decision on a high level and created it on the ground.
Very much. This lecture of micro and macro is over.
Rita, calm down.
I
think TM just invented a new
I didn't invent anything. This is Africa. Africa has a boundary.
But that is not what we are discussing.
Hey, listen now, because I'm using Berlin Conference. Africa is like this. For them to sit down and say this corner called Burkina Faso should go to France. This corner, Nigeria, it should go to Britain. This corner, that is the micro. That is the real micro. That's what I'm trying to say.
CM, I have to say you are consistent. You know, but Rita is not consistent. CM, you are consistent. You still went back to the block analogy.
Anyway, be like saying you look for my mouth talk. I'm not going to go to CM.
At least CM. Hold on. CM went back to the block analogy again. Even after, hold on now. Calm down, Madam Rita.
And I'm going to argue with you saying you were wrong. That was a micro level on that scale.
It wasn't
Dr.
micro.
CM has given you a pictorial example of his explanation.
You believe that. If you tell you that 2 plus 2 is 3, you will believe it at this moment. See,
you're just arguing blindly, I beg.
See, let me reply to CM. See, let's be serious. CM, you see, you did the same thing. You
serious. You're the one that's not been serious.
Okay, CM, you did the same thing you did with the building, where you said the blocks.
Yes, man.
The important part. The blocks are the important part, but you forget the people that created the vision to put the blocks together. You know, when God wanted to play the world, calm down, please. When God, calm down now, calm down.
I'm not going to calm down because you are going around the same circle. It doesn't make sense. Can we talk about other important issues
now?
If you want to know the difference, go and meet your professor, please. There's nothing you're going to convince
me.
Madam Rita. You are wrong too,
Madam Rita. You can just say I'm right. You could say that, and the world, heaven is not going to fall according to Wiki.
Heaven will not fall if you admit that you're wrong.
Madam Rita, he's grassing you up. So don't. I know what he's doing.
I'm not grassing you. I'm not grassing you. She's the one fighting me all the time. She will let me talk to you.
That's what you are doing.
I'm not.
I'm not serious.
Now you're making me cause you're wicked.
Anything macro means
So
big. Micro means small.
Yeah, think
all.
about it now. Think about it. You just again said that the act of dividing Africa is on a micro level. Let's say I even consider that. But what created that act was done in a macro level. Do you agree that?
See, things don't just become micro. See, listen. Let me ask you.
Macro level.
Let me answer you. You see, you don't do it
like said the higher level, macro is bigger than the micro.
Listen. My class for my students 2 times.
Exactly. You got to get failing grade now. F9.
You'll be surprised how much they will tell you that you are talking against that man. He is correct.
See, something don't just become macro because you dream of it. Something don't just become macro because an architect sit down to say the building will be like this and like this. You go there, you go there. This. That is just a visioning. It doesn't just become macro. Until you start to put the small block to then you now see the giant. That is the big. That is when you talk about it. But in this case, Africa don't exist. The landmass is already there. The Oyibo now came in to say because maybe there are 10 of them, how do we share it? At that point, what they did at Berlin Conference was sort of atomization of Africa. Let me use that term, just breaking it down into macro level. I mean micro level. That's what they did.
But the act of doing it, what was it?
Dividing the country, balkanization.
When a group comes together to break something to a smaller level, what happened?
What is balkanization?
It's not the bigger group. It's not the bigger group that came together to break something down.
What they did was balkanization. That just
no. I see. The argument was not about whether they break Africa up into pieces.
But that's what they did in Berlin.
No. Calm down. Now the discussion was about decision was made on a higher level beyond the small groups that they broke it into. The smaller group they broke it into were not aware of, or even if they were aware, they were not operating at that level.
Yeah,
so they were able to operate at a higher level. They made a decision that made their fate. That's basically signed. Their fate was already signed by the time the execution started, because they were not operating at the level of those Berlin Conference. If they were, African leaders would be gathering together and operating at that level too. That's what I mean by operating on a macro level, geopolitical level. Anybody understand that geopolitics is not the same as local politics?
You see. Let me describe. Before I say reverse logic, that one no do you. It's just the master of ambiguity. All this one, you are the dribble.
So geopolitics now is not micro politics and geopolitics is the same thing now.
See,
come on, let's not do that.
See, macro is big, micro is small. We all know the meaning. That's what we are saying. But back to where we started before. I can never believe that it's the white man or the West that is making it impossible for us, for a black man to give a black man electricity. I don't think so. That is my principle. I do not believe that a black man, it is the white man that made it impossible that a black man should not give his fellow black man pipe-borne water. To a black man to build a hospital that a black man like him could use. I don't think so.
That statement, from one point perspective, somebody can say they agree with you. From another perspective, they don't agree with you. So it's a very blunt statement.
Because that is the level Nigeria is. We can't farm to feed ourselves. That is not the job of the white people. After all, other countries farm.
Ultimately, we are responsible for our fate. We are ultimately we have ourselves to blame. But if you are trying to say that the Europeans are not participating in terms of trying to ensure that we don't get out of their control, then even they themselves will tell you, "Come on, man, don't do that." They won't tell you that that's what they are not doing. They know that's what they're doing.
See, I don't know which example again will I point, because when we're talking of Nigeria, I know we are talking of maybe entire country, but you have to agree with me that, let's say every of the 774 local government is functional, Nigeria becomes functional. Simple. If hunger goes away in every local government, you can't say hunger is in Nigeria. But to the extent that we are
hunger
saying,
will not go away. Don't you understand?
that's why I say if. That's why I said if. No, listen, I said if because I'm being conditional. And I'm not being absolute. That's one. Then the next thing I want us to look at this is this. Why I say bread and butter issue is that give or take, that is the level Nigeria is. And it's very, very bad that more than 60 years, we are still talking of how to generate electricity that we are going to use, not export. That we can build a hospital in my local government that if I'm having a pregnant woman who wants antenatal, I can go there. Oyibo cannot tell you not to build that. It's wickedness. Is it Oyibo that tell Nigerians, if you are sick, come to abroad, come and treat yourself. Don't build a hospital in your country.
Yes. You know, there are ways for people to talk without actually talking by creating certain conditions. If I want two people to fight, I'll create certain conditions around them, get them to see certain things and get them not to see other things, and they will fight each other.
Okay.
We all know that.
Okay, Egypt, for instance, let me use the example. They are building a brand new capital in a desert. At the coast, you have Cairo, but they are moving towards the Sahara Desert, towards Algeria, coming down south to the way we look at it. Brand new capital with skyrise building, which is modern. They are correcting the mistakes of Cairo because of the congestion. Why didn't, if that type of thing, let Oyibo control us in Nigeria, let us build that type of thing. Let Oyibo be in charge, let them control us while we have electricity.
Why would they let you build
Dr.
that?
Dr. CM, thank you. You see the point you raised.
No. Why would they?
You see, if Nigeria is developing, Nigeria is not developing. Nigeria is static.
Yes.
In fact, Nigeria is progressive.
Thank you. Not static.
If Nigeria is developing, a government with sense, we know that Abuja is no place. Abuja will not a developing capital. Abuja is too small.
It's too small.
The point that the government will have to look for a location, a place that will accommodate Nigeria. Abuja is too small that you can call a federal capital. It is all politics. This stupid politics that we are playing that brought the idea of Abuja in the first place. Abuja is too small to be called a federal capital of a country that is developing. If Nigeria is actually developing, I use the developing in a matter of in a matter of two decades, nobody will tell them. They will know that they have to move.
See, where you just said just now is what I've been saying, that Nigeria is kept weak, strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to develop. And if you think this is by accident, look at all African countries. About 40 black African countries more than 40 black African countries have as much security forces as 4 North African nations. North African nations are not the same as black African nations. And Egypt alone controls more than 200 F-16 aircraft. Nigeria, guess what? How many we have? 0. When I tell you that our leaders have completely forsaken our ability to survive on our own, if we don't deal with that bigger problem, that is why we don't have any. That's why things never work.
You see, I agree. But what our point? Let's define where we stand. Where I stand is that our condition. I'm not blaming. For instance, I say bread and butter issue. When I mean bread, I've named them here. I don't blame a white man for that, because I do not think that if I go to Aba today, there is 24-hour electricity. Why can't the capital of what is it called, Ekiti State, go to Abia and say, what did you do? If they start it in Ado Ekiti, let me see who will stop it. It's because we don't want, because these are bread and butter issue. That's where that is my point.
When Akpoti was doing it, did they stop him and say, no, now that you are doing it, you are people civilized? Did they stop him?
Okay, look at what he's saying now about bread and butter issue. What if they told you now that Nigerians have more food than they had before now? Nigerians are living a better life than they had maybe 40, 50 years ago, where their life expectancy was even below 50. What would you say? You see, you are not looking at it comparatively, that the other side of the world is racing away from us. And the further they race away from us, the more we invite our conquest and extermination. So you are not looking at it.
What you are saying now is that
you are looking at it as arithmetics. I'm looking at it from the point of your calculus. The whole thing is in flux, in motion.
What you are saying now that it is the West, right, that has brought food shortages to Nigeria?
See, it's not the West. Like when that's why I didn't dispute the statement when he said it's not the white man that is responsible for why we can't develop, because that statement is loaded with so many different aspects to it. Because if I have a house now, I'm responsible for that house. Even if an armed robber comes and steals from that house, it doesn't mean that armed robber, I'm not going to deal with that armed robber. You see what I mean? There are different concepts at play here. So when he says the white man is not responsible for the reason why we are not doing very well, in the context of me protecting my house, yes, you can say the reason why armed robber was able to come to my house because I didn't put security guard, I didn't hire security guard, I didn't pay the security guard very well. There could be a lot of reasons. It could be still my fault, but it doesn't mean that armed robber is not an armed robber still. You see what I mean? But the armed robber is a problem that needs to be solved.
But the armed robber is not a white man, no. It's your brother. Maybe because he's
includes the Oyibo people too, includes the Chinese. Everybody that has more technology than you, that has more stronger military than you, they are a threat to you.
You see, I still believe. I know that in this world, Lord, they say there's competition. Even if when you were born, the way they say competition in everywhere. If I say Nigeria is a power, maybe grow to the level we had expected it. There are some other African countries that we may like to, to show them that we are Nigeria, all those type of things. I agree. You have to oppress who you are bigger than. I agree. Although, albeit that there are international institutions that can regulate it, if you get away with it, so be it. But what I cannot agree, what I fail to be convinced is that what I know I need, and I know I'm capable of giving it to myself, I fail to give it to myself, I'm blaming a white man. And I've seen where it is done. That is what I don't want.
Okay, now. Okay, CM, you are right. Do it now. Why can't you do it now?
That is why I'm saying why don't we do it now is because let us admit first we failed ourselves, not the white man failing us because we don't have pipe-borne water. That's why I say bread and butter issue, because I want to really narrow my way I'm defining so that if you want to tackle me, you tackle me based on that. There are things that they said they taught us in economy that the basic needs of man, food, shelter, and is it clothing? I think something Jonathan helped me. Food, shelter. Can't we give ourselves shelter? These are the basics of life.
Let's play that game that you want to play. Now, let's game it out. Let's game it out. Now, you want to do all those things, and you want to build pipe-borne water, you want to build electricity, you want to get all those electricity. Your country doesn't manufacture any of those things, and you want to buy it from overseas, and you need money. And you want to come and ask for loans, and you say, this is what you want to do with the money. And I tell you, this is what you can do with the money. What are you going to do?
No, we look on the issue of pipe-borne water. We can manufacture PVC pipe. It's done in Nigeria. Even at Agbara, somewhere in Lagos. PVC pipe. You reticulate water. That one is basic. To cultivate, listen now. Listen.
We did it once, remember?
It's still there. See, this, what is it called? Farming. I listened to Audu Ogbe from Benue State because Idoma people there. I only defer to them. Anybody can farm in Nigeria, but there are areas we know that they are traditionally because of their soil fertility. Now, the man said, the Audu Ogbe said, Idoma man, he said, there are no more people willing to go to the farm to go and do the normal traditional way. He said now they've invented, there's now a tractor they manufacture, the way it helps them to do it. That is improvement because they want that hunger to be addressed. So what I'm trying to say is that, like what Audu is suggesting, a white man cannot come and tell you, don't do this to help your people. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, now, hold on now. Calm down. I hear what you're saying.
Coming. Especially when it is something that is as basic. I'm not talking of technology, just something basic, water, electricity, and the hospital. They are basic.
CM, are you trying to say that Nigerians are starving of water?
Huh?
Are Nigerians starving for water today?
Water.
Yes.
Water.
Yes.
Hey, this question, how do you want me to answer it?
Yes, it's a straight question. Are Nigerians starving
of water?
Yes.
Are we not living in modern times?
Everywhere there's pure water in Nigeria. There's borehole everywhere in Nigeria now. So just in case you didn't know.
Did you say borehole?
Yes, you see, it's still is down. Now, let me explain something to you. One,
don't finish
that pipe-borne water that you want to build, let me explain, because there are systems involve different aspects to it. Somebody that wants to do it probably wants to be corrupt and take some money away from the country that I will empower. There are bandits in the country. There are your politicians that I can undermine by encouraging them with bribes, like in your petroleum industry. And that petroleum industry, people in there also work in those people that manufacture the pipe that are going to be on those lines. The roads that the holes that they have to dig on the ground, underground, that the pipes have to go through. If it breaks in one point, the entire almost the entirety will fail. Especially if it's at the critical point between the reservoir and the actual town or area where the pipe is going to. So these things, if you look at when you are building a complicated system, one failure in one area affects the entire system. All you have to do is introduce instability into that system, and nothing will work.
So this analysis you've made now is why we don't have pipe-borne water in our homes and cities. So is that so? That's what. Let me just before I answer. So this analysis, you are just trying to tell me locate where the problem is. That is what this analysis
for you. Let me simplify for you. I hope you can.
No, you don't need to.
You know how a radio works. You know how a radio works.
You don't. You
go.
Radio.
No. It's a simple. I want you to understand complex systems because you seem to be simplifying like everything is simple. No, let me give you a simple analogy now. You know how a radio is. One component breaks, the entire thing could stop working. Now, try to tell me how you can put the entire system together with one chain not being faulty in the Nigerian space.
I want to stay on this narrow track because I know where I want to have what they call a
that's
control.
What I'm dealing with the pipe-borne water. It's not the control. Not just one house you build it. You have to run it through the entire city and the entire town and into every building.
Listen, we are capable of doing this without involving the white people. That is the first answer. It is because that's why I said why a white man should give a black man water, pipe-borne water, and they left us. A black man refuses to give a fellow black man pipe-borne water. That is where I'm coming from. We are capable of doing all this. Bread and butter issue, that's why I call bread and butter. We can solve it. Every country can solve it themselves. Give yourself a good hospital.
Give me an example of a nation that solved it without necessarily dealing with the macro level. Give me one.
See. When you bring this macro again,
you don't want to see it. No, I'm asking you to give us example in the real world.
No. Listen. You see, I don't want us.
Give me one nation that solved it the way you are saying.
See. Listen.
Because they can give water to their neighbor, or because they can build farms for their neighbor. That's the reason why they progressed.
You cannot be a professor now when you didn't go to primary school. I mean, how does it work now? How does it work? You can't be a professor of engineering when you can't solve calculus in secondary school. How can you be an engineering professor with doctorate? So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. The issue of pipe-borne water or whatever, it hasn't got. To me, it's as micro as it can ever be. It is so basic that we need it in life. That is the level Nigeria is, and that is what we are tackling.
Maybe ask them to even sweep the road. If they can sweep the road, they can maybe organize. Nigeria is not organized. Don't you see that?
See, okay.
They can't operate at that level. They can't operate at a level where they are organized enough to even sweep their neighborhoods very well.
Okay, if I say now you are coming to the base, this is sweeping a basic thing. It's not advanced though. It's a basic.
Yes, because we are not capable. We don't operate on a high level.
So
that's what I call collective intelligence. We don't operate at that level.
So which means we can't even do the basics, and we are talking of advanced. You see the contradiction now. We can't even do the basics, which we should have been taking as a given. Now we are talking of advance.
No, because the problem is that advanced one is only one lever you need to pull. If you deal with that problem, the lower level ones will start falling in place. That's the problem. It is creating an instability down the chain.
You see, I agree. You look at this is the macro or whatever you want to be. But just like climbing a staircase before you get to 10-story building, that first one you are climbing is the basic, is the macro. That is the starting point. To me, Nigeria, the way we are, that is why it is disheartening, and some of us are pained. That given the what we are where we are supposed to be, we should have conquered at least the issue of basic bread and butter issue, but we have not. I said so here that yes, man.
See that step.
It's bread and butter because
that step you are talking about. That
yes,
step you are climbing up the stairs. That analogy you gave. The first step is security. The second step, bread and butter. That if you don't do that one, that first step first, you can't move to the second step. That is what other people did. The Chinese, the Indians, all of them. You have to go through that stage. If you don't go through that stage and you think you can jump to the next one, you're going to find yourself the
Nigeria, you are very wrong. The Chinese didn't start from security first.
Actually,
please go back to your history books because listen, because you can't just make statements here and people who are not listen.
CM, you are going to pretend as if you don't know now. You will let her keep talking. CM knows the history of the Chinese now. He knows.
No,
Niger, I'm going by the comments you just made now. That the Chinese started on security first before the nation became great. That is the wrong information for crying out loud. Very wrong. Chinese,
like I said, they started with
who they are, and they use the Mao phenomenon till today. That's what's working for them. The Mao ideology. It got nothing to do with security at all. They defined who they are as persons, and then they listen. You see that quote I just read about that great Chinese leader. It is Mao's taking over the country that made her and her husband go to Taiwan. So they were not even, that time China was as poor as anything because the country was more than half of the country was destroyed by collaboration of Japan and Germany. I kid you, it was not really about security because the country was starving.
That is Madam Rita. That is exactly the contradiction in Mr. Tunaija's argument. That's the contradiction because I know earlier on you talk about ideology. So if you had stay on that ideology would be the starting point, not security. If we are talking of Chinese have what you call an ideology, and they built on that ideology. They had not wavered, they never wavered, they stay on there. It is the ideology. If you say that is fine. A country must have an ideology. And the ideology is not security to start with. The ideology is community, it's communal. That is why they have a communist system. So you have to understand that.
Do you know why? Do you know why I think? Do you know why I said that? See, you don't do that.
Now you want to give excuse why? Because it's coming from Mr. Jonathan.
Let me give you my reason.
If it was me, you say I just want to use the mic.
Madam Rita,
I have left the mic for you. Keep talking. If you are out, I will interrupt you.
Let's not do this, Madam Rita. Let's just calm down. Let me finish what I'm saying. So, this is an easy discussion if you think about it. Let's not take it too seriously. Now, what he said about the ideology, that is true. And about what Mao did, one of his first priority was security. He went to Russia or Soviet Union at the time and sought their best weapon that barely anybody has used, which was their nuclear weapon, their technology, and their ballistic missile technology. Stalin turned him down, but when Stalin passed, Khrushchev came into office and gave it to the Chinese. And they never looked back since then. And Khrushchev tried to convince him that, why do you want nuclear weapons anyway? We can guarantee your security. We have nuclear weapons already. Just develop your economy. He said, no. I need that security. I can't rely on you guys to secure us. And he went ahead. And today, look at them. And the reason why I don't tie totally too closely to one ideology, or even if all the different groups had ideology, like the Soviet Union. Hold on. Let me finish, please. Like the Soviet Union, when they had an ideology with Lenin and all the rest. But if you look at the case of Lin Kuan Yew, his own was not very, very focused on ideology. His own was focused on what works. And in the end, you can look at the poison stream policy that he pursued. Was a security policy that said, if you want to try us, you will kill us, but we'll poison you. By the time you finish with us, your life will be miserable. That was his security policy. Do you know how determined a leader has to be that way? So that's what I mean by that first step you have to take. You have to be conscious that your nation is under threat and you have to deal with it. Because anything else you build after that relies on that security to remain
standing. I'll just stay on your line. I will not move away from your line. So when China went to the former Soviet Union, as at that point in time, China never had water. China never had electricity. As at that point in time,
yes, they were starving. They were literally living on rations. Nigerians living on rations, Chinese were living on rations during that time.
China as at that point, because no, it wasn't. It wasn't so. It was not security. See, if you don't say that here.
I'm telling you, are you saying I'm lying? Are you saying I'm lying?
It's not correct. It's not correct.
It's a fact of
I like that answer. I like that answer Jonathan gave. Instead of saying, are you lying? He says it's not correct.
It's not correct.
He does it.
He said, are you lying? He said it's not correct.
As at that time you are talking, China population was hovering. Chinese population was hovering around 500 to 600 million.
And they lost about 50 million people due to hunger.
Around that period. China, Chinese people, as at that time, China was not in darkness.
They were in darkness.
No.
Jesus
China
Christ.
China was not in darkness because China was that country is a vast.
Let's hear me quiet.
If you talk about the wait.
I headed the wrong direction. Where's hear me quiet like this?
Let me finish now.
Leaving you to head the wrong direction.
Let me finish. China is a vast nation. Even as at that point in time, if you are talking about poverty in China, you will go to the extreme. There are places in China. We're not talking of the mainstream China. No, it's not. Are you kidding me? You want to say that even as
the Chinese it's a fact of history. They were living on rations. Even the
wait. Take Nigeria now. Don't let us see. You are taking this debate. You are taking it.
Nigerians have not even lived on
rations. You are taking it out of context. See Nigeria today. If the major cities in each and every state are doing well, but we are having challenges with the interior.
Yes.
That's a different thing. But we know that, if I'm in Lagos, I'm fine. If I'm in Benin City, I'm okay. If I'm in Aba, if I'm in Port Harcourt, I'm okay. If I'm in Kaduna, as in Kaduna City, I am fine. But Nigeria is also a vast country. There are places in Nigeria that have you had opportunity to even just a moment to travel the length and I won't say length and breadth, but that would be too much to ask. But to have traveled maybe just a little bit, 5% of Nigeria, just maybe from 2 or 3 states that you just take two that are together in Nigeria. For example, just take Edo. Wait. If you take Edo, Ondo, and Kogi, those 3 states alone, you will be amazed how vast that country is. There are places where you will think, are people living here? Those are the places. If those are the places that we are fighting today, that we want electricity to be there, United States of America, as at 2022. They are still struggling to get broadband in some places. Will you still say United States is not a developed country? If that is what Nigeria is fighting today, that would be a different ball game. So the Chinese theory angle that you are bringing in, as at that time when China went to this story you are bringing in, China population was hovering around 500 to 600 million in population. And as at that time, you are not talking of, they have, there is water in China. It's not that they don't have water. There is water. There is.
I see, Jonathan, you are really letting yourself down, man. You see, when you start arguing against something that is flat in your face, people that seek wisdom accept the truth. Like when CM says something I agree with, I will sit here and tell you I can't disagree with him. Why would I disagree with him for the sake of it? You are disagreeing with me now for the sake of it because clearly the Chinese were hungry. Hold on, calm down.
You always make that statement when somebody is attacking that they are talking for the sake of talking. That's not right. You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. You just made a boo-boo now about how China developed. And we corrected you now. You're saying
you didn't correct me. You literally made a mistake and you refuse, you double down and you don't even want to listen.
I made a mistake. What did I make a mistake? Where?
Now let's
No, where did I make a mistake? Please retract yourself.
Let me say it now. Let me say
it.
You were saying that the Chinese were not hungry, we're not suffering like Nigerians. That was
never said that. Jesus is Lord.
You were saying that. Hold on now. You were saying that it was mostly because of ideology, and I agreed with that one. But I also said that security was the next one, and you disagree with it. And I said, if you are disagreeing with it,
don't bring that security thing.
Yes, I said, no. See, before you get security, and I gave my reason. Hold on, now, calm down. I gave my reason why I said ideology is not necessarily the first, because Lee Kuan Yew was not welded to an ideology when he did what he did. So what he actually went on to do was deliberate and calculated.
Excuse, what are you saying?
Tell me,
Lee Kuan Yew didn't have.
He wasn't welded. He wasn't like a socialist or
what Nigeria. God help Africans. If people like you should get access to power, I don't understand. Because what you are saying now is that a country like Nigeria now should focus on building nuclear capacity, having a nuclear weapon. Nigeria should focus now on acquiring F-16, the latest F-16, like in their hundreds. No, in their hundreds.
Yes.
If possible, in their
thousands. Are you shocked?
Is that what you are saying right now?
The truth is beginning to come out about our people. You see how weak we are.
What is the?
Hold on. Now the truth is beginning to come out. You know, I sit in a country in the UK right now. Nobody
have succeeded in shifting this conversation to security, and that is what I don't like. We're talking about three issues. These are the people that want to keep suffering. They pretend as if they want to solve the problem. Men that don't want to wake up to the truth of their situation. Finish now. Let me finish. Let me tell you one truth after the other. I will give you time to talk.
You are talking. My mindset.
Wait now.
You can't keep talking forever. You can't keep talking forever. Let me finish talking. See, now you're being childish now about the
wait. You will talk. You see,
you just want to filibuster me now.
I just want you to know my mindset. Wait, I want you, and that will be helpful.
Okay, 1 minute.
To know my mindset. And
1 minute.
I think you will desire that.
1 minute.
This is it. In this conversation, you are succeeding to a very large extent in shifting it to something else. Exactly. Okay, that is not what we're talking about here. You are shifting the entire conversation to something else, and I'm not interested in that because you are going to a different thing entirely. I'm not interested in that. What you are talking about now, you have shifted the entire conversation. We are talking about, yes, I agree with it entirely. Bread and butter issue. That's what we are talking about. But you are now saying that even for Nigeria to have those basic things, first of all, Nigeria has to invest heavily on security. That's what you are saying. You have shifted the entire conversation. I disagree with you on that.
Good. I'm glad you disagree. See, it's like somebody saying somebody has got a hole in the heart, and you'll be like, yeah, I'm all for good heart, but let's not worry about the operation. I'm all for good heart, so I support good heart. Let's go and get good heart and go and do good exercise, but let's not deal with the critical stuff that is going to cure that person of that hole in the heart. That is the analogy that you're following. You can't go for food. How many times do I need to say it? You cannot build on something that is not secure. You all have houses. You have doors in that house. You have windows. And I'm sure if it's in Nigeria, you have burglary proof. But you think if you build a nation, you shouldn't have it. Help me make sense of that kind of mentality.
Okay, Mr. Tunaija, as it stands right now, what you are telling Nigerians and people that are listening is that what Nigeria should do first of all now, that if Nigeria is secured, let me accept your argument for a moment, that if Nigeria now Nigeria attain a nuclear status, and Nigeria now acquire about 200 F-16s and their likes, that will bring electricity to Nigeria, and that will bring water, and our hospitals will be working just by magic, literally. All we just need to do, all these nations that you are talking about, you are comparing apple with oranges. I always dislike that. See, you will look at Nigeria. What is the threat? That's why I say you are succeeding shifting this conversation, because in order to respond to you, we will have to shift this conversation completely. And that will be a disservice to all of us here. Because what we are now saying is that, see, in Nigeria, for Nigeria to have electricity, to have water, for our hospitals to be working, and for our primary schools, and primary health cares,
and
just
good roads,
basic to be functioning, Nigeria need to acquire F-16s. Nigeria need to go and acquire nuclear status. And all these nations that you are using as examples, they have their reasons for it. Yes, they have. If you talk about China at that point in time, yes, if China decided to do that, they have reasons for it. Give me one singular reason why Nigeria should do that now. Because is it internally? Is it, and you have to categorize those reasons, both internal reasons and external reasons.
Okay.
And let's see whether it will hold water. I don't understand.
Right.
We're talking about bread and butter.
Let me help you out. It looks like you are struggling. Let me help you out. See, let me help you out.
You are just a master of ambiguity. To be honest, that is a fact.
He's struggling. Because no, that one is crying. You see,
it be like saying Akpabio versus Natasha. Now we there now.
First of all, I have a copyright on that proverb that I said. This is a new invention of mine, that no leopard will leave their child hungry when there is a hungry child, antelope, child there. It's not going to happen. So, in other words, that's copyrighted. That's mine. I just invented that word. And it makes sense, by the way. So, in terms of how to explain why we need security, one, any nation that is militarily, technologically more advanced than you are a potential threat. Make no mistake about that.
See, that is not the issue to Nigeria, because you derail.
Why? He asked why we needed it.
What Jonathan is
saying, I just started answering. I've not said anything.
What Jonathan was particular about is, when you say bread and butter issue, good what is it called? Pipe-borne water, good road, food. Must we acquire nuclear power before we can be able to solve those problems? That is just what we are talking about.
Okay, that is a fair question. Must you acquire nuclear power? You see, the point I'm making, nuclear, depending on how you look at it, I use the term security, not necessarily nuclear weapons, not necessarily this biological or whatever weapons. Just security. Hold on now. I've just started answering. They asked me a question.
Security is woolly. Listen, security is woolly. A farmer will just cultivate in farmland. Try to put something so that maybe one rodent can come and eat his corn. He's securing the thing. Security is a word. Listen, man, at that level, that is
national security. What I'm talking about.
Okay, national security. Before you can be able to cultivate, before you can be able to grow corn and feed your people and grow yam.
You are a paid agent.
This one.
You are a paid agent. You know what pains me.
Jonathan, sit down. Hold on.
You are a paid agent. You know what is paining me.
Jonathan, calm down.
Identify your principal. Maybe somebody can help me to identify your principal.
Calm down. You got this one. You give me principal.
I want to know your principal.
People to calm down. Are they up?
Because they won't let me talk. They won't let me talk. See, Rita, Rita, you see, it looks like you take things personal too much. Take it easy.
I don't take it personal. Stop chatting my name like
because you
Rita,
yeah,
Rita.
you are Rita.
Let me tell you
You want me to
something,
call you? What do you want me to call you? You
call
want
me
another
Madam
name?
Rita. That's how we do it in Nigeria.
Madam, maybe you should put Madam under your listing then.
It's past midnight. I want to sleep.
When you keep attacking me
Dr.
personally,
Siya, good night. You should go and sleep, but please pray for repentance.
Oh, look at that.
All the wrong support you have been supporting.
Anybody that is listening, they know the side that is losing the argument. You can go. You can go. Let me carry on talking. Can you let me talk now?
Have a good evening,
good
sir.
night. Good night, Madam Rita.
Good night.
I call you
Take
Madam now.
Bye.
Good night.
Mr. Elvis, thank you so much for
Madam
today.
Rita, good night. Thank you for coming, Madam Rita. So, yeah, let me answer the question that was asked of me. Any nation that is technologically more advanced than you, that has more stronger military than you, they are a threat to you. That's one reason to secure your people. You can't have a wild, potentially wild animal out there that's capable of damaging your family and everything, and you pretend as if they are not there. You send your children out every day as if you are going to expect progress. One day, accident will happen. That animal will cause problem. What if it was a snake? What if it was anything?
Let's leave it there for now, Mr. Tunaija. It's okay. Tomorrow is another day. It's okay.
I might not be here tomorrow, so
yeah. Any other time. God give us.
Oh, look at you can go then. Let me just since you can go. Let me talk to the viewers. The viewers that want to listen. I will talk to the viewers that want to listen because this is an important issue. You know, I'm a very nice guy. Yeah? I'm very, very nice. I try to get people to see.
I said, who is your master? Your principal?
I don't have a master. I don't have a master.
Now you want to achieve your goal. So you want to achieve
goal.
You want to achieve your objective.
My goal is for our people to get out of this existential crisis we are in. We think we have a food problem.
By acquiring nuclear weapon and F-16.
See,
all right.
Jonathan, is it not better to be alive before you worry about food? What if you face threat first? If we are facing a threat that threatens our very survival, you have to deal with that problem first. Then you worry about food next.
Okay, all right, okay.
You know,
okay,
you cannot say an armed robber is coming to your house to come and rob your house. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the viewers.
Okay, then. All right, take care then.
Thank you. So you cannot say an armed robber is coming to rob your house, and you say that's the time to eat food. Our mistake is that we don't know that we are in exactly the same situation like that. There are people that are robbing us day in, day out. They are more equipped to do us serious harm. But our people think it's time to eat first. That is not what other people did. This is factual. You go and check the history of China. Go and check the history of Russia, India, even UAE, all of them. Even check your own self. Check yourself. Your house, do you leave your door open when you go out every day? Do you leave your windows open for everybody to see all the nice things you have? Do you leave your jewelries out in the open? Because right now, that's how Nigeria is. Everything that we have in Nigeria, people that are outside Nigeria actually know more about it than we do. So they have access to all our information. They have access to everything we have under the ground. And we can't even be bothered to secure it. We can't put burglary proof. We can't do this. And when we say we need to do that before we worry about food, people say, why? It's not like we don't have food. I'm not saying we should starve. We've been eating food since 1960. Nigeria has hardly had any famine where there is no food to eat in the country. We have food. We have food. There are countries when they didn't have food. India was living from sheep to mouth. That's what they called it. It comes from the sheep, then they eat. And they were rationing food. Rich men were rationing food. I saw a video of somebody online saying how his father was rich, but he had to do the same thing that other Indians were doing just to maintain his integrity. He didn't feed his children some time of the day. That is the nature that other nations, the kind of things other nations have gone through. And look at them today. Indians are net exporters of food, massive net exporters of food now. The Chinese, they lost almost 50 million people when they were starving. And guess what they did when they were doing that? They were building their nuclear weapons. They were building their military. They were building their technology. Look where they are today. Oyibo people that we like so much. If we like Oyibo people so much, why we not be copying them? We always copy the yeye things that they do. We don't copy the good ones that they do. That is healthy for them. Oyibo people, did the Chinese people attack Oyibo people? Did you see the Chinese man carry a gun and kill Oyibo man one day? No. Did you see even Russia come to UK and say, I will kill you? No. Or America? No. But yeah, the UK wants to increase the money they spend on their defense. The amount they spend on their defense right now is about 70-something billion pounds, if I'm not mistaken, per annum. While Nigeria is 4 billion pounds or so, if we are lucky. And now they want to raise it in the UK to somewhere 90 or so billion. Europe is looking at spending 800 billion euros. 800 billion euros. These people are not at war. They are not starving. No. Why are they doing that? People like my fellow panelists, they will be happy to say, why we need food? Let's worry about food first. Oh, you people were living through hard times. Russia was going through hell when they built what they built. This is how nations are done. If you want your country to do well, your politicians to speak their mind, to speak freely and do the right thing for the people, make sure you are the ones securing them and protecting their lives. Because if some other person is doing it for you, guess what is going to happen? That person is the one they are going to listen to. It's just how life works. The person that can preserve your life, the person that can pay you, the person that can promote you, that's the person that controls you. It's just how it works. And we are surprised our leaders are betraying us left and right, betraying us over and over again. Have you ever seen any nation that has even a moderate level of security that they control like that? They don't control them like that. Yes, if you look at Egypt now, Egypt has a moderate level of security. There's influence coming from outside, but it's not as bad as it is with Nigeria. It's equivalent to having a building where the roof is the ceiling, the zinc in the building. You know how Nigerians call zinc now. You can call it roofing sheets that is leaking. In the case of Nigeria, the water is basically pouring through the building. In the case of the Egyptians, yeah, there is a bit of leak, but not as bad. That's the analogy. There are different layers, different grades of compromise nations make. And almost all Black African countries, I'm sorry to say, are not that far apart in terms of their level of readiness to defend themselves. And people say, why don't you just worry only about food and healthcare? Why don't you just worry about that? It's going to solve all the problems, isn't it? You can argue that. Yes, it's going to solve all the problems, isn't it? But the problem is that Oyibo people will not see you like that. Even if we don't intend to do them harm, they don't see it like that. Even if most Nigerians love Oyibo people, they don't see it like that. Because they can't rely on us loving them for their own survival. What if we get all those things? We get electricity, we get good education, get all those things. Our youths can't decide that they want to start having ideas about, why are we allowing Oyibo people to tell us what to do? Or maybe we should build our own weapon. Why is it that they have weapons, we don't build it too? And tomorrow, if they tell us to stop, why don't we just attack them too? After all, Africans have colonized them before. So they can't rely on our generosity to leave us alone to just develop by ourselves. It's up to us to break their chains, but they're not going to remove the chain by themselves. Why would they release the chain by themselves? Except they don't need it anymore. Like when they ended slavery in the way it is right now, because they became mechanized. They had the steam engines. They had all those machines take over. That's why they ended slavery. But a lot of people will be like, they were so nice. They ended slavery because they had a conscience. They ended it. That is not how the world works. If a people feel that there's something that can gain from you, they are not going to give it up. Why should they? It's not because they are evil. It's how God, the creator, in all his infinite wisdom, created this world. We like it or not. I've said it. That new proverb that I just invented, a leopard will not allow his child to go hungry or her child to go hungry when there is a baby antelope there. He would take that baby antelope and feed it to her child. That is how. And are we going to blame the leopard for doing that? Are you going to say that leopard is evil? Then you are saying God is evil. Because God created the leopard to do those things. Leopard wasn't tempted by Adam or Eve or the serpent. It's just the nature of the world. I don't see people as evil. If anything, maybe they have some things that they do that are better than us. Because they try to protect their own, like that leopard protects a child. That leopard can't rely on the generosity. In short, he can't rely on the generosity of anything. Who is going to feed the leopard's child if the leopard decides not to eat the antelope? Is he going to wait for an antelope to die? Maybe he's not going to find an antelope that dies. That's the problem. Got to eat. Got to take one healthy one. As a matter of fact, if the leopards are feeding a child dead antelope, I'm not sure that's going to be cool. It's going to make the poor child not grow very well. Now, you begin to understand how life works. And this is why people like Machiavelli, people that understand the modern politics, how people interact with each other and in terms of power and control of other people. This is why he said, if you want to build a nation that is strong, you have to have security. You see, this is my emblem that I put at the bottom of the name there. That thing is there for a reason. If you want to solve your country's problem, do those three. Just do those three and see what happens to your country. You will see how your country will flourish. Secure your country. Because your country is secure, enforce rule of law, and pursue technological revolution. Just those three. Watch your country get transformed. And basically, this is what China did. Basically, this is what Singapore did. This is what Russia did. Any nation that is doing well today, including Western nations, any nation that is doing very well today, this is what they did. Without any of it, remove one of these, they are not going to do very well. Just remove one of these three, they will fall apart. As a matter of fact, Ukraine decided to do away with a bit of security when they give up their nuclear weapons to Russia or the Soviet Union. When they broke up the Soviet Union, they gave it up. And they are paying for it today. If they hadn't given up their nuclear weapons at that time, do you think Russia will be attacking Ukraine now? No, they won't. They won't. It's just the nature of life. You know, I was watching a lady, a Ukrainian woman, on a TV program that was being hosted by Piers Morgan, and she was like, you people were the ones that told us to give up our nuclear weapons. You people assured us we are not going to be attacked. You told us we are not going to be attacked. Russia assured us we are not going to be attacked. US, you all assured us that we are not going to be attacked. You told us, you know what the Europeans that were on the panel were doing when she was saying this? They were all quiet. Because they are not going to tell her the truth. They can't tell her the truth because if they say that openly, everybody would know. What they were thinking was that that was your decision to do now. You are the mumu that went and gave up your nuclear weapon now. Why are you blaming us? You gave up the power you have, and now you are paying the price for it. You're complaining. So, because if they said that to that woman, because that was the truth, if they had said that to her, anybody that will be listening to them will be thinking, is that how it works? We have to be strong. Otherwise, you are not going to be oppressing us. You're not going to treat us anyhow. Then everybody, they will send a signal out that everybody should be armed. In a way, that information is already gone out. Because any self-respecting person seeing what's happening with Ukraine today will know history. If you know how the Soviet Union broke up and a kind of America and the Soviet Union, Russia forced Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapon, telling Ukraine that they were not going to do anything to Ukraine. They were going to help it. But that's not how the world works. You can't rely on people's generosity or their sense of dignity or integrity. It doesn't happen. The way the world works is when the time comes, if they can take advantage of you, they will take advantage of you. And if they feel the need to, they will, except they don't feel the need to. Like now, Russia felt the need to, Russia acted. But if they had the nuclear weapons, even if Russia felt the need to do something, Russia cannot. So that is why you can't rely on people's generosity. Because even if they turn against you for a moment, they can't do anything about it if you are strong. Then you preserve your nations, your people, because you are strong. Nobody can take advantage of you. It's just common sense. But somehow when we talk about it as our nation, we don't tend to picture it as being relevant to us, as if it doesn't apply to us. It applies to us. Now let me read Love Maduka. It says, rule of law is not existing in this present government in Nigeria. It doesn't exist at all. See, Love Maduka, you see what I said? If you look at the statement, a kind of information underneath my name there, it says security. You see the arrow in front of security is pointing towards law and order. Then from the law and order, it points towards technological revolution. These three things go in sequence. If you are not secure, you can't get law and order. That's the problem. We have never bothered to make our country secure. The law and order will always have issues if your country is not secure. And the thing about law and order is that it is law and order in the sense that your nation is functional. Almost every country that is, you like to call civilized today, they have issues in their legal systems. Even if you look at America right now, you can see all kinds of craziness going on. In the UK, all kinds of constitutional crises occurred recently too. They have issues with their laws. It's not because it's perfect. The problem is that just because their laws are not perfect doesn't mean they are suffering an existential crisis, in the sense that their people are literally probably facing extermination. There is a big difference between where they are and where we are. That is the difference. They can have problems and they can recover. You see, one of the greatest cases of this, one of the ones that I lived through and I witnessed, and that was quite eye-opening for me, was when the Soviet Union collapsed. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Boris Yeltsin was their leader. He was going to Washington to Bill Clinton to ask for money. He was a drunk. And people were making fun of Russia. They were calling Russia a third-rate country. When he goes to Washington to ask President Clinton for money, that's the president of America, he goes to ask, and the reason why he goes there to ask for money and they have to give him, he will say, if you don't give us the money, all these nuclear weapons we have, we will sell it to other parts of the world. You see that? So that's why they have to give him the money. When he's making a speech, he's drunk. You will see that the US president will be laughing at him. He was treating him like dirt. You know what I noticed during that time? Even then, my instinct told me that this is a bad idea to be treating a country like this. Because what the other nations saw, what the other people in that country saw was that they were treating them like dirt. They were laughing at their country, a country with such power. They were laughing at them. And guess what? 1999 came, if I'm not mistaken, Boris Yeltsin handed power over. It turns out that it was Putin. And within 4 years, it didn't even take 4 years, Russia was back. The Russia of old was back. So how did that happen? How did a country that was on its knees, that mafia, they said, was controlling 70% of the economy, bounce back within 4 years? Because they had security. Nobody, because even by accident, the right person just sits on the chair, the country will be restored. Because all he has to say, everybody, hey, all the people go back to your post. That's it. All is sorted out. But by the time any leader does that in Africa, because it hasn't been. Look at Sankara. Look at Lumumba. A lot of African leaders came and tried to do the right thing, but they didn't have the infrastructure that Putin had. Somebody built that for him, and that was Stalin that built it for Russia. That guy murdered a lot of Russians in the process, but he built that infrastructure that meant that they can mess about, they can have a constitutional crisis, they can even break up a nation, but they are still strong. This is why I say, even if America has a civil war today, they will still be very strong. Even if they kill each other, they will still be very strong. China, the same thing, because they have so much power. Nobody else can come and mess with them, at least on an existential level. You can't threaten their life that you are not going to survive anymore, or do to them what they did to the Red Indians, the Native Americans, or the Australians, and all the rest. All right. Thank you, Nigeria, for giving me the time. I thought I should try to elucidate the point that I was trying to make. Let me just read this last statement. I know you got to go. Nigeria, is our constitution abiding us? Is it being respected, or is it dividing us the more? Our constitution, if I'm to answer that, Nigeria, please. Our constitution has a lot of flaws, but I don't think our constitution is the reason why we are not progressing. The UK doesn't even have a proper constitution. They didn't have it, and they ran half of the world at one point. So that tells you something. If you look at the rest of the world, we've had more than 50-something constitutions in Africa. Why is it that all the black African countries are still suffering today? Has one not gotten the constitution right? So what that tells me is that the constitution is not decisive. There are bigger things at stake, like security, like rule of law, and technological advancement. Those key things is why